In the haze-filled smoking area, Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his phone, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. On the other end, his girlfriend, Xiao Hu's voice remained sweet, yet her words pierced his heart like icy daggers. 880,000 for the betrothal gift, a fully paid apartment in the city, and a car worth 300,000, along with minimal expenses for the 3 gold rings and the wedding banquet. I pleaded with my mother for a long time before she reluctantly lowered her demands. Xiao Hui paused, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. You only earn a little over 6,000 a month. You know I'm already 28 this year. I understand. Lin Feng mechanically echoed, his other hand unconsciously rubbing the ring box in his pocket. It was a diamond ring he had saved half a year's salary to buy. Yet at that moment, it felt like a mere gesture's token. Can't you persuade your parents to reconsider? Perhaps they could sell your family's old house first. Enough. Lin Feng suddenly raised his voice, then quickly lowered it again. Xiao Hui, we've been together for 5 years, and you know my family situation all too well. Is that your attitude? It seems you don't love me at all. Xiao Hui interrupted him. Without these conditions, my mother won't agree. The busy tone echoed in his ears after the call was abruptly ended. Where am I supposed to find that much money? Lin Feng murmured to himself, feeling his heart ache with each passing moment. A sudden snicker broke through his thoughts. He turned to see He Tianpei leaning against the wall, his short, thick fingers clutching a cigarette, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Hey Shaolin, is it true you're getting married? He Tianpei exhaled a puff of smoke. 880,000 in betrothal gifts? TSK. It seems that even handsome men have their difficulties in securing a bride. Though I may not possess your looks, I've always had women pursue me. My friend, remember this. Money is meant to impress women, not to be spent on them. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. He Tianpei, the nephew of the company owner, took pleasure in finding a sense of superiority over others. At that moment, his loathsome round face was etched with mockery, making Lin Feng wish he could land a punch to mash those scattered features into a single mass. Do you want me to lend you some? He Tianpei raised an eyebrow. The interest is a point lower than bank loans. What do you say? Sure then. Lend me 10 million. Oh, great benefactor he. Lin Feng's tone was unfriendly, ready to confront He Tianpei, when suddenly he heard a violent coughing fit. In the corner, Li Yuan crouched down, his face pale and bloodshot, eyes betraying his condition. He had been claiming to have a fever all day, yet he insisted on coming to work for the year-end bonus and perfect attendance. Brotherly, are you all right? Lin Feng approached him. Li Yuan waved his hand and coughed again, cough. I'm fine, I can manage. He Tianpei quickly covered his mouth and nose, his face contorted in disgust. What is that smell? If you're sick, go to the hospital already. Don't spread it to everyone. Once the year-end bonus is received, I shall visit the hospital. Missing a day of work is inconsequential, for health is the foundation of our endeavors. As Lin Feng spoke, his phone suddenly chimed several times. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Xiao Hui. Let's break up, we are not suited for each other. Lin Feng stared blankly at the screen, a low hum resonating in his ears. He never anticipated that this 7-year relationship would conclude so abruptly. The annual meeting is about to commence. Let us proceed. My ambitious companions. Who knows, you might even snag the Outstanding Employee Award, adding an extra 500 yuan to your pockets. After extinguishing his cigarette, He Tianpei was the first to emerge from the smoking area. The trio made their way to the venue for the annual meeting, each finding their respective seats. Lin Feng, in a daze, ambled to the last row, while He Tianpei settled beside the leadership table, and Li Yuan occupied a vacant spot in the center. On stage, a stunning hostess clad in a pure white evening gown animatedly narrated the company's achievements for the year. The dozens of employees in the audience seemed oblivious to her words, their gaze fixated on the towering stack of red banknotes displayed prominently on stage. After a lengthy preamble, the hostess finally transitioned to the main event. Now, let us welcome our esteemed Mr. He to present the Outstanding Employee Awards and the year-end bonuses. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause as Mr. He rose from his seat and gracefully ascended the stage. Dear colleagues, before we distribute the year-end bonuses, I wish to share a few words. With a solemn expression, Mr. He addressed the audience. This year, our company has achieved modest success, a feat made possible through your unwavering dedication. However, I am aware that you can indeed excel further. I hold a profound admiration for wolves, and I hope that everyone can possess a keen instinct for the market, akin to these magnificent creatures. A relentless, fearless spirit when confronted with challenges. A collective consciousness towards our work. The ordinary employees in the audience listened to the CEO's address, their expressions somewhat numb, while the leaders among the management displayed fervent enthusiasm. With a heavy heart, Lin Feng cast a casual glance across the venue, only to suddenly notice that Li Yuan appeared to be in a disconcerting state. His body trembled uncontrollably, much like a sieve. I must especially commend a veteran employee who, throughout his 6 years with us, has never once been absent, regardless of the weather. Moreover, he is always the last to leave after overtime, and today, he has persevered through illness. I have observed all this, and he embodies the spirit of my younger self. Our company is in dire need of such wolf-like employees. Suddenly, General Manager, he raised his voice. Come, Li Yuan, step up and say a few words. Scattered applause erupted from the audience as Li Yuan unsteadily rose to his feet. Lin Feng noted the disjointedness of his movements, resembling a marionette on strings. Li Gu is so ill yet dares not take a leave. It is indeed pitiful for someone burdened with a mortgage. Will I also become like this if I marry? Li Yuan ascended the stage and took the microphone handed to him by the host. His voice was hoarse, as if he were struggling to articulate, I am hungry. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, causing the microphone to clatter to the ground with a jarring noise. The employees in the front row were horrified to see Li Yuan's eyes transform into a ghastly shade of gray, with dark saliva oozing from the corners of his mouth. Ah! A chilling scream reverberated throughout the venue. By the time the crowd regained their senses, Li Yuan had already sunk his teeth into the delicate neck of the host, tearing it open. Blood gushed forth, staining her pristine evening gown. President He, splattered with blood, stumbled back in terror, collapsing onto the undistributed year-end bonuses. The once stunning host was now grotesquely disfigured, plunging the venue into chaos. People shrieked and scrambled in all directions, the sounds of overturned tables and chairs echoing through the air. Lin Mo watched as Li Yuan lifted his head, his mouth smeared with blood, his grayish-white eyes seemingly gazing into the void. He's killing people, run! Someone shouted in panic. Li Yuan appeared to lose interest in the lifeless host, carelessly discarding her body onto the stage before mechanically turning his gaze toward President He. Help me, quickly help. Before President He could finish his plea, his vocal cords were swallowed by Li Yuan. The red bills that had been pinned beneath him were now drenched in fresh blood, rendered even more lurid. Don't block the way. Someone call the police. President He. Who will save President He? He's dead. He's already dead. Everyone, let's work together to stop Li Yuan. The company's security guards had long vanished, and none of the leaders seated in the front row dared to intervene. Everyone, please don't push. Watch your step. Lin Feng shouted urgently as he was swept along by the panicking crowd toward the exit. The colleagues in front, in a state of despair, discovered that the main door had been barricaded. How could this happen? Li Yuan looks just like a zombie from a horror film. Lin Feng momentarily cast aside the anguish of his recent heartbreak, now consumed by terror as he peered through the gaps in the throng towards the entrance. There stood a woman clad in a janitor's uniform, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, her skin an unsettling shade of ashen gray. And in her hand, she held a severed head, its hair streaked with white. Is that the cleaning lady? Someone recognized her. She is holding the head of the security guard. The crowd abruptly fell silent, fear gripping them as they held their breath, too terrified to advance another step. The cleaning lady slowly raised her head. Her eyes, like Li Yuan's, had turned completely grayish-white. She opened her mouth to an unnatural extent, discarding the head she held, and emitted a primal, inhuman shriek as she lunged at the nearest person. Screams, cries, and the sounds of flesh tearing erupted once more. Lin Feng turned to seek an alternative escape route and caught sight of He Tianpei just behind him, attempting to climb over tables and chairs to flee toward the adjacent fire exit. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pushed aside the colleague blocking his path and leapt onto the table to follow. As He Tianpei ran, he glanced back and exclaimed, "Oh my God! It's coming after us! This must be rabies. Just as Lin Feng surged forward, Tianpei suddenly spun around and shoved him. Lin Feng lost his balance and fell backward. He caught a glimpse of Tianpei's fleeing silhouette, along with the blinding lights overhead. Bang! Lin Feng crashed heavily to the ground from the table. "You fat scoundrel, you!" Before he could rise, a wave of pungent air rushed toward him. It was Li Yuan. Lin Feng saw that ghastly, bloodied face drawing nearer, prompting him to swiftly shield his neck and head with his arms. As the sharp teeth pierced his shoulder, Lin Feng felt a surge of excruciating pain, quickly followed by an eerie numbness, akin to being electrocuted. The stench of decay and blood filled his nostrils, accompanied by the sounds of tearing and gulping in his ears. His consciousness began to blur, and the faint wrinkles on his parents' faces, the warmth of Xiao Hu's palm, along with the trials of his 28 years of existence, flashed through his mind like a rapidly changing slideshow. At that moment, Tianpei had reached the fire escape door. He glanced back at Lin Feng, who was pinned down by Li Yuan, then slightly opened the fire door and slipped through. The cacophony around him began to fade into the distance, and blood-red shadows consumed everything as Lin Feng's awareness gradually slipped away. Am I truly destined to perish in such a humiliating manner? I refuse to accept this. I refuse! In the chaotic venue, a furious roar suddenly erupted. Chapter 2. Gluttony. Lin Feng had never experienced such profound hunger. It was a craving that seeped from the marrow of his bones, as if every cell within him was clamoring, "Hungry, hungry, hungry." His vision was shrouded in a crimson haze, and the air was thick with a metallic, sweetish scent reminiscent of rust. The moment Li Yuan's sharp fangs pierced his shoulder, the pain ignited a primal pleasure within him. "Devour me. I shall feast upon you too," Lin Feng roared, his once handsome visage contorting into a grotesque mask. As he opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth savagely into the grayish-blue flesh of his adversary's neck, he could distinctly feel the cartilage of the windpipe shatter beneath his bite, as thick, dark blood surged into his mouth, carrying with it a putrid saltiness and an eerie sweetness, akin to tomatoes soaked in formaldehyde. The taste caused his stomach to convulse violently, yet it also stirred an insatiable craving, akin to the pangs of addiction. Li Yuan seemed to have lost all sensation of pain, driven only by a frantic desire to tear away more flesh from Lin Feng. The two bodies writhed together like lovers entwined in passion, rolling across the ground in a chaotic dance. White down feathers bursting from their jackets mingled with blood and gore, swirling in the air. Lin Feng's nails sank deeply into Li Yuan's swollen abdomen, ripping away large chunks of dark purple skin. He heard a guttural roar emanate from his throat, a sound that seemed to resonate directly from his very core. Suddenly, the female supervisor of the finance department, who had been hiding beneath the podium, began to retch violently. A few drops of thick, black blood splattered onto her newly purchased Chanel suit. Lin Feng was indeed consuming a human. The statement acted as a catalyst, igniting the already fragile crowd into complete pandemonium. Female office workers in tailored business dresses shrieked, shoving their male counterparts forward, their stiletto heels striking the interns who had collapsed on the floor. "Why are you obstructing the path? Go and push the cleaning lady away." Another intern, his voice trembling, exclaimed, "Zombies. They're exactly like the zombies in the movies." With the cleaning lady blocking the entrance as she fed, the crowd found themselves in a deadlock. Is Li Yuan even human anymore? And Lin Feng doesn't seem like himself either. "Someone, please save us. Why is no one answering the emergency line? Everyone, quickly, head to the fire escape." Amidst the chaos, someone finally regained their composure and led the way towards the fire escape. The first person, filled with hope, grasped the handle of the fire door with all their might. Why won't it open? The clicking sound of the lock transformed hope into despair. Who is so depraved as to lock the door? Tianpei. It must be that damned Tianpei. I saw him run in earlier. Everyone, let's break down the door together. Bang, 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 bang. The crowd relentlessly hammered at the fire door with fire extinguishers and chairs, but the door's exceptional quality meant that, apart from a few sparks and a dislodged handle, it showed no signs of yielding. What good are you men? You can't even open a door. You're usually so self-important. But at critical moments you're utterly useless. At this rate, we're all going to die here. Who opened the door? I shall grant him a promotion and a raise. The cleaning lady approached. Several female supervisors, realizing their escape was futile, began to emit desperate and piercing screams. After devouring some darkened flesh and blood, Lin Feng not only felt an immense surge of strength, but also regained a semblance of rationality. Struggling against his hunger and nausea, he shouted, "Everyone, these creatures are not so fearsome. Together, let us vanquish them and escape." The colleagues who were banging on the door paused upon hearing Lin Feng's words, hesitatingly turning around. The HR supervisor, her face marked with 2 streaks of dark tears, hysterically pointed at the dozens of male employees in front of the fire door. "You must go and slay those 3 monsters. What kind of men are you if you do not protect women? You might as well perish." Lin Feng and Li Yuan continued their grim consumption, dark blood splattering everywhere. "Hurry, hurry," Lin Feng shouted incoherently. The hesitant male colleagues finally transformed their fear into anger, seizing chairs and fire extinguishers, preparing to confront the cleaning lady who was rushing towards the fire door. The female executives and employees instinctively sheltered behind their male counterparts. In the next moment, the cleaning lady lunged forward, directly pouncing on Li Yuan and Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng had gained a slight advantage, he suddenly found himself at a disadvantage against the biting of the 2 corpses. As the missing parts of his body increased in number, as the deluge of calamity descends upon the already beleaguered stage, the once lifeless host and director he have now morphed into grotesque zombies, lurching towards the fire exit with unnatural fervor. "Brothers, flee through the main door," a voice cries out, igniting a surge of adrenaline within these men, who, fueled by a desperate resolve, abandon their possessions and sprint towards the exit as if in a 100-meter dash. Racing for their lives, the women quickly realize the gravity of the situation and follow suit, albeit at a slower pace. A few stumble over the shattered corpses strewn across the ground, falling onto the slick surface, struggling to rise. "Don't leave me. I'm so scared. Help! Is anyone there to save me?" In this dire moment, the urgency of self-preservation eclipses all else. The women who have fallen can only drag their weary bodies, crawling and rolling towards the exit. At this juncture, Lin Feng exerts every ounce of will to stand. Even as zombies cling to his limbs, his shirt torn into tatters, exposing the stark whiteness of his bones. He gazes blankly at the now desolate, barricaded door, a tumult of emotions flooding his heart. Even now, to hope for assistance from others, how naive and absurd. Just as Lin Feng is on the brink of being devoured to the skeleton, a strange white viscous substance begins to ooze from his skin, enveloping his body like wax. Suddenly, a gash appears in his abdomen, widening into a cavernous maw, a gaping chasm of blood. In the next moment, the gaping maw emitted a green mist that began to spread outward. Within a brief interval, the entire venue transformed into a fog-laden sauna, and the figures of Lin Feng and the zombies became increasingly indistinct amidst the haze. The growls of the zombies gradually diminished, replaced by an eerie hissing sound echoing through the room. Within the fog, apart from Lin Feng's silhouette, all other tangible entities, the 4 zombies, the corpses on the ground, and even the tables and chairs, melted away as if they were wax candles subjected to an intense flame. Chapter 3. Chaos. The pale green mist silently enveloped the venue, beginning to swirl and coalesce after a span of 10 minutes. The outline of a figure, encased in a thick crystalline membrane, gradually became discernible. Lin Feng stood serenely at the center of the hall, resembling a sculpted figure of plaster. The 4 zombies that had once besieged him, along with the scattered corpses and assorted debris, had vanished without a trace. The now desolate venue bore walls modeled like the remnants of an ancient ship submerged for centuries, exuding an air of decay and desolation. At the vortex's center, the mist deepened into an inky green, and a serpentine column of smoke surged violently into the fissure in Lin Feng's abdomen. The sound of cracking emanated from within, spreading outward. Suddenly, the crystalline shell erupted with a thunderous roar, scattering myriad shards like ghostly fireworks, embedding themselves deeply into the concrete walls. As the dust settled, a grotesque creature resembling a colossal bronze cauldron stood prominently in the arena. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a faint red glow flickering within them. He gazed in bewilderment at his enormous hands, now a shade of ashen blue, a tide of astonishment swelling within him. How have I become like this?" His voice, deep and hoarse, reverberated in the vast hall. He hurriedly explored his own rounder physique, as if searching for something. Little stream," Lin Feng called out hoarsely several times. "Could it be broken? I just bought it on installment." As Lin Feng mourned the fate of his phone, a faint voice suddenly emerged. "Master, I am here." "On me?" Lin Feng gazed in confusion at his protruding belly, devoid of clothing. Where could a phone possibly be? Please ask another question. I do not quite understand. The mechanical voice of the phone assistant rang out once more. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng extended his hand beneath his belly, ultimately retrieving a deformed white phone and a small black box from the folds of flesh near his thigh. The phone, once resembling a brick, now appeared like a child's toy, pinched between his thick fingers. The face recognition unlocked automatically, the screen illuminated, and Lin Feng struggled to tap open the beauty camera app downloaded by his ex-girlfriend. This. Lin Feng was taken aback by his own reflection in the lens. His features had not changed significantly, yet his complexion was pale with a hint of green, devoid of any vitality, resembling a zombie from an 80s horror film. Damn it, so it was the beauty filter. Lin Feng mumbled, tapping several times until he finally disabled the beauty effects and the adorable bunny ears filter. Gazing at his own ashen visage and the peculiar, exaggerated proportions of his body, Lin Feng's mind conjured the image of a colossal, Barbie-like Neza, characterized by an enormous frame and a diminutive head, an absurd yet chilling spectacle. I've transformed into a monster. My injuries, they have miraculously healed. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, interrupting Lin Feng's moment of despair. Upon answering, an anxious voice erupted from the receiver. Hello, Xiao Feng. Many people in our neighborhood have gone mad. Some are even resorting to cannibalism. I'm terrified. How is it over there? Mom. Everything is fine here. What about you and Dad? Please, do not venture outside. Those are no longer human. I'll return promptly. Lin Feng endeavored to sound composed. Don't. It's chaos outside. You mustn't come. And what is wrong with your voice? Are you unwell? I have a cold. Oh, then please take care of yourself. Your father and I are hiding at home, and we're relatively safe. Do not wander about. Await government assistance. Understood. To alleviate his parents' concerns, Lin Feng acquiesced. No sooner had he hung up than his phone vibrated once more. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Lin Feng, come save me. I'm trapped on the rooftop. The building is filled with monstrous, cannibalistic creatures. Please hurry. Listening to his ex-girlfriend's sobs, Lin Feng instinctively squeezed the small box containing the diamond ring in his hand. Lin Feng? Lin Feng, speak to me. All right, I will return home briefly, and then I shall come to your aid. Why are you going home when I am on the brink of death? No time to discuss this. My phone is about to die. Remember to bring me some food. Before the conversation could conclude, the call was abruptly terminated. Although Xiao Wei had clearly expressed her intention to end their relationship, 7 years of affection cannot simply be forgotten. Lin Feng, despite knowing the precarious situation she was in, could not bring himself to turn a blind eye. He placed his phone and the ring box back in their original spots and took a determined stride, leaving a trail of footprints on the decaying floor. He kicked open the door and approached the window in the corridor, yanking down the gray curtain to drape over himself. Looking down from the window, Lin Feng realized his vision had greatly improved. He could see the chaotic streets, the trembling figures huddled in corners, and the zombies feasting by the roadside, all rendered in stark clarity. Now I have become a zombie as well. Will the others attack me? The road was completely blocked, and it seemed his only option was to run back. The door at home was not particularly sturdy. He wondered how long it would hold. A sense of unease washed over him, but he steeled his resolve, turning and dashing down the staircase. In the lobby on the first floor, over 100 people were huddled together like frightened sheep. The elevator had ceased to function, and the fire escape doors were locked tight. Outside the tempered glass doors, a dozen zombies were frantically gnawing and clawing at the glass, their dark saliva smeared everywhere, emitting a horrid stench. Why is no one coming to rescue us? A voice cried out in despair from the crowd. Am I going to die? I am still so young. The lament of a youthful girl intensified the oppressive ambience pervading the hall. Cease your wailing. It is exceedingly vexing. Someone vociferously exclaimed. Why not breach the portal and abscond? We are a cohort of over 100 individuals, with approximately 90 males amongst us. Surely, we can overcome a mere dozen or so of the undead. A man vociferously incited. If you harbor a predilection for self-destruction, pray do not implicate us in your demise. A mere graze from a zombie spells utter doom. Another retorted instantaneously. Amidst the chaotic and despairing disputations, an enormous rodent, its eyes suffused with crimson, plummeted from the aperture in the ceiling with a resounding thud. A piercing shriek reverberated through the auditory senses of all those present. The rodent descended directly upon the cranium of a young woman, lacerating her auricle in the process. What an enormous rat. Exterminate it forthwith. A bystander promptly struck the rodent to the ground with a forceful blow. Squeak, squeak. The rodent emitted a series of plaintive cries as it was crushed beneath the foot of a corpulent gentleman, its maw exuding droplets of malodorous ichor. How utterly repulsive. The woman who had sustained the bite frantically extracted a moist towelette from her satchel, proceeding to cleanse the wound upon her ear. As she procured a subsequent towelette, intending to purify the strands of hair upon which the rodent had tread, her movements abruptly ceased, as though she had been subjected to an immobilizing incantation. The corpulent gentleman, having administered several forceful stomps upon the rodent, then remarked with a guileless grin, "Fair maiden, should we both survive this ordeal, might I have the honor of escorting you to a cinematic presentation?" Fair maiden. The woman remained in a state of bewilderment, as though impervious to the gentleman's vocalizations. Humph. What pretense? Had I known, I would not have rendered assistance. The man kicked the barely lifeless mouse back to the woman's feet. A loud bang echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention towards the fire exit. In the next moment, a colossal figure draped in curtains entered, gripping a broken doorknob and bending low to push the door open. Among the crowd, a young man, recognizing the somewhat familiar face, cried out in terror, Lin Feng. He is a zombie. Everyone, kill it. Otherwise, we shall perish." Lin Feng slightly lowered his gaze towards his colleagues mingling in the crowd, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he internally scoffed. If you truly had the courage, you wouldn't have fled earlier. The throng in the first-floor hall, confronted by Lin Feng, whose size dwarfed the zombies outside by several times, shrank back in fear, jostling towards a corner of the hall, their panicked screams filling the air. Simultaneously, the woman who had been bitten by the mouse began to tremble violently. The surrounding individuals, noticing her distress, found themselves with no means of escape and were forced to huddle together tightly. As Lin Feng surveyed the chaotic hall, he prepared to exit through the underground garage. However, just as he turned, a sudden wave of intense malice washed over him. He abruptly spun around, his gaze fixated on the dark ventilation shaft in the ceiling. Chapter 4. Jealousy. Lin Feng seized a nearby stainless steel trash can, stepping back a half pace as his core strength surged forth. With a sound akin to slicing through the air, the silver-gray cylinder soared upward, embedding itself into the ceiling, causing spiderweb-like fractures to rapidly spread across the drywall. With a crash, debris, various refuse mingled with plaster fragments, rained down like a torrential downpour, plunging the entire scene into further chaos. The acrid stench permeated the atmosphere as figures scurried frantically amidst the swirling debris. Lin Feng, are you trying to kill us? He's transformed into a ravenous monster. This is the end. We're truly going to perish here. We should have eliminated him back at the venue. Now that he's grown to such a size, how can we possibly defeat him? Why didn't Li Yuan and the others devour Lin Feng? Even as monsters, they're so inept. The cacophony of imprecations rose and fell, like a barrage of sharp blades, lacerating Lin Feng's senses. His knuckles cracked ominously as he clenched his fists. The surging, viridescent veins beneath his skin throbbed violently, and the sanguine haze obscuring his vision contorted every face into a grotesque caricature. He felt his sanity eroding with each passing moment. As an all-consuming rage threatened to engulf him, he slammed his fist against the wall with tremendous force, sending fragments of plaster cascading to the ground, and roared, "I can still comprehend human speech." Upon hearing Lin Feng articulate and perceiving a glimmer of communication, an intern from his department tentatively emerged from the crowd, inquiring with trepidation, "Feng, can you save us and lead everyone out of this place?" Emboldened by this, the other employees of the company clamored for assistance. "Shaolin, we're all colleagues. You can't simply abandon us to our fate." Lin Feng, I was the one who mentored you when you first joined the company. Feng, I even treated you to bubble tea once. Strangers also cast fearful yet hopeful glances towards Lin Feng, their eyes shimmering with a desperate yearning for survival. Lin Feng, however, had no time to heed the pleas of those around him. His eyes, imbued with a faint crimson glow, were intently fixed upon the darkened vent in the ceiling. Despite the silence emanating from that direction, a profound intuition gripped him, a sense of lurking danger, akin to a venomous serpent concealed in the shadows. Lin Feng, speak up. Everyone has treated you well in the past. You cannot stand idly by as we face this peril. Quickly, put an end to this afflicted woman. She is surely on the brink of becoming a man-eating monster. The head of the Human Resources Department exclaimed, desperately muffling the woman's mouth with her handbag. At this, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the woman who was convulsing violently. He wrinkled his nose as a putrid odor assaulted his senses, triggering his stomach to secrete digestive juices. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Everyone, back away. She is about to transform." In an instant, the others were seized by fear, retreating to the corners of the hall, leaving the woman, on the verge of becoming a zombie, isolated at the center. Her body twisted grotesquely as her arms flailed wildly in the air, as if engaged in a desperate struggle against an unseen demon. Seeing that there were no more obstacles in his path, Lin Feng suddenly propelled himself forward, his muscles tensed, his body launching like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the woman, firmly grounding his feet. He extended his arms behind him and then struck forward with immense force. With a thunderous crash, a mist of blood erupted. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, yet its body remained animated, continuing to convulse on the floor. In the hall, a heavy silence fell over the crowd, punctuated only by the sound of labored breathing and the woman's spasms. The zombies, halted beyond the glass doors, seemed to detect the scent of fresh blood, growing increasingly agitated. They hammered against the tempered glass with their heads, each impact resonating like a strike against the hearts of those within. The sight of Lin Feng, stained with blood on the gray curtain, stirred a wave of trepidation among the onlookers, fearing he might turn on them all. After all, Lin Feng appeared far more menacing than the zombies outside. His strength, his gaze, were profoundly unnerving. Lin Feng, you are truly remarkable. Thank you for saving us all," someone exclaimed, their voice trembling. The others, finally snapping out of their daze, suppressed their fear and began to shower him with insincere praise. Yes. Everyone, quickly thank Lin Feng. Thank you, Lin Feng. I'll send you a generous reward later. We are all relying on you. Lin Feng, you are so virile. You will surely lead us to safety, won't you? Lin Feng, you are a man as majestic as an eagle. Lin Feng, however, was oblivious to the clamor around him, fixated on the remains of the corpse on the floor. A viscous, viridescent fluid seeped from the gash in its abdomen, dripping onto the ground, where it produced wisps of white smoke, accompanied by a pungent, acrid odor. Lin Feng, why did you thwart my plans? A voice filled with intense malice echoed. Lin Feng abruptly looked up. A broad face covered in cyan scales emerged from the ventilation shaft. You are He Tianpei? If it weren't for you and your treachery, I would never have become this abomination. With a mere glance, Lin Feng instantly recognized the grotesque face dangling from the ceiling. As he beheld the pair of golden, slitted eyes, his overwhelming fury eclipsed any remnants of appetite stirring within him. He Tianpei, seemingly oblivious to the anger directed at him, continued to mutter to himself in a rapid, disjointed manner. Why is it that you, a mere zombie, are still more handsome than I? How is it that you, despite your poverty, have a girlfriend? Why is it that I, despite my wealth, am unloved? Why must you be the hero? If you had arrived just a moment later, I would have saved these people myself. Lin Feng had no interest in engaging in verbal sparring. In an instant, he leapt forward and seized He Tianpei by the head, yanking him from the ventilation shaft. With a resounding crash, a dark, serpentine form, along with shattered ceiling debris and a trash bin, tumbled down. As the dust settled, the onlookers discerned the creature that had fallen, a being with a human face and a serpentine body, covered in scales. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng grasped the trash bin and brought it crashing down upon his foe's head with all his might. Each strike was fueled by his pin-up rage. In a matter of moments, the once ominous visage was reduced to a pulpy mass, blood splattering across his hands and face. Is this truly dead? How can its combat prowess be inferior to that of a cleaning lady turned zombie? Gazing upon the headless, bizarre carcass, Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. He discarded the misshapen trash bin, unable to suppress his disdain. Though I may be larger in stature, one could still discern that I was once human. As for He Tianpei, aside from his face, he has lost all semblance of humanity. The crowd, paralyzed by fear, dared not breathe, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the serpent-like body, as thick as a water barrel, sprawled upon the ground. Lin Feng whispered, "All right, I must take my leave. May you all fend for yourselves." The pangs of hunger intensified within him, akin to an invisible hand clawing at his stomach. Yet, he was reluctant to reveal the horrifying visage of his own hunger before others. The atmosphere in the hall shifted abruptly. Everyone stared at Lin Feng, their eyes transforming into golden, slitted pupils that emanated a strange light. It seemed these individuals no longer feared him. Instead, they slowly began to encircle him. Why is it that you, a mere zombie, can dispatch me with such ease? I am consumed with envy. A voice brimming with malice resonated from the crowd, harmonized and chilling, as if a curse had been summoned from the depths of hell. Lin Feng strained to discern the truth. Yet the scent of humanity still lingered on these beings. Must we kill them, Lin Feng? We are of the same kind. Quickly, eliminate these people. As they drew nearer, Lin Feng felt an unsettling disturbance in his mind, leading to a confusion regarding his own identity. Should he indeed slay them? Was he a zombie or a human? Who among them could truly be considered his kin? In that moment, he felt ensnared in a dark vortex, directionless and unable to perceive his own self. Chapter 5. Shedding the shell. The safety corridor light on the fire door flickered ominously, while hundreds of golden-hued pupils shimmered in the shadows, their intensity ebbing and flowing. Those humans under He Tianpei's control wore identical, grotesque smiles that arched eerily upon their faces. Devour. How can a zombie refuse to consume humans? What pretense of superiority is this? The sharp, mocking laughter surged forth like a tumultuous tide from all directions, creating a chilling three-dimensional surround sound effect. Lin Feng's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, his nostrils filled with the lethal allure emanating from the pulsating blood vessels of the living. His stomach twisted as if gripped by a pair of rough, brutish hands, the scalding gastric acid roiling within his esophagus, nearly forcing its way out. What should I do? Lin Feng's mind spiraled into a frenzied struggle. I am human. I can never consume them. Yet, was it not I who feasted upon the corpses at the venue before? He suddenly raised his hand and struck himself fiercely, attempting to dispel the demonic interference that relentlessly eroded his sanity, along with the insatiable appetite that threatened to engulf him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such composure indeed. Truly, a model of corpse etiquette. If you won't eat, then I shall feed them. Everyone seemed to be controlled by the same mind, mocking in unison, their voices chilling to the bone. A nearby elder suddenly, as if manipulated by strings, swiftly turned and pressed the access control switch. Beep. The crisp notification sound resonated sharply in the stifling atmosphere. As the automatic glass door slowly opened, a dozen zombies outside howled and surged in through the gap. Their mouths dripped with dark saliva, exuding a nauseating stench. Yet, perplexingly, these bloodthirsty creatures exhibited no interest in the humans manipulated by He Tianpei. Instead, they seemed drawn by an invisible force, charging directly toward the motionless Lin Feng. Agonizing pain surged through Lin Feng's entire being once more, as if his body were being torn apart by countless sharp instruments. It was only then that Lin Feng fully regained his senses. Gazing at the dozens of zombies that clung to him, ravenously biting and devouring, he let out a furious roar. He Tianpei, how dare you? Just because you're handsome doesn't mean I should be envious. I'm not jealous of your wealth or your double eyelids. With a thunderous crash, he hurled two zombies, their mouths filled with putrid flesh, against the wall, splattering repulsive blood across the vicinity. As Lin Feng desperately twisted his body, he swung his fists, furiously striking at the other zombies that clung to him. With a resounding thud, he smashed a zombie's head, causing grayish-white brain matter to splatter everywhere. Yet its body stubbornly clung to his thigh like a ferocious leech. Like a damn sticky plaster. Lin Feng cursed, just as he tossed another zombie aside. In that moment, a diminutive zombie, less than a meter tall, seized the opportunity to agilely climb onto his head from behind, biting into the back of his skull and gnawing ferociously. I just had my hair permed the day before yesterday. Lin Feng screamed in agony. Meanwhile, He Tianpei, hiding like a parasite in a dark corner, witnessed through others' eyes the gruesome sight of his massive form being devoured by the horde, as well as his own body being trampled repeatedly by the frantic Lin Feng. Why is it that you retain your human form after transformation, while I am left in this revolting state? At this moment, He Tianpei was consumed by a singular, frenzied thought, to utterly annihilate Lin Feng, both physically and mentally. His disdain for Lin Feng had long been entrenched, not solely due to Lin Feng's striking appearance, but primarily because the object of his affection harbored a secret infatuation for Lin Feng. Now transformed into a zombie, He Tianpei's jealousy towards Lin Feng intensified rather than diminished. Why does the sensation of pain seem to be heightened in this undead state? Lin Feng emitted a wretched scream, his colossal form ravaged by the relentless gnawing of the zombies. His ashen skin was riddled with countless gaping wounds, some even exposing stark white bone. At that moment, his body instinctively began to secrete a viscous white substance, forming a protective barrier. A fissure opened on his abdomen, releasing a dense green mist that wafted through the air, carrying an acrid stench that nearly drove those nearby to the brink of madness. In a shadowy corner, He Tianpei, with the meager intellect of a rodent, strained to comprehend the images flooding his mind. What was the nature of this green mist? Why did it emit white smoke upon contact with the zombies? Why were these creatures fixated solely on Lin Feng? After a moment's contemplation, he reached a conclusion. This green mist was corrosive, akin to the function of gastric acid. You wish to abstain from killing? I shall compel you to do so. Since my transformation, I have already slain several individuals. By what right do you refuse to take a life? Under He Tianpei's command, the throng of living souls in the hall surged forth like a herd of sheep, converging upon Lin Feng, who was besieged by the ravenous horde. Stay away from me. You will die? Lin Feng emitted a desperate cry, his voice saturated with trepidation and helplessness. However, his plea was met only by the inexorable approach of footsteps and the hollow gazes of those being manipulated. Swiftly, a female colleague's chest completely obscured his face. Hissing sounds filled the air as copious amounts of white smoke billowed throughout the hall. The scene was profoundly eerie, with layers upon layers of people piled together, resembling a smoldering kiln. The summit of this macabre structure continuously emitted white smoke, as if it were fumes emanating from the depths of hell. As the wind carried this smoke beyond the doorway, zombies within a radius of several kilometers, as if heeding a clarion call to feast, began converging upon the building with frenzied abandon. The visual input received by He Tianpei was obscured by the white fog, whereupon it emerged from the drawer at the reception desk, cautiously peering into the hall with its crimson eyes. It worried that Lin Feng had consumed too much, wondering how it would prevail against him later. Having only recently become a zombie, He Tianpei had yet to discover any formidable skills, and it couldn't help but harbor envy and resentment towards Lin Feng's massive physique. Just as it was racking its brains, contemplating how to covertly dispatch Lin Feng, a dark figure darted out of the smoky hall with lightning speed. He Tianpei, keenly aware of the anomaly, hastily followed. On the deserted sidewalk, Lin Feng, whose stature was as diminutive as that of an elementary school student, was rapidly leaping over obstacles such as fallen shared bicycles and motorcycles, his movements as agile as a monkey's, while voraciously devouring chunks of zombie flesh in his hand. The thought of consuming human flesh is somewhat unsettling, yet the flesh of the undead is hardly appetizing. With this in mind, Lin Feng quickened his pace. He Tianpei, the rat, stood atop a fire hydrant, helplessly watching the figure vanish around the corner, his small eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lin Feng, I will find you. The HR office has your address. After angrily calling out a few times, He Tianpei leaped down from the hydrant and turned towards the company building, which was already swarmed by hundreds of zombies. Having narrowly escaped with much of his flesh torn away, Lin Feng was acutely aware that his nemesis, He Tianpei, might still be alive. However, his primary concern was the safety of his family. The streets, shrouded in twilight, were eerily silent, as if enveloped in a veil of death. Lin Feng, now a mere boy, ran frantically, attracting a relentless tide of zombies drawn to his unique scent, which gathered behind him like a surging black river. The first wave of the undead had erupted in City A. Chapter 6. The undead tide. Just yesterday, City A was a vibrant metropolis, aglow with lights throughout the night. Now, with the power system unattended, the city is left with only sporadic glimmers of light, flickering in the thick, inky darkness. The desolate streets present a scene of utter devastation. Abandoned vehicles lie scattered haphazardly, their glass shattered and bodies marred by collisions, while the shopfronts along the roadside are tightly shut, some even reduced to rubble. At this moment, Lin Feng, a maverick, was leaping frantically across the rooftop of a vehicle, each step accompanied by a dull metallic thud, his voice laced with desperation and on the verge of collapse, echoing throughout the entire district. What? Why are you all following me? I'm not the monk Tang Sanzang. My flesh is rotten. Rotten. Several hundred meters behind him, a dense, dark horde of zombies surged forward. These zombies varied in form, from petite children to hulking adults, each moving with alarming agility, numbering in the thousands. Those at the forefront of the ravenous horde emitted hungry howls, the abandoned vehicles on the streets proving futile against their relentless onslaught. The horde advanced like an inexorable black tsunami, threatening to engulf Lin Feng at its crest in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng had originally been heading home, but realizing he couldn't shake off the pursuing zombies, he veered in another direction to prevent them from reaching his residential area. "I'm famished," he lamented internally. "Are these creatures perpetual motion machines? Don't they ever tire?" Lin Feng's heart sank. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and his stomach churned with hunger. Yet his body dared not falter for even a moment. He knew that any hesitation would result in him being torn to shreds by the zombies behind him. "No, I'll be worn down at this rate." A resolute glint appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He exerted a sudden burst of force, leaping from the roof of a bus. Ascending with the agility of a monkey onto the overhead support, the horde of the undead surged forth, swiftly inundating the base of the utility pole. Numerous zombies, trampling over the heads of their brethren, tenaciously scaled the pole, their contorted visages and vacant gazes betraying an insatiable craving for flesh. Perched upon the crossarm, Lin Feng could no longer suppress his ravenous hunger. Copious amounts of blackened saliva involuntarily dripped from his maw, trickling down the utility pole. Several zombies attempting to ascend, inadvertently encountering the viscous spittle, lost their grip and plummeted earthward in frustration. At that moment, Lin Feng felt akin to the torch held aloft by the Statue of Liberty, albeit attracting not idealistic youths, but an inexhaustible multitude of bloodthirsty zombies. The thoroughfare was densely packed with the undead, their fetid maws agape, howling madly at Lin Feng atop the pole, their cries seemingly imploring, "Idol, bestow upon me a morsel of your flesh." Gazing upon the ravenous zombies below, a sense of the absurd washed over Lin Feng, affording him a peculiar illusion of a celebrity performing at a concert. "Can it be that my flesh is truly delectable?" With this thought, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and, with a pang of pain, excised a sliver of flesh, no larger than a fingernail, from his arm and began to masticate it. His countenance instantly contorted into a grimace. Indeed, it is putrid, even more unpalatable than spoiled cured meat. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of non-wastage, he swallowed his own flesh with a gulp. Miraculously, the wound he had just inflicted upon himself healed anew in mere moments. The cadavers below afforded Lin Feng no respite, swiftly adapting their strategy to form a macabre pyramid. Individually, these common zombies appeared devoid of intellect, driven solely by instinct. Yet, amassed in sufficient numbers, they seemed to possess a mysterious collective sentience. Observing the ever-growing mound of undead beneath him, Lin Feng rose, contemplating an escape via the power lines, only to be deflated by the realization that his energy was nearly depleted. To continue fleeing would only lead to exhaustion and demise. Sustenance was imperative for survival. With newfound resolve, the maw on Lin Feng's abdomen instinctively gaped open. A sharp crack echoed as his spine arched backward, his diminutive frame contorting as if snapped at the waist. Suddenly, a viscous mass ejected from the sanguinary orifice on his abdomen. In an instant, the projectile unfurled like a net, precisely ensnaring a zombie's head, then, with astonishing alacrity, enveloped the thrashing creature in a manner akin to vacuum sealing. Lin Feng stared, dumbfounded, at the maw on his abdomen and the tube connecting it to the stomach sac below. Never had he imagined that merely contemplating devouring a zombie would elicit such an instinctive reaction from his body, causing it to regurgitate his very stomach. Some of the cadavers below attempted to assault the writhing gastric sac, only to have their hands instantly dissolved by the potent gastric acid coating its surface. The volume of the sac rapidly diminished, and Lin Feng could distinctly feel his enervated body gradually rejuvenating, even his physique slowly augmenting. A mere handful of seconds elapsed. Having attained the physique of a junior high student, Lin Feng recalled his gastric pouch, the zombie within having been entirely dissolved, assimilated as nourishment for his being. Below, a towering edifice of corpses had accumulated, the summit nearing his ankles. Witnessing this, Lin Feng unhesitatingly leaped, grasping the power line with both hands, swinging towards another pole with simian agility. The nearly 8-meter-high charnel tower instantly crumbled, the teeming horde surging in pursuit. Abruptly, a resonant drone shattered the stillness. Suspended from the wire, Lin Feng gazed skyward, observing a squadron of helicopters soaring above the urban expanse. Trailing behind, parachutes blossomed like somber flora, descending languidly. Post-transformation, Lin Feng's visual acuity had amplified exponentially. However, due to the considerable distance coupled with the dim illumination, he could only discern the descending forms as parachutes. "Help! Someone! Rescue me!" Lin Feng vociferously implored the heavens, Yet his entreaties were swallowed by the frigid nocturnal winds after traveling a mere few hundred meters. Airdrop? Provisions? Or deliverance? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to investigate the aerial descent, irrespective of its nature. Propelled by the network of electrical wires and pylons, Lin Feng guided the surging horde of the undead towards the descending parachute. Chapter 7. The ghastly matriarch perched atop an electrical pylon. Lin Feng gasped for air, his gaze fixed on the ebony sky where a parachute drifted languidly. The ravenous ghouls amassed below, once relentlessly pursuing Lin Feng, now diverted their attention to the aerial spectacle. Observing the throng of the undead, Lin Feng noticed their waning interest in him. As the seething mass gravitated towards the parachute's descent, relief washed over him, mingled with a growing sense of intrigue. At last, respite, he mused. That which descends beneath the parachute, it cannot be human. Were these cadavers to favor human flesh, they would not have pursued me for such a distance. Therefore, that which the helicopter released must be a delicacy far surpassing my own meager offerings. But what could it be? Lin Feng's curiosity intensified, resolving to observe before departing. Suddenly, a blaze illuminated Lin Feng's pupils. The parachute, a mere 100 meters from the earth, spontaneously combusted, casting an orange glow upon the expectant horde below. As the canopy disintegrated, a rectangular crate plummeted silently. With a resounding crash, the crate impaled the earth, instantly obliterating several ghouls into a macabre slurry. The remaining undead swarmed towards the container. In an instant, the crate's lid burst open, ejecting its contents skyward. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes swiftly to observe. Suspended a few meters above the ground, he discerned a humanoid entity encased in a translucent membrane, its appearance reminiscent of a vacuum-packed drumstick. A crackling sound of electricity suddenly reverberated, and Lin Feng felt a jolt course through his body, nearly causing him to plummet from the tower. After regaining his balance with considerable effort, he refocused on the airborne figure, noting that the white membrane had dissolved, revealing a bare, ashen-white form upon which azure arcs of electricity danced continuously. At long last, you finally deigned to release us. A jubilant cry, accompanied by the staccato of crackling electricity, echoed across the zombie-infested slope. The horde of corpses erupted into a frenzy, surging mindlessly toward the descending, electricity-emitting monstrosity with guttural roars. Good heavens! What manner of creature is this? It's akin to an electric eel on steroids. An acute sense of imminent peril sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. Without hesitation, he seized the faintly electrified wire and swung himself in the direction of his abode. As Lin Feng made his escape, a zombie clad in tattered green robes could be seen amidst the swarming corpses, struggling against the tide to flee the scene. A dozen minutes elapsed. Lin Feng eventually reached a district devoid of zombie congregations, where he slid down a utility pole, landing on the frigid ground. Fortunately, having been raised in a city since childhood, he possessed intimate knowledge of the urban landscape, enabling him to navigate the inky darkness toward his home, even without the aid of navigational software. After a brief respite, he shattered the display window of a roadside clothing boutique and procured a pair of shoes and a tracksuit from within. Despite his transformation into a zombie, a vestige of modesty remained, his prior state of undress in the streets having been compelled by exigent circumstances. From what agency do those helicopters originate? And why would they airdrop such abominations? Pondering these questions, Lin Feng entered a clothing emporium, meticulously considering the implications. If such creatures were being deployed en masse, were there others of their ilk? The paucity of living souls encountered during his protracted flight stirred within him a dreadful surmise. Damn it, I must hasten home. Mayhap my parents remain unscathed. Just as Lin Feng was poised to accelerate his pace, the plaintive cry of an infant shattered the stillness of the district. Instantly, Lin Feng sought refuge behind a refuse receptacle, assuming a feline posture of concealment. Wah, wah. The sound, utterly commonplace under normal conditions, now possessed an unsettling quality. Lin Feng's nostrils flared as he detected a scent. Hiss, the aroma of humanity. Extending his head from behind the bin, he espied, in the thoroughfare's center, atop a motor vehicle, an infant of several months emitting vociferous cries. The child was unclothed and, if unattended, would assuredly succumb to hypothermia. To intervene or not to intervene? How did such a tender being manage to survive? Though stirred by compassion, Lin Feng remained wary, suspecting foul play. As he hesitated, a zombie clad in tattered raiment emerged from the street's far end, scaled the vehicle, and bounded toward the infant. Cursed. Lin Feng, though not of a saintly disposition, could not bear to witness such a tender life devoured by a zombie. Acting on instinct, he surged forth. At that moment, the opposing zombie uttered, in a voice unmistakably human, "Pray, fellow cultivator, do not deprive this humble one of his destined opportunity." Lin Feng, bereft of time for astonishment, Lin Feng propelled himself forward with a forceful thrust of his legs. The zombie in the long robe, mirroring his action, lunged ahead with equal vigor. Simultaneously, the hands of both corpses made contact with the weeping infant. In that instant, an unforeseen metamorphosis transpired. An abundance of enigmatic fluid materialized, engulfing Lin Feng, the zombie, and the infant, causing them to levitate within its confines. Lin Feng experienced a sensation akin to drowning, flailing his limbs in a desperate attempt to escape the grasp of the uncanny liquid. However, his efforts proved futile as he remained ensnared within its boundaries. Subsequently, darkness descended, enveloping the fluid in its entirety. Damn it, I should have abstained from such benevolence. I've been ensnared, Lin Feng lamented, his anxiety escalating as he desperately struggled within the liquid, holding his breath. At that juncture, he felt a sharp nip upon his abdomen. Lin Feng's abdominal maw retaliated instinctively, yet its efforts only resulted in the ingestion of a mouthful of water, failing to seize its assailant. Thump, thump, profound, resonant reverberations akin to the beat of war drums permeated the entirety of existence. Within the obscurity, the entity once more assailed Lin Feng, this time targeting his neck, burrowing deep into his flesh. Damn it, what manner of fiend is this? Lin Feng exclaimed, frantically attempting to dislodge the creature with his hands. He grasped a slick, fleshy tendril, yet his strenuous efforts failed to detach it. What is transpiring? Why do I perceive such tranquility? The entity must have injected some form of venom into Lin Feng, inducing a sense of security reminiscent of being nestled within his mother's womb. Slumber, slumber. My dearest, darling. Lin Feng vaguely perceived the strains of a lullaby, his eyelids growing increasingly heavy. Just as he teetered on the precipice of slumber, he was abruptly jolted by a forceful kick. It was indeed that recently encountered robe zombie. It appeared to struggle even more violently than Lin Feng, thrashing about like a bullfrog that had fallen into a hot pot. In an instant, Lin Feng was jolted awake. His life had nearly slipped away. That creature was feasting upon his flesh and blood. He felt the tube around his neck draining him dry, and guilt washed over him. Lin Feng seized the arm of a nearby corpse friend and began to gnaw at it. Comrade. A gurgling sound emerged from the nearby zombie. Its mouth instantly filled with liquid. As Lin Feng fed, his skin began to exude a viscous membrane, while the cavernous maw in his abdomen continuously expelled dark green gastric fluid. Chapter 8. Maternal Love and Filial Piety. Sleep. Sleep, my dear baby. The eerily haunting melody seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, each note enveloped in a layer of frigid frost, intermittently piercing through the ears, causing every hair on the body to stand on end. A zombie, larger than a double-door refrigerator, sat steadily atop a car. The vehicle, clearly overwhelmed, emitted agonized creaks and groans, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The zombie gently swayed its massive form, cradling a tiny infant in its arms. The baby, peacefully sucking on its own diminutive thumb, appeared utterly serene, with a cord reminiscent of an umbilical attachment trailing from its abdomen. This scene was strikingly harmonious, yet profoundly bizarre. A zombie was, astonishingly, nurturing a human infant. The zombie, its hair disheveled and expression obscured, perhaps gazed lovingly at the child cradled in its arms. This protracted night was destined to be anything but serene. The infant, seemingly disturbed, erupted into wails once more, while the colossal zombie emitted a simultaneous cry of anguish. With a deafening crash, a foul, acrid liquid surged forth, akin to a deluge breaching a dam, instantly inundating the entire street. The stench was nauseating, a grotesque amalgamation of decay reminiscent of the acrid smoke released after a fire has consumed its fuel. With a pair of thuds, two objects fell to the ground. Soaked and resembling a drenched rat, Lin Feng hastily expelled the liquid from his mouth, clutching the provisions he had salvaged, and rolled sideways, seeking refuge beneath a construction vehicle. Thank you for saving me, Senior. The nearby zombie's words were cut short as Lin Feng swiftly covered its mouth, simultaneously holding his breath. A sudden, jarring screech of metal scraping against metal pierced the air, followed by the ominous sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng's eyes widened in terror as he discerned the grotesquely large feet advancing toward him, each step splashing the noxious liquid onto his face, the stench far more pungent than his own acidic stomach. Moments later, those odious feet halted behind the construction vehicle. Lin Feng's nerves were frayed to their breaking point. In the next instant, the flat rear wheels of the vehicle appeared noticeably rounded. Lying beneath the vehicle, Lin Feng was engulfed in profound astonishment. What kind of strength would it take to lift a dump truck? Am I to appear utterly foolish? Just as Lin Feng braced himself for a desperate escape, the sharp wail of an infant echoed once more. Suddenly, the dump truck jolted violently, sending a cascade of mud and dust cascading onto Lin Feng's face. Do not cry, baby, do not cry. As that low, peculiar voice gradually emerged, Lin Feng widened his eyes in apprehension, observing the large feet beside the truck slowly fading from view. Simultaneously, the infant's cries dwindled, until they vanished entirely. Can this creature turn invisible? If I weren't at such a disadvantage, I would be tempted to take a bite. A wave of melancholy washed over Lin Feng. He had thought himself a rare talent among the undead, yet within a day, he had encountered 3 zombies with extraordinary abilities. Along with this rather peculiar one beside him, the realm of the undead truly teems with exceptional beings. Lin Feng sighed internally, having waited for what felt like an eternity. As the street fell silent once more, save for the sound of liquid dripping rhythmically. Suddenly, he seized the neck of the nearby zombie, whispering fiercely, "What exactly are you? Dressed in a long robe, have you emerged from a century-old grave as a Qing dynasty corpse?" The zombie's face reflected a look of confusion after a long pause. It finally uttered 2 words, "Comic exhibition." So, it is merely a cosplayer. Lin Feng's curiosity was somewhat alleviated, and he proceeded to inquire, "Do you have a name?" The zombie responded with unexpected speed, "I am Li Feiyu, a solitary cultivator." A flicker of pity crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Alas. At least you can utter a few coherent words, which is certainly preferable to those who can only screech mindlessly. Lin Feng rolled to the side and stood up. "I may have consumed one of your arms, yet I have also saved your life. We owe each other nothing." With that, Lin Feng swiftly discarded his shirt, drenched in foul liquid, and cast off his heavy, liquid-filled shoes, then darted down another street, his silhouette appearing somewhat disheveled yet resolute in the darkness. A voice called out from beneath a garbage truck, "Farewell, senior." After running several hundred meters, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, uttering a few words. What a foolish zombie. The night was deep and devoid of light pollution, an inky darkness where one could not see their own hand. Had Lin Feng not gained enhanced vision after transforming into a zombie, navigating such a pitch-black night would have been impossible. Learning from previous experiences, he ignored the trembling survivors hiding in the buildings along the way and steered clear of the zombies engaged in fierce battles with creatures dropped from the sky. Lin Feng had but one goal, to return home. The route was particularly winding, and by the time he arrived at the entrance of his community, the winter sun had begun to cast its first rays upon his face. Typically, at this hour, the entrance would be bustling with various breakfast stalls, with early risers heading to work in a vibrant display of humanity. However, as Lin Feng gazed around, he found only a profound silence enveloping the area. The ground was littered with various debris, and a food cart lay overturned, its contents spilled across the pavement. The remnants of bodies scattered about could possibly belong to one of Lin Feng's neighbors. A sense of dread enveloped him. He silently prayed for the safety of his parents. Despite the chilling realization that gripped his heart, he summoned a flicker of hope and hurried toward his building. His steps were urgent yet heavy, each footfall echoing the weight of his own heart. The wandering undead within the community soon caught wind of Lin Feng, perceiving him as a tantalizing morsel. Like sharks sensing blood, they converged upon him from all directions, quickly encircling him within a patch of greenery. The zombies, with their grotesque snarls and clawing limbs, sprayed their dark saliva all around in a frenzy. It was relentless. As Lin Feng surveyed the encroaching horde, an idea struck him. He swiftly turned and grasped a drainage pipe, beginning to climb with all his might. "Come on up if you can," he taunted, laughter tinged with desperation escaping his lips as he ascended. Though the zombies below could also attempt to climb, their movements were clumsy. They possessed strength and speed, yet lacked precision. All too often, they would reach a height of 3 or 4 stories only to lose their balance and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. The 28th floor was where Lin Feng's home resided, and within mere minutes, he had scaled to the balcony beside his apartment. With a decisive leap, he seized the balcony railing, effortlessly flipping himself inside. "Mom!" he shouted anxiously. With a rustling sound, the balcony door swung open, revealing Li Lanxiang, 53, with her hands clasped behind her back. "Who are you?" she inquired, perplexed. Li Lanxiang's face displayed a look of confusion, her gaze laced with a hint of wariness as she scrutinized Lin Feng. Observing the perplexity etched on his mother's features, Lin Feng stepped forward hastily. "I am Lin Feng. You know?" Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. Yet, just as the mother and son were about to embrace, a sharp sound pierced the air. In a swift motion, Li Lanxiang brandished a glimmering dagger, ruthlessly plunging it into Lin Feng's skull. Chapter 9. Joyful Parent-Child Moments. Lin Feng's crimson eyes resembled two flickering oil lamps, their brilliance rapidly dimming. Soon after, his legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the balcony. Li Lanxiang stood nearby, her gaze filled with mockery as she observed Lin Feng lying motionless on the ground. "Is it really that easy to die?" The tone was a curious mix of delight and disappointment, a profound contradiction. She crouched down and extracted the dagger, now stained with dark blood, remarking, "You've always been so handsome since childhood." The blade traced cruelly across Lin Feng's youthful visage, leaving behind unsightly gashes. In an instant, his face was marred by deep, elongated wounds, from which thick, foul-smelling blood began to seep. The once handsome features transformed into a grotesque mask, as the jagged scars resembled parched earth, akin to the rough texture of a pineapple skin, rendering it unbearable to behold. Alas! Li Lanxiang let out a deep sigh, her voice tinged with an indescribable sense of desolation. "Lin Feng, I never anticipated your demise would come so swiftly. Who shall I envy now? You ought to have been on a relentless journey, vanquishing foes and amassing a veritable harem, ascending to the pinnacle of your undead existence. Only then could I have indulged in my jealousy and sought to ruin you." As Li Lanxiang spoke with increasing fervor, a hint of madness danced in her gaze. "The undead life had scarcely begun, and I have already lost my purpose. How profoundly lonely invincibility can be." The eerie melody abruptly ceased. Li Lanxiang thrust the dagger once more into Lin Feng's heart with decisive precision, her movements unhesitating, even twisting the blade slightly. In that moment, a flicker of golden light vanished from her eyes, and her body slackened, collapsing to the ground, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to unconsciousness. The world seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, save for the whispering wind caressing the balcony, gently brushing against the bodies of mother and child. An indeterminate time passed before a series of faint squeaks shattered the horrifying stillness in the living room. In the next instant, a grayish-white rat with crimson eyes stealthily emerged from beneath the sofa. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister red glow in the shadows, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air, seemingly in search of something. Then, with an air of audacity, it made its way toward the bathroom. "Surprise, motherfucker!" A booming voice echoed from beyond the balcony. The rat trembled in fear at the sudden sound, turning around in terror only to find Lin Feng, now mere steps away. In that moment, Lin Feng bore no trace of the lifeless form he had just assumed. His gaze was cold and filled with murderous intent, akin to a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. The rat could not help but curse inwardly, feigning death? Such a sinister trick. It realized it had fallen into a trap, intending to employ the same deceitful tactic to manipulate Lin Feng's mother once more, but alas, it was too late. Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, and the rat felt a blur before it could react, being sent flying. With a resounding crash, it struck the security door, leaving a sizable dent, and fell to the ground, utterly spent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng lunged forward, seizing the bloodied rat and unceremoniously tossing it into his gaping maw. "He Tianpei, are you alive or dead? Don't think for a moment that I wouldn't recognize you just because you've turned into a rat." The pent-up frustration that had been building within him finally erupted. From the very first moment he laid eyes on his mother, he sensed something amiss. While he had merely reverted to his youthful form, the way his mother looked at him was as if she were gazing at a stranger. To avoid causing her distress, he had to suppress his anguish, using the ruse of death to draw out the puppeteer orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. The head ought to be severed. Within the abyss-like depths of his stomach, He Tianpei, clinging to the great rat, was akin to a snowflake falling into water, instantaneously dissolved to nothingness, transforming merely into a series of tiny bubbles. As He Tianpei was digested and absorbed, An unusual sensation blossomed in Lin Feng's mind. Why does it feel as if I can transmit messages like a signal tower? Could it be that he Tianpei previously manipulated others through such an ability? Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that devouring other creatures could also grant me their powers? There are certainly numerous monsters in City A. Standing before the security door, Lin Feng's eyes darted around, already contemplating whether he should feast upon more monsters to seize their abilities. Just then, a voice filled with fear called from behind. Who? Who are you? Lin Feng, upon hearing his mother's voice, swiftly turned to gaze towards the balcony. Ah, Li Lanxiang, seated on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Feng's horrifyingly scarred visage, screamed in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably, and she fainted instantly. Mom. Lin Feng yanked the dagger embedded in his chest and gingerly lifted Li Lanxiang from the floor, placing her upon the living room sofa. Time passed slowly. After several minutes, Li Lanxiang gradually opened her eyes, filled with dread, as if she had not yet recovered from the shock of the earlier incident. Xiaofeng, is that you? Her voice was faint and trembling, akin to a leaf swaying in the wind. She extended her palm, yearning to ascertain if the figure before her was indeed her son, her movements tender as though she were caressing a fragile dream. Crouched beside the sofa, Lin Feng nodded heavily, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice tinged with a quiver. Mother, it's me. Am I dead? Why do you look like you did when I was a child? Your face is so cold. Are you unwell? Gazing at Lin Feng's somewhat youthful, ashen visage, feeling the coolness of his touch, and inhaling the faint, putrid odor in the air, Li Lanxiang was engulfed in confusion. Mother, Lin Feng hesitated, summoning his courage to declare, you are alive and well. It is I. I have transformed into a monster. Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang strained to prop herself up, her frail body struggling against the weight of despair. She immediately examined Lin Feng's form, her expression freezing in horror. As she lifted his shirt and beheld the gaping, bloodied maw on her son's abdomen, tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. How could this be? Li Lanxiang clutched her son's head, her voice saturated with anguish and despair. My little Feng, how could you be a monster? Listening to his mother's weeping, Lin Feng's heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles, writhing in agony. Unsure of how to console her, he could only remain still, allowing her tears to soak his hair. After what felt like an eternity, Li Lanxiang finally regained some semblance of composure, her voice still quavering as she proclaimed, no matter what you have become, you will forever be my son. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within Lin Feng. How fortunate I am. How could I be blessed with such a loving mother? He immediately became alert, pondering, am I envious of myself? Am I out of my mind? Just then, the sound of the doorknob being twisted echoed from the entrance. Lin Feng hastily rose to shield his mother behind him. Bang! The deformed door was kicked open from the outside. Lin Feng exchanged glances with a bald man wielding a cleaver, who was also cradling a box of instant noodles. Dad! Lin Feng rushed forward to greet him. Upon seeing the green-faced youth approaching, Lin Yusun raised his hand and struck with the cleaver. Where did this zombie come from? Crack! The cleaver lodged itself against Lin Feng's head. Li Lanxiang emitted a piercing scream and hurried over, slapping Lin Yusun across the face, exclaiming, What have you done? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by the sudden attack. First, his mother had stabbed him multiple times, and now his father had also come to strike him. Fortunately, he had learned how to shut off his perception of pain. Otherwise, he would not have been able to feign death and deceive He Tianpei earlier. It's my parents, and they're here to attack me? Lin Feng felt utterly helpless, silently lamenting in his heart. He made an extremely speechless expression and then reached up to remove the knife embedded in his head. Li Lanxiang quickly covered her eyes, unable to bear witnessing such a gruesome scene. Lin Feng weighed the cleaver in his hand, feeling its heft and the remnants of his own dark blood upon it. Suddenly, he flicked his arm, launching the cleaver away. Whoosh! The cleaver shot past Lin Yusun's ear like a bolt of black lightning. Thud! Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a zombie outside had its head cleaved open, the blade of a gruesome cleaver embedded deeply into the wall, stained with dark blood. Lin Feng hastily secured the anti-theft door, locking it tightly. Xiaofeng, are you truly all right? Li Lanxiang gazed at her son, whose head was oozing black blood from a horrific wound, her heart wincing in pain. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a moment. Lin Feng feigned a relaxed demeanor, attempting to comfort his mother. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, Dad, is there a shelter nearby? Xiaofeng, you. Lin Yusin observed his son's peculiar state and the ghastly wound he had inflicted, understanding that his son was no longer human. Noticing his father's concern, Lin Feng pointed to his own injury, asserting, "Really, I'm fine," under the watchful eyes of his parents. The wound on Lin Feng's head began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. First, the bleeding ceased, then flesh gradually grew back, and in no time, only a faint scar remained, as if the preceding events had merely been a figment of imagination. Li Lanxiang's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief, while Lin Yusin gazed at the scene in incredulity. After a moment, he slowly remarked, "Before the blackout last night, we received news. There will be no rescue. The outskirts of the entire city are sealed off. The only way out is through the city gates. Only uninfected survivors can pass the checkpoints to reach the shelters beyond the city. There are too many monsters outside. We won't make it there. Do not worry." Lin Feng gazed at his parents, his resolve as steadfast as granite. "I will definitely ensure your safe passage out of the city." Chapter 10. Takeout. In the dimly lit living room, a large pot of steaming instant noodles sat on the dining table, as the three family members exchanged glances. Wide-eyed and silent, Lin Yusun let out a resigned sigh, breaking the silence, alas, with the gas, water, and electricity all cut off. "We have no choice but to chop up some furniture to boil a bit of mineral water for noodles." Li Lanxiang quietly served a bowl of steaming noodles and placed it gently before Lin Feng. "Xiaofeng, do you still eat these things?" After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, "How about we slice a piece off your father's beer belly to tide you over?" Upon hearing this, Li Yusin shuddered. "What do you take Xiaofeng for? He is not like those monstrous creatures outside that devour the living. My son would never resort to cannibalism." Li Lanxiang turned her head away, mumbling in discontent, "What's wrong with slicing a bit off your son, if he bites off a piece of your flesh in return? This is a warped kind of love." Lin Yusun found his wife's reasoning somewhat incomprehensible. There were limits to jesting. As he witnessed his parents bickering, Lin Feng felt a twinge of jealousy. He had once believed he had found the person who would accompany him through life, only to later realize it had been an illusion. "I can eat the noodles, but they do not satisfy my hunger. Only those monsters outside can truly fill me." Lin Feng's voice was low and resigned as he lifted the bowl of noodles and swallowed a mouthful in one go. The instant noodles, flavored with spicy beef, were rather palatable. However, to him, that bowl seemed as if it had been poured into an endless ocean, stirring not a single wave, leaving his sense of satiety profoundly lacking. "Wait, I shall fetch a knife for you." Lin Yusin abruptly rose, his face flushed, turning towards the kitchen with the fervor of a warrior preparing for battle on behalf of his son. Lin Feng grasped his father's arm. Exasperation etched across his features. "You're over 50. The fact that you returned unscathed after your previous excursion is already a stroke of luck." A smug expression crossed Lin Yusin's face as he pointed to the black stains of blood on his clothing, boasting, "I took down one in the convenience store. It wasn't that formidable." All right. Father, you are formidable indeed. But let us eat the noodles first. I will order takeout myself," Lin Feng urged, pushing his father back into his seat. The internet was down. How could one possibly order takeout? It seemed that even after transforming into a monster, his mind remained somewhat. Li Lanxiang shook her head and served 2 bowls of noodles from the pot. Lin Feng, rising, walked towards the balcony, gripping the railing tightly as he gazed down at the wandering zombies in the community below. "Son, try to see it from a brighter perspective. It's merely a breakup. You will find another beautiful, female zombie eventually. That girl Yaohui, I've long perceived that you two are not compatible." Lin Yusin nervously consoled his son, perhaps thinking he was contemplating a leap from the balcony due to a broken heart. Lin Feng shot his father a sidelong glance, remaining silent. "Just eat your noodles," Li Lanxiang admonished, sharply tapping Lin Yusun with her chopsticks. Lin Feng turned away from his father, closing his eyes to concentrate, gradually releasing the mental energy from his mind. He felt as if he were immersed in a dark universe, surrounded by profound silence, with no presence but his own. After a moment, he discerned several luminous points within this shadowy expanse. The 2 behind him were his parents, while the one in the opposite building represented something else. Lin Feng began to focus, attempting to forge a mental connection with the entity signified by the light across the way. Suddenly, he felt a sharp prick in his brain, and a vivid image emerged in his mind, a pair of long, fair thighs, adjacent to what appeared to be an iron cage. It dawned on him that this was how he Tianpei exerted control over others. Realizing this, Lin Feng commenced manipulating the individual in the opposite building, lifting their head to survey the surroundings. Bark! Bark! A series of abrupt barks startled Lin Feng. Outside the cage, a teddy dog, drooling black saliva, glared with a bloodthirsty glint in its small eyes. The iron bars of the cage were nearly distorted from its relentless gnawing. If left unchecked, it would soon manage to squeeze inside. Lin Feng began to comprehend the situation across the way. It seemed the dog had been infected and mutated by a virus, prompting the female owner to seek refuge within the cage. Observing the frenzied teddy outside, a flicker of disgust surged within Lin Feng. He seized control of the body, grasping forcefully at its robust chest. Yes, A, B, C, D. D. The shape, size, and texture are quite satisfactory. Consider this as a reward for saving your life. Lin Feng suppressed his wicked thoughts and began to search for a suitable tool within the dog cage. This is the only option. If bitten by the dog, it would be your misfortune. Lin Feng maneuvered the woman to lift her hips slightly, pulling out the blanket beneath where the dog was sleeping. She then folded the blanket 3 times, transforming it into a square. Come forth, foolish dog. The moment the dog cage was opened, the little teddy rushed in energetically. Lin Feng directed the woman to swiftly cover the frenzied teddy with the blanket. After a cacophony of noises, the woman finally managed to enclose the wildly struggling dog. Lin Feng continued to guide the woman as she emerged from the dog cage. Carrying the teddy to the balcony, and with the blanket, he cast the dog down below, executing the entire sequence of actions with fluid grace. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed. Observing the dismembered teddy on the ground below, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He then directed the woman back to the living room and severed the connection. Lin Feng's true form opened his eyes, leaning forward to observe the zombies drawn by the noise below. He concentrated, attempting to exert his mental control over them. Hiss! Why can't I sense them? In Lin Feng's perception, the area where the zombies gathered was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any other entities. What is happening? Is this ability limited to controlling humans? How can I help my parents escape the city? Lin Feng paced anxiously on the balcony. Lin Yusen approached with a bowl, peering over the balcony to gaze below. What just happened? What are they fighting over? Upon hearing the utterance of eat, a sudden flash of inspiration ignited within Lin Feng's mind. He ushered his father into the living room and promptly closed the glass door leading to the balcony. In the ensuing moment, Lin Feng severed his perception of pain and forcibly tore a piece of flesh, roughly the size of an egg, from his arm. Alas! Lin Feng exclaimed. Several zombies below, having heard the sound, raised their heads, as if anticipating a delectable offering. Moments later, with a distinct splat, the chunk of meat landed on the concrete ground. The closest zombie lunged forward, devouring the morsel with gusto, despite losing a few teeth in the process. The other zombies, arriving belatedly, could only frantically lap up the putrid juices that remained on the ground. Lin Feng, standing on the balcony, patiently awaited the unfolding of events. After a quarter of an hour, he once again closed his eyes and focused his senses. In his perception, the previously empty space below now contained a faint glimmer of light. The zombie's perspective materialized in Lin Feng's mind. It's like having cataracts. Zombies probably don't rely on sight to hunt, do they? Lin Feng muttered, observing the dim, hazy world. He returned to the living room, settling onto the sofa. He had personally delivered his own takeout. Lin Yusen and Li Lanxiang, observing their son sitting silently on the sofa, assumed he was heartbroken after being dumped by Xiao Hui. After a while, a sudden chime echoed from the entrance. Lin Yusen and Li Lanxiang exchanged fearful glances. Mother of the child, with the neighborhood in this state. Who would be visiting? Father of the child. What's outside probably isn't human, is it? Lin Feng rose, chuckling. My delivery has arrived. Chapter 11 Departure. Lin Yusen. Isn't there a dead one at the door? Lin Feng. We should eat it fresh, preferably live. Lin Yusen. Should we grill it or boil it? Lin Feng. Well, perhaps prepare it as sashimi. Do we have wasabi at home? No. You should call Uncle Li. He used to carry you when you were little. Suddenly, Lin Yusen shifted the topic, his expression growing somewhat complex, as if recalling certain memories of the past. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, I don't remember. Besides, this can hardly be considered human anymore. In his eyes, zombies and humans were two distinct species. Thus he felt no need to restrain himself. The father and son engaged in a leisurely conversation, as if the ravenous zombie at the door were merely a type of ingredient for their outdoor barbecue. Ugh, Li Lanxiang could no longer tolerate such outrageous remarks. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she hurried to the balcony to vomit. Lin Yusin glanced back and softly remarked, "Your mother is quite particular about cleanliness. She can't stand bloody scenes." As the father and son made their way down the corridor, Lin Feng earnestly advised, "Dad, perhaps you should go inside. I'm afraid you might not handle it well. What kind of scenes have I not witnessed? I want to see how this zombie is consumed." Lin Yusin straightened his back, exuding an air of fearlessness, his eyes reflecting a stubborn resolve. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, understanding his father's obstinacy. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. He then gently closed the door behind them. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Lin Yusin suddenly froze. His gaze fixated on the gaping maw on his son's abdomen. His heart felt as though it were being sliced apart. "My son, you." Sighing heavily, Lin Feng quickly reassured, "Dad, there's no need to be sorrowful. Compared to those who have perished, I am fortunate. Although my body has become a monstrosity, my spirit remains intact." A strained smile attempted to grace his face, aiming to comfort his father. Lin Yusin sighed deeply, pondering whether any remedy existed for such a plight. "Dad, I must begin," Lin Feng whispered. In the next moment, the gaping mouth on his abdomen split open, releasing a foul, acrid odor that filled the corridor. The stench resembled that of pig intestines marinating in a jar of pickles, inducing nausea. Lin Yusin could not help but grimace, hastily stuffing tissue into his nostrils. Nearby, the zombie stood silently, awaiting its inevitable fate, its vacant eyes devoid of emotion, only reflecting an endless numbness. Lin Feng's upper body arched back at an extraordinary angle, resembling a sprung trap. With a loud splat, an enormous, blood-red stomach sac, tethered to a thick, meaty tube, erupted from his belly, landing squarely atop the zombie's head. Upon contact, the stomach sac unfurled like a vast crimson blanket, enveloping the zombie from head to toe. Lin Yusin, paralyzed by the horror of the scene, could only stare blankly, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a word. His legs trembled. Had he not been leaning against the wall, he would have surely collapsed in fright. The stomach writhed incessantly, emitting sounds that were profoundly unsettling, akin to countless worms reveling in a festivity. As the stomach continued to shrink, Lin Feng's physique swelled. Fortunately, he had donned loose clothing in advance, or he would have faced yet another wardrobe mishap. In less than a minute, Lin Feng completed his meal. With a few clinks, objects tumbled from the gastric perforation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a belt buckle and a segment of a copper zipper. "Dad?" Lin Feng called out. "Well, it is what it is." Lin Yusin turned mechanically, his movements rigid, reminiscent of a malfunctioning robot. He then calmly pushed open the door, yet the cold sweat on his bald head betrayed his inner trepidation. He ambled leisurely through the living room and arrived at the balcony. Ugh! As soon as he reached the balcony, Lin Yusin could no longer suppress his retching. The horrifying images he had just witnessed were indelibly etched in his mind. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Sigh what has gotten into him? Having just rinsed her mouth, Li Lanxiang emerged from the bathroom and was startled by the adult-sized Lin Feng standing by the door. "Little Feng, how could you have grown so much in the blink of an eye?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Good digestion and easy absorption lead to rapid growth." Following the farce, Lin Feng began preparations to send his parents out of the city. If a sanctuary truly existed, it would undoubtedly be safer there than amidst a horde of zombies. Lin Feng employed his mental control abilities, continuously tossing pieces of his flesh from the balcony to feed the zombies in the neighborhood, establishing a psychic connection with them. When the body becomes excessively fatigued, he manipulates the zombies to ascend the stairs, subsequently devouring them. After recovering, he continues to offer his own flesh to nourish the zombies. This cycle perpetuates, and before long, 3 days have swiftly passed. On this particular morning, Lin Feng, adorned with zombie makeup and clad in a tattered cotton coat, descended to the first floor with his parents. Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang appeared, at that moment, indistinguishable from zombies, save for their starkly contrasting eyes. Had he been able to procure white contact lenses, Lin Feng would have certainly adorned them with such. He himself donned a ragged black coat, his disheveled appearance making him look diminutive, and he purposely altered his physique to resemble a diminutive goblin, ensuring he would not stand out. "Should we take the other survivors with us? And what about Hui Hui? Aren't we going to check on her?" Li Lanxiang inquired, pinching her nose, unable to endure the stench of decay that clung to her. Lin Feng shook his head and replied in a hushed tone, Whether we can safely exit the city remains uncertain. If I can ensure your safe passage out, I will seek her out. Very well. We shall follow your lead, Xiaofeng, Lin Yusen said, patting his wife's shoulder. The trio fell silent, hastily pushing open the door to the first floor and merging into the throng of corpses outside. This horde comprised over 200 zombies, the maximum number he could currently control. At the periphery of the horde were larger zombies, serving as both a path-clearing and defensive front. Within, the majority were of a normal size, primarily his reserves, while a few zombies donned travel packs, designated for transporting supplies. After all, the journey from the community to the outskirts spans over 80 kilometers, and his parents still require sustenance and water. At the center of the horde stood a tall, impeccably dressed zombie, a ruse intended to deceive adversaries, as if it were the leader of this throng. Lin Feng's family blended into the middle tier, appearing utterly unremarkable at first glance. He devised two plans. The first was to escort his parents to the city checkpoint on foot, shrouded by the cover of the horde. Under the frigid rays of sunlight, the vanguard of zombies ferociously barreled through the idle, unemployed undead wandering the community. Those attracted by the scent could not penetrate the defensive perimeter of the horde. They could only howl in frustration as the massive zombies collided with the roadside. Unable to approach, hundreds of zombies moved in unison, swiftly surging out of the community's gate. The scene was as magnificent as a herd of cattle migrating across the vast plains. At this moment, Lin Feng was intensely focused, struggling to control several hundred zombies, yet feeling a tinge of pride amidst the exertion. How I envy myself. If He Tianpei possessed such a skill, I would have been doomed long ago. Once the horde surged onto the street with unstoppable momentum, their pace began to slow. Where are all the zombies on the street? The images flooding his mind left Lin Feng perplexed. The street was in disarray, yet devoid of any other undead figures. The thoroughfare, which should have been teeming with zombies, now exuded a chilling silence. Mom and Dad, for now, we have not encountered any dangers. We must hasten our journey, Lin Feng whispered urgently. Amidst the horde of corpses, Lin Yusen and Li Lanxiang gasped for breath, nodding heavily, as their age weighed upon them, rendering their physical stamina far from what it once was. In the next moment, the swarm of zombies quickened its pace, advancing along the street. After a mere 10 minutes, Lin Yusen and Li Xianglan found themselves utterly spent, forcing the horde to come to a halt. Alas, we have grown old. No longer of use. Lin Yusen panted, his breath ragged, contemplating that if they encountered a formidable foe, he would prefer they abandon him, this burden, and flee with his mother. Lin Feng, ever vigilant, offered words of comfort. What are you saying, Dad? Let us proceed at our own pace. We shall reach the city's checkpoint. After a brief respite, Lin Feng recalibrated their strategy. The formation of the undead had dispersed significantly, and their speed had diminished. Moving at a normal walking pace, they continued along the street. Immersed in his thoughts of travel, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the pair of green eyes lurking in the shadows of a roadside shop, observing the slowly advancing horde. A low, guttural voice emerged from the corner, tinged with curiosity and greed. Hiss. Do these zombies have an owner? That tall one in the midst does not appear particularly strong. Chapter 12. The difficult journey as the sun dipped below the horizon. Half of City A was bathed in a warm orange glow, while the other half succumbed to the encroaching darkness. After hours of arduous travel, the trio of Lin Feng's family was utterly exhausted, dishearteningly having covered scarcely 20 kilometers. During the day, Lin Feng maneuvered his horde with great caution, navigating through this perilous post-apocalyptic world. When encountering other zombies, he chose to evade or circumvent them whenever possible. When escape became utterly impossible, he gritted his teeth and commanded the zombies to engage in battle. The path ahead twisted and turned like a labyrinth. The streets and sidewalks were strewn with abandoned vehicles, collapsed buildings, and various debris, rendering both cars and bicycles impotent. They had no choice but to proceed on foot. Let us rest here for the night. The horde of zombies came to a halt outside a small restaurant by the roadside. Lin Feng lifted his gaze to the dimming sky, then turned to his equally weary parents and said, Mom, do you feel utterly useless? Li Lanxiang, supporting her aching waist, wore an expression full of regret, her eyes betraying a hint of self-reproach. Lin Feng smiled gently, reaching for a travel bag slung over a nearby zombie's shoulder, and replied, Indeed, quite useless, much like I was in my childhood. Therefore, let us, as a family, never disdain one another. Lin Yusen quickly nodded in agreement, We shall neither abandon nor give up. This is the noble tradition of our family." As they spoke, two zombies rushed into the small restaurant, scouring every corner. The establishment was modest, consisting of two small private rooms and a dining area with a back door in the kitchen. Each room boasted windows, and above them loomed a residential building with over 20 floors. While such an environment offered some convenience for evasion, it also presented numerous potential entry points for ambushes. Although Lin Feng felt a twinge of unease in his heart, he chose to rest here nonetheless. The horde promptly spread throughout the neighborhood, transforming into over 200 mobile cameras, providing Lin Feng with a multitude of real-time perspectives. However, the zombies possess an acute sense of smell and temperature perception. While their vision is rather poor, rendering the images Lin Feng perceives somewhat unclear, akin to viewing the world through a veil of mist. Upon entering the private room with his travel bag in hand, Lin Feng swiftly drew the curtains tightly shut. "There is alcohol and a stove here. Let us prepare some instant noodles." Lin Yusin rushed in, cradling a box of solid alcohol and a stove. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng nodded. Given the frigid temperatures, it was indeed prudent to consume something warm, lest their bodies succumb to the cold. Gathered together as a family, they savored the steaming noodles, and this moment of warmth amidst the apocalyptic backdrop felt exceedingly precious. Once they finished their meal, the last glimmer of daylight vanished beyond the horizon, and darkness enveloped the world like an immense shroud. They spread a multitude of cardboard pieces in one corner of the room, intending to make do for the night. Leaning against the wall, Lin Feng remained ever vigilant, attuned to the slightest disturbance from the outside, as the zombies patrolled incessantly, leaving no anomaly unexamined. In the dimly lit room, Li Lanxiang suddenly remarked, "Had it not been for our family's dire circumstances, you and Hui Hui might have been married by now. Perhaps even with children." At her words, Lin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for response. The visage of his former girlfriend, Yao Hui, materialized in his mind. She was the girl he had once loved deeply, yet in this desolate world, everything felt so distant. A hush fell over the room, broken only by the sporadic growls of zombies echoing from outside. In the past, love was a luxury I could scarcely afford, and now it seems even more unattainable. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh. Lin Yusun sensed the oppressive atmosphere and quickly interjected. "Hey, do you think zombies can have children? There's a female zombie in our group, and I must say, she's quite striking, both in appearance and figure. Xiao Feng, why don't you ask her if she'd be interested? I reckon zombies wouldn't require a dowry, right? I wonder if little zombies would call their grandfathers." Listening to his father's absurd remarks, Lin Feng nearly choked. "Ahem, Dad, do you really think you're funny? Our family possesses a certain sense of humor. But you haven't met your grandfather. His jokes could leave one in stitches." Li Lanxiang interjected, "Oh, come on. Your family's sense of humor is inherited. Very few can truly appreciate it." Just as the family engaged in light-hearted banter, Lin Feng suddenly realized that a crucial image had vanished from his mind. It was lost. In the darkness, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. The loss of the image could signify two possibilities. Either the zombie had strayed too far, beyond the control range, or its brain tissue had been damaged. Given the current circumstances, the latter seemed more probable, implying that a zombie had been killed by some force. Lin Feng fell silent, taking a deep breath. Fully alert as he commanded the zombies to conduct a thorough search within a 1-kilometer radius centered around the restaurant. After 10 minutes, the small area had been scoured twice by the zombies, yet they found nothing. Lin Feng began to feel a sense of unease. Unable to suppress the thought, could it be a ghostly mother, an invisible zombie? This unseen enemy felt particularly daunting, as it is often the invisible that inspires the greatest fear. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a zombie at the end of the street abruptly lost contact without warning. Damn, still, nothing in sight. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, quickly directing the remaining zombies to converge on the location of the vanished one. Unsurprisingly, there was still no trace of the enemy. Inside the private room, Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang had succumbed to gentle slumber, their exhaustion from the apocalypse finally overtaking them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, sitting against the wall, was drenched in sweat. His hands clenched into tight fists, the knuckles cracking from the strain. 1, 2, 6. Zombies outside the restaurant were disappearing one after another, leaving Lin Feng bewildered. He was uncertain whether the next to vanish would be himself or his parents. This unknown dread provoked a profound frustration within him, How infuriating it was to not even glimpse the shadow of the enemy. Rising, Lin Feng contemplated stepping outside for a look, but he quickly regained his composure. He could not stray too far from his parents. Who knows if that creature has an appetite for my flesh? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He commanded 3 zombies to enter the restaurant and approached the door of the private room. Lin Feng gently exited the room, softly closing the wooden door with a creak, leaving a small gap through which he could observe the situation of his parents. In the next moment, Lin Feng's abdomen opened wide, and with a sudden expulsion, his stomach ejected, gently landing atop a zombie's head. A minute later, a short, portly figure appeared at the door of the private room. After devouring the zombie, Lin Feng did not grow taller or more robust. Rather, he became plumper. Subsequently, he procured a large cardboard box and placed it on the ground, stepping into it with a wide stance before commencing to shake his body. A series of soft pattering sounds erupted as over 200 marble-sized meatballs tumbled from him. This technique had been devised during his time feeding zombies on his balcony at home. Soon after, 2 zombies hoisted the cardboard box and exited the restaurant. Now diminished in size, Lin Feng returned to the private room and carefully placed a meatball into the pockets of his parents' clothing. During Lin Feng's preparations, several zombies outside quietly vanished. Before long, each of the remaining zombies received a meatball. In the private room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, closing his eyes. He silently mused, "Eat. I am eager to see what manner of fiend lies beyond." Just as Lin Feng was wholly focused, anticipating another assault from his adversaries, an icy voice suddenly resonated within the room. "Are you envious or gluttonous?" Chapter 13, The Cloud of Corpses. Are you envious or gluttonous? The unexpected voice slithered like a frigid serpent across Lin Feng's heart, causing every hair on his body to stand on end in shock. Who is it? Lin Feng instinctively sprang up from the ground, his movement swift enough to stir a gust of wind, positioning himself protectively in front of his parents. His vigilant gaze frantically scanned the empty private room, seeking the source of the sound. The couple, Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang, who had been sleeping fitfully, were jolted awake by the piercing cry and sudden commotion. Groggily, they rose from their makeshift bedding, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. Lin Yusin rubbed his eyes, his voice hoarse from slumber. "What is happening?" Meanwhile, Li Lanxiang instinctively inched closer to him. The ominous presence fell silent, and the room was enveloped in a chilling stillness, as if time itself had frozen, leaving only the rapid breaths of the 3 individuals, filled with fear and tension. After a brief, oppressive silence, a cacophony of chaotic footsteps and low growls echoed from outside. Suddenly, dozens of zombies surged into the restaurant like a tidal wave, surrounding the entrance to the private room inescapably. Strangely, however, Lin Feng, despite his mental vantage point of numerous zombies, discerned no suspicious elements. The sensation of being so close to the enemy, yet unable to see or strike them, drove him to the brink of frustration. Wasn't he the stealth skill supposed to be highly esteemed? Why was it so commonplace? In just a few days, he had faced this predicament twice. Just then, the earlier cold voice resonated again, ominously declaring it was merely a seed. The tone elongated, as if evaluating some agricultural crop. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved dozens of meatballs from his pocket and hurled them forward with fervor. The meatballs spread out like bullets in a fan shape, rapidly dispersing. They ricocheted off the walls of the private room and the seating, emitting a series of loud thuds. Some meatballs, due to the angle of their trajectory, even struck Lin Feng's family. As the meatballs rolled to the ground, Lin Feng's gaze was fixated on their paths, missing no detail. However, he found no evidence of the meatballs colliding with any foreign object. Unable to contain himself any longer, his pent-up fury erupted, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is there no physical entity? Or is the essence not present here?" At that moment, he felt as if his family's lives were tightly grasped by an unseen hand, their fate resting entirely in the whims of another. "Do not be afraid, live well. When the time is ripe, I shall return for both of you." The mysterious voice echoed once more, deepening Lin Feng's confusion and unease. "Ripe?" He pressed on. "Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching me? What does seed signify?" Silence enveloped him, an endless hush that stood like a formidable wall, blocking his inquiries. "Xiao Feng, the thing from just now. It has likely departed," Lin Yusun remarked, his grip on the knife handle slick with cold sweat. At that moment, Li Lanxiang finally dared to breathe aloud, her voice trembling as she said, "That was truly terrifying." Only the sound was heard, yet no shadow was seen, akin to a ghostly presence. Perhaps it was departing. Lin Feng had just exhaled in relief, preparing to console his parents, when his expression suddenly shifted, for he realized that 5 zombies outside had abruptly lost contact. He shouted, "It is not over." As the remnants of flesh he had left on the zombies were consumed by the enemy, he began to faintly sense the existence of a peculiar consciousness. It resided in the heavens. Lin Feng quickly drew back the curtains and opened the window. Leaning out to gaze into the pitch-black sky, Lin Yusin also approached the window, wielding a powerful flashlight, and swiftly directed its beam upward. He hurried to the window, flashlight in hand, illuminating the ominous clouds above. What lay more than 10 meters above the ground was a dense layer of grayish-white clouds, resembling a massive leaden sheet, heavily pressing down upon the neighborhood. The surrounding skyscrapers were engulfed, with more than half of their heights submerged within the cloud layer, creating an exceptionally oppressive atmosphere. Within Lin Feng's perception, the entity concealed within the clouds appeared enormous, as if it were a colossal monster, its belly covering the entire neighborhood. Was it mist or clouds above? Why was it so low and suffocating? Li Lanxiang also arrived at the window, her gaze filled with fear and confusion as she stared at the eerily swirling clouds above. Lin Feng took a deep breath, concentrating his mind, gritting his teeth as he attempted to establish a connection with the entity in the sky. Suddenly, a torrent of shattered, chaotic, and distorted images surged into Lin Feng's mind like a tumultuous tide. Images flashed before him, blurred silhouettes, 2 serpents entwined, and a towering edifice, all too fleeting to discern. His head felt as if it would explode. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan. Before his mind succumbed to the onslaught of disjointed information, he summoned all his strength to sever the connection to the mysterious entity above him. Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang watched their son's anguished expression, their hearts racing with anxiety. Li Lanxiang hastily retrieved some tissue paper, frantically dabbing at the blood streaming from his nose, her lips murmuring in distress. "What shall we do?" "It's all right. Stay hidden and do not venture out." Lin Feng refused to remain passive. He wiped away the blood and charged out of the private room, rummaging through the cash register of the restaurant to uncover a large bottle of liquid alcohol and several empty glass beer bottles. With a swift motion, Lin Feng tore strips of cloth from his clothing. In less than a minute, he had crafted 4 makeshift Molotov cocktails, commanding the remaining 100 or so zombies. He directed them to take refuge within the buildings lining the street. Embracing the incendiary bottles, he strode boldly to the entrance of the restaurant. With a click, the blue flame of the lighter sprang to life, igniting the Molotov cocktail. Uncertain whether the fog concealed a tangible threat, Lin Feng's right arm visibly thickened as he stood at the restaurant's threshold and hurled the bottle with all his might. Whoosh! The burning bottle, trailing blue flames, soared into the sky like a shooting star. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Feng, having retreated back into the restaurant, silently counted while his gaze remained fixated on the heavens. Yet, the sound of shattering glass did not follow. Confusion enveloped him. Did it miss? Why has not a single bottle fallen to the ground? Or has it struck something without producing a sound? Whoosh! 2 incendiary bottles soared into the upper reaches of the clouds, yet they remained utterly silent. The clouds resembled an immense, bottomless pit, consuming all sounds emanating from the bottles. This is the last one. Lin Feng resolved to attempt once more. If it proved futile, he would seek refuge behind the roadside cover, intending to escape with his parents. Whoosh! The incendiary bottle spun several times in the air before vanishing into the tumultuous clouds. Crash! The sharp sound of shattering glass finally echoed through the stillness of the night, resonating like a thunderclap that pierced the darkness. Lin Feng leaned out from the doorway and simultaneously pressed the flashlight switch. The beam sliced through the gloom, illuminating the rift in the clouds. What on earth is this? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the bizarre sight before him. A pale blue flame had burned a hole the size of a round table in the roiling clouds. Pulsating flesh, contorted faces, and smoking entrails. Before Lin Feng could construct a coherent thought, the rupture in the clouds had miraculously restored itself, as though everything had merely been a figment of his imagination. The clouds began to descend slowly, like a heavy, damp quilt enveloping the world. The sense of oppression intensified, compelling an instinctual urge to flee. Damn it! This entity is too vast. There is no escaping it. Lin Feng's spirit, once resolute, had been extinguished by the horrific vision he had just witnessed. His eyes were filled with despair as he turned and dashed towards the private room, manipulating all the zombies to converge upon the restaurant. What has happened to Xiaofeng? Lin Yusin felt an ominous premonition rise within him upon hearing the commotion outside and hurriedly inquired. Lin Feng rushed into the private room, embracing his parents tightly. His voice tinged with panic. We might not be able to get out. Li Lanxiang comforted her son by patting his back. It's all right. We are together. Lin Yusin patted his son's head and smiled. Do not fear, my son. Perhaps we will see your grandfather shortly. Lin Feng forced a smile, thinking, Dad, this joke is somewhat morbid. Subsequently, a copious amount of grayish-white mucus began to exude from his skin, seemingly possessing life as it rapidly enveloped the family of 3. Over 100 remaining zombies on the street crawled into the restaurant's private room, stacking upon one another, filling the small space to the brim. Those unable to enter were jammed at the doorway. The clouds descended upon this district like the harbinger of death, the swirling mist completely consuming everything on the street. Even the buildings nearby were infiltrated by the fog. In the restaurant, apart from the small private room occupied by Lin Feng's family, all other rooms had been filled with this mist. There was no turning back. If the second plan was not executed now, there would be no chance left. Lin Feng, trapped beneath the horde, was unwilling to perish in such a manner. A flicker of hope reignited in his eyes as he prepared to make one last stand. So you can conjure mist, can you? Well, so can I. With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng's abdomen gaped wide, releasing a torrent of dark green mist that erupted violently from the crevices of its mucus shell. The surrounding zombies, upon contact with the noxious vapor, melted away like wax figures under a blazing flame. Chapter 14. The barbecue party. The atmosphere within the private room seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, as a rapidly swirling vortex of smoke took form with frenzied intensity. The flesh and bones of all the zombies merged into the accelerating maelstrom of mist. The furniture, too, succumbed to the corrosive nature of the acidic fog, disintegrating into fine powder and vanishing silently from existence. At the very center of the vortex, Lin Feng's body underwent a remarkable transformation. The outer layer of white crystalline shell cracked open with a series of explosive sounds. Subsequently, his physique expanded at an astonishing rate. The gaping maw of his abdomen opened and closed rhythmically, emitting a gurgling sound as it consumed the dark, tangible smoke. With each inhalation of the mist, his ever-growing form threatened to burst the confines of the room. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. Lin Feng swung his massive fist, weighing over 100 pounds, creating a sound that pierced the air as he smashed through the ceiling. In an instant, the billowing white clouds outside surged in like a roaring tide, flooding through the doorway and windows of the private room. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng shielded his head with his arm and propelled himself forward, his legs exerting tremendous force. The ground beneath him cracked open, spreading intricate spiderweb-like fissures in an instant. In the next moment, he surged forth like a meteor, with an unstoppable momentum, shattering the ceiling as he burst into the second-floor space. A white mist instantly enveloped the entire room, continuing its ascent through the vast breach in the ceiling, pursuing him to the upper level. The thundering sounds resonated throughout the neighborhood, echoing like the somber beat of war drums. Lin Feng, his physique reminiscent of a mighty ape, erupted from the restaurant's second floor. He swiftly inserted his fingers, as sturdy as steel, into the exterior wall of the building, climbing upwards while a deluge of cement and bricks cascaded down like raindrops into the mist below. He dared not ascend too high, fearing that a fall from such a height would result in the death of his parents, who were ensconced within his chest cavity. Thus, he scaled only to the 4th or 5th floor before leaping to the adjacent building. Lin Feng had contemplated directly consuming the entities shrouded in the mist, yet he sensed that they might corrupt his psyche. He could not guarantee that his consciousness would remain untainted, hence fleeing became the optimal choice. Continuing down this path, it was only a matter of time before that sinister entity would catch up to him. Standing at a deformed and shattered balcony, towering over 5 meters, he glanced down at the swirling clouds below, pondering his earlier encounter with the mist, which seemed to react to fire. It must still harbor a fear of flames. Eureka! He recalled a nearby gas station. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Feng propelled himself off the wall, leaping towards the building across the street. Moments later, he landed heavily at the gas station, causing the ground to tremble slightly under the impact of his colossal weight. With a series of powerful punches, he shattered a gas pump, yet contrary to his expectations, gasoline did not spew forth. At that moment, the white mist surged towards the gas station like a tidal wave during a full moon, coming from all directions. Bang! Bang! 2 fuel dispensers were smashed to pieces. Yet the gasoline remained elusive. Must they truly breach the underground tanks to procure fuel? Lin Feng felt an overwhelming anxiety, beads of sweat dampening his forehead. With the mist encroaching within mere meters, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of dark, acidic gastric fluid that cascaded forth like a flood. The concrete ground fizzled and bubbled upon contact with the acid. Hurry! Just as the encircling white mist was about to close in, Lin Feng finally caught sight of several metal pipes emerging from a large hole in the ground. He took a deep breath and struck the pipe with all his might. Bang! Gasoline erupted from the ruptured pipe. In the fleeting moment before the mist engulfed him, Lin Feng seized a steel plate from the ground and scraped it fiercely against the surface, sparks flickering briefly in the darkness. With a slight movement of his lips, he murmured, "Fill it up to 98. The shockwave from the massive explosion cascaded through the air like an invisible force, shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Centered around the gas station, a fierce blaze rapidly spread, engulfing the vicinity in a sea of flames, the fire illuminating the sky with a crimson hue. A minute later, although the flames intensified around the surrounding structures, the fire on the ground began to subside, likely due to the limited gasoline leakage or insufficient reserves in the tanks. The gas station had not been obliterated. At this point, Lin Feng was scorched, his exterior charred while his interior remained tender, akin to a medium-cooked steak. His massive form was not only charred black, but also emitted a continuous stream of white smoke. Suddenly, the back of this body twitched a few times before splitting open. With a splat, Lin Feng emerged, his upper body breaking free from the viscous shell. He exhaled a deep breath and burst into laughter. But the scene before him abruptly silenced his mirth. This must be what hell resembles. The ground stretched out before him, entirely cloaked in a carpet of steaming flesh and blood, woven from a grotesque assortment of shattered organs, limbs, and human faces, evoking an unsettling sense of madness. Even Lin Feng, who was driven by hunger, found his appetite extinguished by the horrifying sight. As he twisted his body to examine the discarded shell, he noted that its legs had already been assimilated by the repugnant mass, as if fused together by a malevolent force. Surely, this should be the end. With a lingering sense of dread, Lin Feng tore off a sizable chunk of cooked flesh from his own shell and hurled it to the ground. Thud! The blood-soaked carpet remained utterly unresponsive, as inert as a lifeless object. After waiting a moment longer, he crawled out from his shell and leaped down. At this point, his size had diminished by 1/5, and from the fissure in his chest, 2 pairs of eyes peered out, reflecting the surrounding flames with a look of terror. Li Lanxiang pinched Lin Yusun, her voice trembling as she asked, "Have we descended into hell?" Lin Yusun muttered inappropriately, "Isn't this meat overcooked? Could it be carcinogenic? The longer the night, the more dreams. Let us continue on our journey." Lin Feng gently patted his chest and declared, lying in the cavity of his chest. Lin Yusun shouted loudly, "Don't run too fast. Your mother gets car sick." "All right then." Lin Feng swiftly stepped on the charred remains beneath his feet and dashed towards the eastern direction of City A. After several minutes, his large feet finally touched the solid concrete ground. He glanced back and saw those partially cooked chunks of meat beginning to emit smoke and wriggle towards an unknown destination. It was utterly incomprehensible. How could such monsters exist in this world? Lin Feng couldn't help but shudder, his mind filled with a large question mark, before turning around to continue his journey. At this moment, he was still over 50 kilometers from the city's edge, and his heart held only one conviction: to escape this hell on earth, City A, with his parents. Chapter 15. Farewell. The long, dark night finally passed, and the sky gradually lightened with dawn's first light. After a night of relentless travel, Lin Feng, utterly exhausted, finally reached the city's outskirts. He concealed himself behind an abandoned vehicle, cautiously peering out with half his head, vigilantly scanning the end of the road. There, a blockade of several tanks and armored vehicles loomed, their formidable steel bodies emanating an aura of danger in the dim light. A group of soldiers clad in gray camouflage, donning gas masks, stood rigidly behind the checkpoint, prepared for any eventuality. Some held submachine guns and flamethrowers, while others had RPGs at their feet, and a few brandished flamethrowers. The muzzles of numerous heavy machine guns protruded from the top of the sandbag barricade, their exaggerated calibers threatening to unleash deadly flames at any moment. No turning back now. Lin Feng muttered to himself, sensing that the tank barrels were fixedly aimed at him, a chill coursing up his spine, prompting him to retract his head immediately. Though fear gripped his heart, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. Humanity had not succumbed entirely. The soldiers at the checkpoint were a testament to that. At the very least, he had to deliver his parents to the shelter outside. It must be far safer than the city. Lin Feng raised his hand, his nails transforming into sharp, knife-like points. Without hesitation, he plunged his sharpened nails into his chest, then made a decisive swipe. The grayish flesh parted as a cavity opened, viscous black blood oozing down his torso. Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang emerged laboriously from within. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and terror, their bodies stiffened from prolonged confinement. Lin Feng caught them securely with his large hands and gently placed them on the ground. Oh dear, it feels like being shaken inside a jar. Ugh. Lin Yusin lay weakly on the ground, retching for a long while before expelling a small amount of green bile. Have we arrived? Li Lanxiang, sprawled on the ground, asked weakly. We're here. However, I cannot accompany you further on this journey. Lin Feng spoke lightly, as if discussing something trivial. Yet his eyes betrayed a deep reluctance and concern as his chest slowly began to heal. Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang sat up and gazed at her son's face, which, though unchanged in features, had swelled to several times its original size. Her eyes brimmed with compassion. Perhaps it is not as dire as you imagine. You are not like those monsters. Why don't we forego the shelter and find a place to hide together? Her voice trembled, a fervent yearning for her son's response evident in her tone. Lin Feng looked at his mother in silence and gently shook his head. His gaze was filled with resolve. He understood that his condition precluded him from accompanying his parents to the shelter. Insisting on going would only culminate in two outcomes: death or becoming a subject for monstrous experimentation. Enough. Did we not agree before our departure? We shall first scout the shelter, and Xiao Feng will remain in the city for the time being. Regardless of our whereabouts or separation, we must all survive. Lin Yusin turned over, shielding his eyes with his hand, his voice thick with emotion. He longed to be with his son, yet he feared becoming a burden. Very well. Let us set forth. Those fiends may soon be upon us. Lin Feng gently brushed his mother's face with his large finger. The city's outskirts were devoid of towering edifices, and the first rays of morning sunlight streamed unobstructed onto the streets. Lin Yusin rose, retrieving a makeshift white flag and a bottle of mineral water from his backpack. We must wash our faces. At present, we resemble the undead. Moments later, Lin Yusin, with his right hand clasping Li Lanxiang's and his left raised high with the white flag, emerged from behind the automobile, stepping forward into the glaring sunlight. Son, remember to eat on time. Lin Yusin attempted to lighten the sorrow of parting with a jest, only to discover that his voice had betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably. Dad, you truly lack a sense of humor, and please, take good care of Mom. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Feng's voice quivered with emotion. Li Lanxiang, overwhelmed with reluctance, could only utter, "Goodbye, my son." Lin Feng craned his neck, silently observing his parents as they approached the checkpoint, uncertain if they would ever meet again. A mere 500 meters from the checkpoint, Lin Yusin began to wave a white flag vigorously while shouting, "Help us! Save us! We are not zombies. We are human. We are human." His cries reverberated through the desolate streets, carrying far and wide. The soldiers at the checkpoint had long since trained their heavy weaponry on the slowly advancing couple, fingers poised on triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. "Raise your hands. Stand still and do not move," blared a shrill horn from the checkpoint. Complying in fear and trepidation, Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang followed the orders, their hearts racing with anxiety as they pondered whether they might be unwitting carriers of the zombie virus. Moments later, a squad clad in white biohazard suits rushed towards them, some wielding flamethrowers and fog disinfectants, while others brandished submachine guns. "We are healthy," Lin Yusin shouted. From 10 meters away, a muffled voice emerged from within a gas mask. "Do not be afraid, nor resist. We are merely conducting a routine inspection." With that, someone activated the fog disinfectant, unleashing a torrent of mist upon Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang. A veil of white smoke enveloped them instantaneously, the acrid scent provoking uncontrollable coughs. As the mist dissipated, an individual approached with a flashlight, examining the pupils of the two. "Open your mouths," commanded a chilling voice. Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang obediently complied, their throats prodded with cotton swabs. After a minute, the zombie virus test revealed no anomalies. You must proceed to the isolation zone for a psychological evaluation. Once cleared, you will register your information to obtain identification for the new world. Remarked a figure wielding a flamethrower with an icy demeanor. What new world? Lin Yusin questioned, utterly bewildered. Surrounded by flamethrowers and submachine guns, Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang cautiously advanced toward the checkpoint. Watching their parents enter the gate, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, a cacophony of zombie howls emanated from the nearby district. Had they finally arrived? Lin Feng turned to see a wave of small-scale zombie hordes surging toward them. With a resounding bang, the cannon of a tank at the checkpoint erupted in flames. The shell mercilessly plunged into the horde, resulting in an explosive burst. Countless dismembered remains were propelled skyward, cascading down like hailstones. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of decay and blood. Damn, how fortunate I am not to be over there. I would have been obliterated in an instant. Lin Feng silently rejoiced. He seized a manhole cover, shielding his head from the falling debris. Bang! Another shell was fired, a colossal firework bursting above the throng of corpses, with burning white phosphorus illuminating the scene as it descended from the heavens. In this scene, beauty and brutality coexist. Countless zombies, enveloped in billowing white smoke, scurry about, their bodies reduced to ashes by the relentless flames of white phosphorus. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeates the air, rendering it suffocating. Damn it, there is no semblance of humanitarianism. With such overwhelming firepower, why is there no rescue mission into the city? Lin Feng cursed vehemently in his heart, decisively shedding the bloodied flesh tainted with white phosphorus, and leaped into the sewers, escaping from this beleaguered district. After more than half an hour, Lin Feng, now over 10 kilometers from the checkpoint, pried open a manhole cover, cautiously peering out to assess the situation above. Noticing nothing amiss, he carefully ascended to the surface. He swiftly sought refuge in a nearby grocery store, where he began to sift through the chaotic information swirling in his mind. The monsters had been airdropped from helicopters, and organized armed factions still existed outside the city, fully capable of combating the zombies. Could it be? Lin Feng was reluctant to accept the notion that the outbreak of the zombie virus was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made catastrophe. Alas, why would they do such a thing? Was there some immense benefit to be gained from the zombies? He could only ponder this, for humanity, when faced with tremendous profit, is capable of the most outrageous deeds. After resting in the grocery store for a while, hunger began to overwhelm his thoughts. Lin Feng rose, glancing at his bare body, shaking his head. It simply wouldn't do to continue running around in this state of undress. In the next moment, the outer layer of his skin began to thicken, harden, and morph into peculiar shapes. As he emerged from the grocery store, it felt as though he had donned a suit of gray armor. A thicker skin seemed quite reasonable. Lin Feng was quite pleased with his new appearance. His nose twitched slightly, catching the foul stench of the zombies, and then he sprang into action, racing towards the source of food. I shall consume every last zombie in this city. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he came to an abrupt halt. A sense of dread washing over him. How could he have forgotten about Xiaohui? Surely, she must still be alive? Chapter 16. In remembrance of lost love on the 6th day of the zombie virus outbreak, City A had completely succumbed to becoming a paradise for the undead. The uninfected survivors were gradually perishing in obscure corners, unknown to all. Within a large supermarket, four men were desperately fleeing from a horde of zombies, their lives at stake as they risked everything to seek sustenance. They had just managed to find food, only to find themselves ensnared in a dire situation. "I'd rather die than become a ghost of starvation," shouted a man with a slightly swollen face as he dashed around the shelves, evading the zombies while frantically stuffing biscuits into his mouth. If he didn't eat now, he might never have another chance. "Help, help me. I can't run anymore." With a thud, one man collapsed to the ground, his desperate cries echoing through the supermarket. "It's over. This time, I will truly perish." The zombies lunged forward, their rancid mouths wide open, but the fallen man resignedly closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment of fate. However, after a few breaths, the anticipated demise did not arrive. He opened his eyes in astonishment, the scene before him leaving him utterly dumbfounded. In the supermarket, a dozen zombies appeared to be frozen in time, as if a pause button had been pressed, motionless and eerily still. What on earth had transpired? Should we retaliate? The other three halted in their tracks, their expressions filled with fear and trepidation as they beheld this uncanny spectacle. Suddenly, The ground began to tremble violently, causing numerous items to tumble from the shelves. A gray figure darted into the supermarket like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the zombies stirred, abruptly turning their heads in unison and lunging towards the newcomer. The figure was none other than Lin Feng, clad in gray leather armor, standing resolutely at the checkout counter. His expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. He then flicked his right index finger repeatedly, sending forth a barrage of small grayish-green meatballs, each the size of a marble, which precisely found their way into the mouths of the approaching zombies. After consuming the meatballs, the zombies continued their advance. Yet their demeanor shifted dramatically, from bloodthirsty frenzy to a bewildered confusion. As they reached Lin Feng's feet, they had become utterly dazed. Join the main group. He gently patted the head of the foremost zombie, as if conversing with a pet. Remarkably, the zombies obediently surged towards the exit of the supermarket. Hey, you'd better run out of the city. Staying here will eventually lead to your demise. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you might reach the checkpoint, where there may still be a chance for survival. Lin Feng whispered to the four stunned individuals within the supermarket. Only then did they regain their senses, gazing at the enigmatic figure at the checkout counter, reminiscent of an ancient warrior, as if they had clutched a lifeline. Sir, with your ability to command the undead, would you consider assisting us? We implore you to take us under your wing. I possess a considerable amount of gold, which I offer to you entirely. Allow us to accompany you. Despite the rekindled hope in their eyes, Lin Feng reluctantly shook his head. I am currently too vulnerable to safeguard so many. Following me would only hasten your demise. Furthermore, I may pose a greater threat than the average zombie. With that, Lin Feng vanished from the cashier's counter in a swift motion, his silhouette disappearing beyond the supermarket's entrance. Unwilling to relinquish this last vestige of hope, the quartet hastily pursued him, clutching their provisions. Yet, upon reaching the threshold, the scene before them caused their legs to buckle, leaving them prostrate on the ground. It became apparent that the tremors were caused by the movement of a zombie horde. Over 5,000 undead surged like an inexorable tide, obliterating any obstacle in their path. At this moment, Lin Feng blended seamlessly into the horde, an inconspicuous entity amidst the multitude. These zombies, transformed into puppets through the consumption of meat pellets, were subject to his simple directives, allowing him to manipulate them without excessive mental exertion. After traversing a significant portion of the city, Lin Feng finally arrived at the residential complex where his former girlfriend, Yao Hui, resided. The horde of 5,000 zombies poured through the gates like a deluge, eradicating any undead that dared to impede their progress. The rooftop. I recall Hui mentioning she would be on the rooftop. Lin Feng detached himself from the throng and ascended a building's drainpipe, commencing his solitary climb. Moments later, he grasped the edge of the rooftop wall and flipped himself onto the terrace. Xiao Hui. His call reverberated across the rooftop, only to be dispersed by the wind. At the very least, a proper farewell. The silence that met Lin Feng filled his heart with disappointment. Suddenly, a distinct odor, characteristic of the undead, wafted through the air. Lin Feng turned sharply and, at last, beheld the visage etched into his memory. There stood Yao Hui, adorned with a white veil and dressed in a flowing white gown, quietly lingering in the shadows of the staircase, resembling a blooming white rose. Her gray eyes, peering through the veil, fixated on the corpse ahead. Lin Feng, you broke your promise. You did not come to rescue me. The voice bore a weight of unending resentment. Xiao Hui, are you all right? Lin Feng struggled to comprehend the reality before him. Yao Hui had not perished, but had transformed into a zombie, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Yao Hui's blackened lips parted slightly, releasing an eerie chuckle. Am I well? I am doing splendidly. I have devoured my dear mother and father, and even my beloved younger brother. There isn't a single bone left. Our family is whole within my belly. So tell me, am I well? Lin Feng stepped forward, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. You ate people. You consumed. Yao Hui's nose twitched slightly, revealing an unnaturally rigid expression of surprise. We are the same? Ha! You too have become a monster. Answer me. Have you eaten people? Lin Feng persisted in his inquiry, a hint of desperation evident in his gaze. A perplexed expression surfaced on Yao Hui's beautiful yet rigid countenance. As if to ask, if the undead do not feast on humans, then what sustains them? Lin Feng was suddenly taken aback. He harbored the conviction that he remained human at his core. In recent days, he had encountered numerous zombies, some exclusively consuming humans. others indulging in both humans and their own kind. As for himself, Lin Feng had established an inviolable principle: to abstain from consuming humans. In the midst of Lin Feng's momentary stupor, Yao Hui extended her arms, her pallid, bare feet carrying her forth from the shadows of the stairwell. Lin Feng, I now require neither betrothal gifts nor a house, nor do I desire the trifecta of gold jewelry, a car, or a wedding ceremony. Merely provide me with a dozen or so individuals each day to satiate my hunger. I shall then become your bride. Yao Hui's face, more alluringly seductive than before, along with the extensive patches of black bloodstains upon her white dress, were now fully exposed to the sunlight. Lin Feng instinctively recoiled half a step. What? Do you no longer harbor affection for me? We are such a fitting match. Should not monsters consort with monsters? Yao Hui's mouth abruptly split open, extending from ear to ear, revealing rows upon rows of sharp teeth within its cavernous depths, her elongated, pointed tongue hanging down to her chest, resembling the grotesque form of a lamprey. A confluence of faint joy and subtle sorrow commingled upon Lin Feng's face, coalescing into boundless regret. The cherished memories of their time together shattered like fragile bubbles at that moment. Alas, Lin Feng sighed, Xiao Hui, I am belated. I overestimated my capabilities. I shall bear the full brunt of your resentment. However, I truly cannot assist you in capturing someone. Upon hearing this, Yao Hui's expression gradually returned to its previous calmness, devoid of any lingering resentment. She raised her right hand, and suddenly, black blood flowed from the tip of her ring finger, swiftly congealing into a black rose. This flower is my parting gift to you, reminiscent of our first encounter. Lin Feng initially intended to turn and leave. Yet, gazing upon that familiar face he had cherished for many years, he found himself momentarily entranced. This scene mirrored that sunlit afternoon 7 years ago. The girl, presenting a yellow flower she had picked by the roadside, smiled gently at the boy, as they promised to be together forever, declaring that those who betray must swallow 1,000 needles. Lin Feng felt an irresistible pull towards Yao Hui, his hand slowly reaching for the thorny black rose. Chapter 17. A broken mirror cannot be mended. As Lin Feng approached Yao Hui, his steps were ensnared by the memories of the past, abruptly halting. The sound of a sharp slap echoed across the rooftop as he forcefully struck his own face, dispelling the unrealistic fantasies swirling in his mind. I must leave now. Take care of yourself. His hoarse voice carried an immense weight of exhaustion and helplessness. With that, Lin Feng turned and walked towards the edge of the rooftop. Yao Hui watched his retreating figure, her previously hopeful expression swiftly clouding over with despair. Her lips twitched uncontrollably, and she could no longer suppress the drool escaping her mouth. Lin Feng, your essence seems even more delectable than that of a human. Let me consume you. That way, we shall be together forever. Yao Hui's voice was sharp and frenzied, her eyes reflecting an intensifying madness. The black rose, formed from blood in her hand, underwent a peculiar transformation, gradually morphing into a slender, pointed thorn. In an instant, the thorn elongated, silently darting towards Lin Feng's head. Having approached the edge of the rooftop, Lin Feng sensed the impending danger at the last possible moment. His heart constricted violently, and his legs instinctively propelled him forward, propelling him off the 33rd floor ledge like a mountain goat leaping into the abyss. The bloodthirsty thorn missed its target, prompting Yao Hui to scream, "Don't leave me." She lunged toward the balcony's edge in a frenzied manner, her long tongue whipping out like a whip, swiftly ensnaring Lin Feng's ankle. With a resounding thud, her tongue, over 5 meters long, snapped taut like a drawn bowstring. As Lin Feng fell, the sudden constriction yanked him back, leaving him dangling in midair, his body swaying violently with the force of inertia. Yao Hui leaned over the rooftop edge, using her tongue as a rope, pulling with all her might, her incoherent words spilling forth. Don't leave me, consume. Yao Hui's saliva dripped intermittently onto Lin Feng's face, swaying like a pendulum. Xiao Hui is dead. What remains is a monster. Lin Feng repeatedly reassured himself in his mind, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that the Yao Hui before him was no longer the person he had once deeply loved, but rather a terrifying creature controlled by the zombie virus. At that moment, a blood spike suddenly protruded from Yao Hui's forehead, shooting downward at an alarming speed. Lin Feng reacted instantly, his abdomen convulsing. With a splutter, 2 small jets of gastric acid erupted from his mouth, one colliding with the incoming blood spike, neutralizing each other and splattering against the exterior wall of the building. The other jet struck her elongated tongue, producing a cloud of white smoke. Ack! Yao Hui let out a piercing scream of agony as her tongue severed, the recoil sending her crashing heavily onto the rooftop. As she fell, Lin Feng swiftly tore away the half-tongue that coiled around his ankle like a serpent. In the next moment, the keratinous armor enveloping him began to morph, and with his unique mastery over his physical form, he transformed his body, crafting a set of wings. The membranous wings on his body expanded as the airflow filled them, allowing him to glide downward like a flying squirrel. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Yao Hui shrieked, hastily descending the drainage pipe. Why won't you let me consume you? Were we not lovers? Lin Feng paid no heed to the voice behind him, fully aware that even if Yao Hui had not transformed into a zombie, their paths could never converge again. The chasm between their worldviews had widened too greatly in the wake of society's demands. Forcing their union would only multiply their suffering. Moreover, they had already become something altogether different, shattered mirrors that could never be mended. After circling in the air for several moments, Lin Feng gently descended upon the mass of corpses, caught by the zombies below. At this moment, Yao Hui was still 18 stories above ground, witnessing Lin Feng vanish amidst the horde. In a fit of urgency, she released her grip on the drainage pipe and leapt downwards. Thud! A small tree in the green belt snapped upon impact. Yao Hui's body was grotesquely contorted from the fall, her limbs twisted at unnatural angles, broken bones piercing through her skin and exposed to the air. Yet, disregarding her injuries, she rose with determination, moving towards the direction of the corpses in a bizarre manner, her gaze fixated solely on Lin Feng's flesh and blood, driven by a frenzied obsession. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the community, the frantic Yao Hui suddenly halted before the gate. Her distorted body gradually regained its normal form. Though her long dress had become tattered, the once vibrant bloodstains further sullied by dust. The white veil atop her head was nowhere to be found, and her hair fell disheveled across her face, giving her an appearance of utter disarray. Don't go, don't leave me here alone, Yao Hui murmured, her expression devoid of the previous madness, now imbued with a pitiable fragility. Outside the community, amidst the throng of zombies, Lin Feng extracted a glistening object from the muscle of his arm, casting it forcefully in Yao Hui's direction. The motion carried a sense of finality, as if bidding farewell to all that had come before. With a clink, the diamond ring fell onto the concrete ground. At that moment, the ring, like the pebbles lining the roadside, had lost the luster that once symbolized love. It lay there quietly, bearing witness to the conclusion of a relationship. Yao Hui noticed the diamond ring lying on the ground, but chose not to pick it up. Instead, it gazed upward at the vast throng of corpses that receded into the distance, its expression gradually becoming numb. Its eyes were hollow, standing there in a daze like a statue frozen in time. Lin Feng led his horde of the dead away, unperturbed by the thought of Yao Hui pursuing him. Through days of observation, Lin Feng had discerned that only the ordinary zombies wandered aimlessly, while those with a hint of strength maintained their territories with a strong sense of boundary. Under normal circumstances, they would not stray from their domains. I still lack the resolve. Lin Feng sighed heavily, continuing to maneuver his horde along the desolate streets in search of a suitable stronghold. As the horde traversed a street strewn with the remnants of zombie flesh, Lin Feng suddenly sensed that something foreign had infiltrated his ranks. Half an hour later, the horde arrived at a plaza, swiftly forming a circle to encircle the intruder. Upon seeing the tattered robe, Lin Feng immediately recalled the sneaky zombie, Li Feiyu. I never anticipated that this weakling had not yet been devoured. A bewildered Li Feiyu turned towards the voice and, spotting Lin Feng among the horde, scrutinized his physique and appearance. Gradually, he straightened his back, his expression shifting from cautiousness to one of condescension. Young friend, on that day, you severed my arm. Today, do you not owe me an explanation? Chapter 18. Incoming call from a lofty vantage point. Li Feiyu gazed down upon the diminutive Lin Feng, a cold snort escaping his chest. Young friend, you severed my arm that day. Today, are you not obliged to provide an explanation? An explanation? Lin Feng chuckled at what he perceived as an utterly ludicrous notion. I'm out here making my way. To whom should I owe an explanation? Besides, was it not I who saved your life last time? You would have long perished within that ghastly mother-s belly at this. Li Feiyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze leisurely sweeping over the thousands of zombies encircling him, his demeanor remaining as nonchalant as ever. Young friend, it seems you can command these lowly zombies. Yet what purpose do they truly serve besides being mere fodder? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instinctively raised his eyebrows, pondering silently. This fellow, who previously seemed rather dim-witted, now appeared much more astute. Could he possess some extraordinary ability? No. I must probe further. Noticing Lin Feng's scrutiny, Li Feiyu smirked disdainfully. He then drew from the depths of his tattered robe a black staff exceeding a meter in length. This staff, devoid of luster and utterly opaque, bore no discernible material. Having perished beneath my exorcising divine sword, young friend, you may rest assured in your passage to reincarnation. With a thunderous roar, Li Feiyu stomped his right foot upon the ground, which instantly fissured, propelling his entire form forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. Observing this, Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, and he swiftly commanded the nearby zombies to form a protective wall, encasing him securely behind their ranks. Simultaneously, he commanded hundreds of zombies to charge towards the enemy like a pack of wolves. The tactic of overwhelming numbers proved futile. Li Feiyu accelerated in an instant, moving with such speed that he was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, transforming into a mere afterimage. The horde of zombies lunged at nothing, their bodies colliding due to inertia, producing a dull thud. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly altered his strategy with a mere thought. 5,000 zombies received their command to tighten their encirclement, aiming to restrict Li Feiyu's movement. The undead pressed closely together, resembling a surging tide of darkness. Just as the encirclement was about to close completely, a chilling glint appeared in Li Feiyu's eyes. He forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground, his robe billowing in the wind as he leapt into the air, soaring more than 5 meters high. I refuse to believe you can evade in midair. Lin Feng pinpointed the enemy's location, his gaze filled with ferocity. The towering zombie before him immediately crouched down, clearing space and line of sight. With a sudden roar, Lin Feng unleashed a fist-sized glob of dark green, highly concentrated gastric acid, exuding a pungent, acrid odor, hurtling towards the airborne target. As Li Feiyu descended, he caught sight of the ominous liquid hurtling directly towards him. Yet, he remained unfazed, his eyes brimming with disdain. A trivial trick. Suddenly, an electrifying crackle echoed through the air. Beneath the dimly lit sky, the unremarkable Li Feiyu was now enveloped by arcs of blue lightning, which danced around him like dozens of agile serpents. He appeared as if a deity of thunder had descended, instilling fear in all who beheld him. With a resounding crack, thunder clapped. Lin Feng's stomach acid was struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly vaporizing into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint wisp of acidic mist. Following this, Li Feiyu descended upon the horde of corpses like a sphere of lightning, and immediately, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the square, a result of the zombies being carbonized upon being struck by the electric shock. One after another, the zombies ignited, transforming into torches that illuminated the darkened square. As the number of zombies dwindled, a sense of foreboding gripped Lin Feng. How could this creature harness electricity? The last time it nearly perished, it did not resort to such a tactic. Had it devoured that electric monster? This ability is rather enviable. Young friend, stop hiding, come out, and meet your demise. Li Feiyu darted swiftly through the horde. Where he passed, zombies fell as if he were using them as kindling. The count of the undead's demise surged sharply, and if Lin Feng did not retaliate soon, the modest resources he had painstakingly gathered would be squandered by Li Feiyu. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaping maw in his abdomen opened wide, and his stomach launched forth from the abyssal depths of his mouth, rapidly unfurling in midair to envelop 5 zombies. Moments later, a creature of pure white emerged from the throng. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Lin Feng had acquired a thick layer of bone armor, enveloping him from head to toe, with only his eyes left uncovered. The surface of this armor appeared coarse and unadorned, as though it had been forged in a single press, with only the joints left with space for movement. A path suddenly cleaved through the horde of corpses. The barriers between Lin Feng and Li Feiyu had vanished, their gazes locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with an electric anticipation. Upon observing Lin Feng's unusual form, Li Feiyu hesitated momentarily, a flicker of confusion darting across his eyes. Then, with a swift motion, he swung the black staff in his hand, causing the surrounding lightning to converge towards its tip like serpents, gradually coalescing into an elongated white lightning whip. Lin Feng took the initiative, shattering the ground beneath him with a powerful stomp, the marble tiles splintering instantaneously. With a vigorous kick, the bone armor encasing his foot erupted with a resounding crack. The fragmented marble tiles shot forth like bullets from a shotgun, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Li Feiyu, not to be outdone, flickered in response. His speed so remarkable that he left only an afterimage in his wake. He seized a hefty zombie, towering over 3 meters, and hurled it forward with great force. The creature thudded against the incoming shards, absorbing the impact, its body riddled with wounds before crashing heavily to the ground. Next, Li Feiyu propelled himself off the ground, leaving 2 deep impressions in the earth as he surged ahead. Lin Feng crouched low, preparing to unleash a powerful leap, his legs coiling with energy before he shot forth like a cannonball. With a crack, Li Feiyu lashed out with the lightning whip, a bolt as thick as an arm striking Lin Feng's head. The blinding flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the scene, yet Lin Feng maintained his trajectory, undeterred. What? He isn't scathed. By the time Li Feiyu comprehended that the lightning whip had failed to harm Lin Feng, it was too late. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng descended upon Li Feiyu's abdomen with the force of a colossal hammer, delivering a merciless blow. 2 corpses soared through the air for several meters before plummeting into the fountain at the center of the square, sending up a tremendous splash of water. Oh no! Lin Feng immediately rose from the fountain and crawled towards the drier areas outside. He was acutely aware that in the water, he might meet an untimely demise by electrocution. Ha ha ha! My young friend, onward you go. The dismembered Li Feiyu floated on the surface, emitting a hearty laugh. In the next moment, an invisible current, using water as a medium, linked the 2 corpses together. Chapter 19. Stand firm against the assault. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp tingle coursing through his body as the current surged throughout him, akin to thousands of steel needles piercing his marrow. Subsequently, his consciousness sank into the abyss of darkness. With a dull thud, Lin Feng, clad in bone armor, crashed heavily onto the ground beside the fountain, droplets cascading from him to dampen the dust below. Simultaneously, Li Feiyu's condition was equally dire. At the very instant it discharged the current, the overwhelming force rebounded, rendering it unconscious, as it floated motionless on the water's surface, resembling a fish belly up, its tattered robe gently undulating with the ripples. In the square, the over 4,000 zombies that Lin Feng had previously controlled erupted into chaos upon losing their restraints. They reverted to their bloodthirsty nature, over 4,000 gray eyes now fixated on Lin Feng, as if he were the most delectable prey in existence, inciting the zombies to recklessly surge towards him. Dozens of the swiftest zombies, akin to ravenous wild dogs, surged toward Lin Feng's side. They gaped their gory maws, revealing their jagged, yellowed teeth, and without hesitation, began to gnaw at him. The sound of their teeth grinding against Lin Feng's armored body produced a jarring noise, akin to the grating of a rusty saw against a solid iron plate. The other zombies, lagging slightly behind, appeared frenzied, desperately pushing forward, their howls echoing as they yearned to take a bite of flesh from Lin Feng. He resembled a powerless puppet, violently torn and tugged by the frenzied horde. Amidst this chaotic tumult, Lin Feng's consciousness gradually awakened from the abyss of darkness. A burnt, acrid scent invaded his nostrils, sharply jolting his mind into clarity. Stop! He bellowed with every ounce of strength he could muster. This thunderous cry seemed to carry an invisible force, abruptly silencing the once tumultuous crowd of the undead, rendering them motionless as if a pause button had been pressed. Struggling, Lin Feng propped himself up with one hand and laboriously rose from the ground. His body wavered slightly as he turned to gaze at the fountain. Observing the figure floating on the water's surface, a wave of dread washed over him. He had nearly overlooked the fountain, almost leading to his demise. Perhaps next time, adding a bony spike overhead would enhance its lethality. The sound of rushing water resumed, as 4 zombies plunged into the fountain, seizing Li Feiyu's limbs and yanking fiercely. The sound of rushing water echoed once more. 4 zombies, driven by madness, plunged into the fountain, each seizing one of Li Feiyu's limbs, and with a violent tug, they severed his arms and legs, reducing him to mere sustenance for the undead. Ah! Lin Feng, now reduced to a lifeless husk, cried out in agony, "Fellow cultivator, spare me. I do not wish to perish just yet." Gurgling, after a few desperate shouts, his mouth filled with water, forcing him to emit only garbled sounds. Lin Feng stood on a stone pedestal several meters away from the fountain, warily observing the limbless Li Feiyu, who rolled in the water like a rag-wrapped barrel, his predicament utterly pitiful. "Give me a reason not to kill you," Lin Feng shouted, his voice reverberating through the square. One of the zombies in the fountain suddenly restrained Li Feiyu, halting his tumultuous movements to facilitate a response. With a splutter, Li Feiyu expelled a mouthful of water and hurriedly exclaimed, "I possess knowledge of the territories dominated by the majority of the mutated zombies in the city. Oh, that holds little value. I could venture forth myself to scout." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, one of the zombies grasped Li Feiyu's head, while another seized his lower torso, twisting his body like a pretzel. "Ah, I have vital intelligence. Keeping me alive will prove advantageous," Li Feiyu shouted frantically, feeling as if his head were on the verge of detaching from his body. "Stop," Lin Feng commanded, and the grip of the two zombies relaxed, leaving Li Feiyu's body in an agonizingly contorted position, as though it might shatter at any moment. "When I last saw you, it seemed you could not wield electricity. Pray tell, how did you acquire such a skill?" Lin Feng inquired with keen interest. "The crystal core," Li Feiyu exclaimed hurriedly. "I ambushed a nearly fallen mutated zombie and consumed its essence core, which granted me the power of lightning magic." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The crystal core? Indeed. It is an entity found only within high-tier mutated zombies. Consuming it can enhance one's abilities." In his desperation for survival, Li Feiyu divulged all the information he possessed. From the crevices of Lin Feng's neck armor, foul-smelling saliva began to seep forth, and his gaze towards Li Feiyu was rife with avarice, akin to staring at a delectable pot of spicy fish. "If I were to consume you, would I not acquire the ability to control lightning? Friend, that would be ill-advised." Despair etched upon his face, Li Feiyu continued, "I am a peculiar type of zombie, devoid of a crystal core. Moreover, you already possess your own abilities and cannot usurp another's." "A peculiar type?" Lin Feng was left in a state of confusion. Li Feiyu quickly clarified, "It refers to zombies that act according to specific rules. For instance, I adhere to the principle of crushing low-tier zombies while fleeing from high-tier ones. And otherwise, I simply endure and cultivate." Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, found himself pondering. One cannot fully trust this fellow's words. If a mutated zombie were to possess only a single ability, how then did I, with the devouring skill, manage to seize He Tianpei's mind control power? I must obtain a crystal core to conduct an experiment. As for this fellow, Taoist friend, in this age of decline, we, the wandering cultivators, ought to unite. Only then do we have a chance of ascension. Despair had already etched itself across Li Feiyu's face, yet he still sought a glimmer of hope. "Open your mouth," Lin Feng commanded coldly. In the next moment, a zombie pried Li Feiyu's mouth wide open. With a crack, the bone armor around Lin Feng's neck fractured and fell to the ground, rubbing the slightly charred flesh of his neck. He quickly formed a black meatball the size of a thumb. With a flick of his finger, the meatball landed in Li Feiyu's mouth. "Cough. Senior, what kind of elixir have you given me?" Li Feiyu's heart felt as if it had turned to ash, his hollow gaze fixated on the overcast sky. Mimicking the style of the somewhat eccentric zombie, Lin Feng replied, "This is the corpse ghost sealing pill. Should you harbor any treacherous thoughts, your spiritual roots will explode, and you shall never tread the path of cultivation again." Li Feiyu's expression brightened once more, filled with profound gratitude as he responded, "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. I will surely repay your kindness." Lin Feng chuckled softly, thinking to himself that merely not being backstabbed was already a significant achievement, let alone talk of repayment. He then directed the zombie to retrieve Li Feiyu from the fountain. "Can you still move?" Lin Feng inquired, frowning at the sight of the severed limbs on the ground. Li Feiyu, appearing relaxed, replied, "There is no need for concern, Senior. My severed limbs will regenerate in a few days." Lin Feng nodded, then commanded a zombie to carry Li Feiyu on its back. The horde of zombies began to move again. Lingering in the open square for too long could attract other enemies. In the night, a horde of corpses trudged through the darkness, eventually discovering a vast air raid shelter. The atmosphere within was thick with a damp, decaying odor, as droplets of water occasionally dripped from the walls, producing a crisp sound. The faded slogans on the walls suggested they were relics from the previous century. Leaning against the wall, Lin Feng turned to Li Feiyu, who stood a short distance away, and inquired, "Tell me about the territorial extent of other mutated zombies in City A." Chapter 20, Ambition. Please elaborate on the domains of other mutated zombies in City A, as well as their respective abilities. In the murky shadows, Lin Feng's crimson eyes glowed like two eerie flames, hinting at a subtle greed. Li Feiyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed against the wall, opened his eyes upon hearing Lin Feng's request and replied respectfully, "As far as my current knowledge extends, there are 8 high-level mutated zombies in total. After I eliminated 1, 7 remain." He slightly raised his gaze towards Lin Feng, observing that the latter was merely listening intently without any visible reaction, and continued, "The domain of the Ghost Mother is located on Wanshan Road. It possesses an invisibility spell that lures both zombies and humans through its offspring for consumption. In People's Park, there exists a stone corpse ghost, which lacks any special abilities but has an enormous size and a body as hard as iron. The zombie endowed with lightning abilities was severely injured by it." Lin Feng furrowed his brows, the terrifying visage of the Ghost Mother flashing through his mind, prompting him to curiously ask, "Did you assign these names to the zombies? Is the one holding a baby truly called the Ghost Mother?" Li Feiyu shook his head, then nodded slightly. "They already possess names. If the younger generation were to name them, Ghost Mother would be far more fitting." "How did you come to know their names and abilities?" Lin Feng pressed on, a hint of skepticism glimmering in his eyes. A faintly embarrassed expression crossed Li Feiyu's face as he hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. "To be honest, I was a subordinate of Thunderfire for a few days. It was it who divulged these details to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell momentarily speechless, unable to suppress a retort. "Thunderfire is that electrifying zombie, right? You truly are a natural-born rebel. Betraying your elder brother is simply par for the course." Li Feiyu feigned ignorance and continued with the previous topic. "The territory of the Corpse General lies at the headquarters of the Cooperative Bank. The capabilities remain elusive to me, but there is an abundance of common zombies there, and it seems they wield firearms. Should one venture into the Corpse General's domain, they would face relentless pursuit. It would be wise for you, esteemed elder, to refrain from provoking them." Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. "Zombies wielding firearms? How does that differ from an undead legion? Truly, the world is vast, and there exists every kind of zombie." "Now, please, continue." Li Feiyu nodded. "The theater is the domain of the songstress. It is said that to hear her sing is to meet one's demise. The flame ghost resides in the crematorium, possessing the ability to manipulate fire. The swamp occupies the sports arena. I have yet to infiltrate its territory, so I am not well versed in its spells. Please do not hold it against me." After speaking, Li Feiyu cautiously cast a glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling it to cease its incessant chatter. "The last one resides in a nearby swimming pool, known as Blood Deer, and is likely skilled in the art of duplicity." Li Feiyu fell silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the air within the air raid shelter. Ghost Mother, Stone Corpse Ghost, Ghost General, Singer, Flame Ghost, Meyer, Blood Tear. Lin Feng silently repeated these 7 names, pondering whether one of these undead creatures might have been the source of terror that haunted me that night. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he inhaled sharply, asking, "Did your deceased brother ever divulge how they came to be and what their true intentions are?" Li Feiyu shook his head in resignation, offering a wry smile as he replied, "I have only been by Thunderfire's side for a few days. Before it could share such insights, He left the sentence unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng inquired further, "In your opinion, which of these 7 zombies is the weakest?" At this, Li Feiyu fell into deep thought, and after a lengthy pause, he slowly articulated, "In my humble view, Ghost Mother is the weakest, as you have previously inflicted harm upon her." Lin Feng nodded, and in his pupils, the crimson light that signified insatiable hunger began to glow ever brighter in the darkness. "Once your limbs have regrown, we shall descend upon Ghost Mother's domain. We will fire the inaugural shot in City A, establishing our renown. One by one, we shall devour these wretches." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Li Feiyu, a peculiar smile gracing his features. "You, as my esteemed subordinate, shall lead this charge." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu revealed a faint, bitter smile, pondering whether he was being pushed into a pit of fire. Yet, daunted by the prospect of defiance, he mustered the courage to inquire, "May I ask for your esteemed name, Senior?" Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before responding in a low, somber tone, "Gluttony, henceforth. You shall refer to me as Gluttony." Chapter 21. The vigil. A week later, Wanshan Road lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Suddenly, faint sounds began to emerge. It was the refuse along the street, stirred by a gentle breeze, producing a soft rustling noise. Additionally, the heavy footfalls of the zombies echoed as they trudged along, their movements slow and labored. Lin Feng and Li Feiyu, two distinctly unique zombies, were currently concealed within adjacent colossal trash bins. The bins emitted a repugnant odor, a nauseating blend of decay and rot, a scent potent enough to induce instant asphyxiation. However, for them, endowed with a unique natural fragrance. This foul stench was akin to a mere foul odor in a latrine, an inconsequential embellishment, hardly worthy of note. Through the narrow crevices of the bin lids, their eyes, akin to those of nocturnal owls, fixated intently on the street outside. On the street, dozens of ordinary zombies meandered aimlessly. These zombies were, in fact, carefully orchestrated decoys devised by Lin Feng, their singular purpose being to lure forth the lord of one shunned road, Mother Ghost. Could it be that Mother Ghost has relocated? We've been lying in wait for 3 days, and not a single trace has been seen. Lin Feng murmured, his voice laden with tedium and irritation. For the past 3 days, apart from the occasional passing zombies and stray cats, no other living beings have graced their sight. The prolonged waiting has gradually eroded Lin Feng's patience, making him feel akin to a prisoner confined within this refuse bin, having languished there for 3 years. From the adjacent dumpster, Li Feiyu, whose limbs had fully healed, quietly reminded him, "Senior, you must exercise a bit more patience. After the ghostly mother feeds, she will lie in wait for some time. Acquiring her core is no simple task." Li Feiyu understood well that to hunt the formidable ghostly mother, one must possess ample patience and strategy, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing the term feeding, Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. It had been days since he had tasted the flesh and blood of zombies, and at that moment, his craving felt like an inferno, raging uncontrollably within his stomach, amplifying his agitation. Perhaps it would be best to endure a little longer. After all, they had laid an ambush for several days, and venturing out now for food might alert the prey. "Why can't you just call me boss? Must you insist on senior? It makes me feel quite out of character," Lin Feng said impatiently. "As for the gluttonous senior, ever since I became a zombie, that manner of speaking has been my sole mode of communication. It is the configuration that defines my existence. If I were to speak otherwise, my zombie persona would unravel," Li Feiyu earnestly explained, his tone so matter-of-fact that Lin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, shaking his head in resignation. Just as the two undead were conversing quietly, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the street. Suddenly, Lin Feng became acutely aware, his nerves taut like a bowstring, poised to unleash an attack. He manipulated a nearby zombie at the street corner, turning to the source of the sound. A group of individuals was sprinting towards him. Could it be the living? A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Feng. In this zombie-infested city, encountering the living was a rare spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. The tranquility of the street was shattered by a rapid volley of gunfire. 6 fully armed men, gripping handguns and adorned with large machetes, engaged in fierce combat, with 2 zombies clad in security uniforms. These zombies exhibited an extraordinary ferocity, standing defiantly in the middle of the road, each wielding an unidentifiable submachine gun, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon the humans, reminiscent of robbers raiding a jewelry store. The 6 humans quickly dispersed, taking cover behind vehicles, suppressed by the zombies' firepower, too fearful to expose themselves. Bullets struck the cars, igniting showers of sparks, akin to fleeting fireworks illuminating the night sky. The metallic shells of the vehicles emitted a dull thud under the impact of the bullets. Li Feiyu, hearing the commotion outside the trash can, urgently inquired, "Senior, what is happening?" "There are 6 individuals engaged in a firefight with 2 zombies wielding submachine guns. Remarkably, it is the first time I have seen zombies proficient with firearms." Just as Lin Feng marveled at this, a barrage of stray bullets shattered the skull of the zombie he was controlling. In that instant, Lin Feng's vision turned pitch black, severing his connection with the creature. As the vision faded, Lin Feng erupted in furious expletives. "Dare to attack me, and I shall slay those 2 scoundrels." Nearby, Li Feiyu hastily intervened, urging, "Senior, temper your wrath. Those 2 zombies are undoubtedly minions of the corpse general. Once their ammunition is depleted, they will retreat. If we eliminate its subordinates, we will surely be hunted down in retaliation." Li Feiyu's voice remained calm and rational, acutely aware of the formidable influence wielded by the corpse general. Engaging in conflict with its underlings could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered deeply. He realized that the number of undead soldiers under the corpse general's command remained unknown, should there be hundreds or thousands equipped with advanced weaponry. The prospect of being pursued was too grim to contemplate. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to swallow his indignation. If they venture onto this street, we shall deal with them. If they do not, we shall let them be, he declared coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Li Feiyu replied with unwavering composure. Senior need not worry. They will not overstep their boundaries, as this is, after all, the domain of the Ghost Mother. Li Feiyu possessed a clear understanding of the power dynamics in this area, and was confident that the two zombies would not dare to intrude upon the Ghost Mother's territory. Lin Feng countered, yet we have lingered here for several days. Why has the Ghost Mother not detected our presence? After a moment of contemplation, Li Feiyu speculated uncertainly. Perhaps it is because we lack crystal cores. The Ghost Mother perceives us as low-tier zombies? This was merely conjecture, yet under the current circumstances, it appeared to be the only plausible explanation. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the air. The gunfire finally ceased, and miraculously, the 6 individuals remained unscathed. Huddled behind the riddled vehicle, scarcely daring to breathe. The car's body was pockmarked with a multitude of bullet holes, resembling a beehive besieged by countless insects. Just as one of them prepared to retaliate, a companion swiftly restrained him. Do not waste ammunition, unless you can shatter their skulls with a single shot. Are we to await our demise here? Why aren't they advancing? If escape is futile, we must resort to hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, I will charge forth to draw their fire, while you seize the opportunity to decapitate them. A middle-aged man stepped forward, ready to sacrifice himself for the survival of the group. His gaze revealed unwavering determination. In this critical moment of life and death, he chose to stand resolute. As they braced themselves for a desperate struggle, the two zombies removed the empty magazines and discarded them on the ground. Subsequently, they plunged their hands into their own abdomens, as if searching for something. After a brief interlude, the two zombies withdrew their hands, now devoid of anything, properly aimed their weapons, and then turned in unison, marching away with precision. Their movements were synchronized, as though they had undergone rigorous training. The sound of their polished shoes striking the ground gradually diminished until it faded entirely. The 6 individuals concealed behind the vehicle let out a collective sigh of relief, their faces illuminated by the joy of having escaped death. They had departed. Ha ha ha. A life reclaimed. Damn it, I shall never scavenge for supplies near a bank again. What a world this has become, where even zombies wield firearms. Sigh. When we set out, there were still 9 of us, yet in less than half a day, only 6 remain. However, this journey was not in vain, as we managed to procure some cold medicine, along with a few bars of chocolate and bottled water. Someone attempted to console the group, striving to make this endeavor seem less dismal. Just as the 6 were feeling a semblance of relief, a commotion erupted from the street behind them, plunging their spirits once more into despair. Prepare for battle, one shouted in anxiety. The 6 immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the zombies wandering along Wanshun Road. Yet they refrained from firing. They understood that, with ammunition in short supply, every bullet must be judiciously expended. Among the refuse, Li Feiyu eagerly volunteered, exclaiming, Senior Gluttony, allow me, your junior, to swiftly eliminate these oblivious mortals. A bloodthirsty glint sparkled in its eyes. To hunt down beings weaker than itself was merely a matter of course. In its perception, humans were but lambs awaiting slaughter, mere playthings for its amusement. Chapter 22. The Emergent Senior Gluttony. I assure you, I will dispatch them with utmost efficiency. Li Feiyu's voice resonated with an uncontainable excitement. You, my friend. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had previously believed that a zombie like Li Feiyu, possessing intelligence and the ability to communicate normally, might harbor a different attitude towards humanity. Yet reality struck him hard, for deep within, Li Feiyu still regarded humanity as mere prey. That insatiable bloodlust remained unaltered despite his heightened intellect. A zombie is a zombie, and bloodthirst is its intrinsic nature. Perhaps it was I who was overly naive. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. He then lowered his voice and commanded, Follow me, and adhere to my rules. We may only act against them when humanity poses a threat to us. Li Feiyu was engulfed in confusion. In the survival laws of the celestial realm it followed. All things were categorized by strength. Anything weaker was akin to mere ants, disposable at will. Yet, before Lin Feng, despite his reluctance, he suppressed the primal urges within him and replied respectfully, I understand, senior. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Feng's mind stirred, and an invisible command surged forth, spreading like a wave of electricity. In an instant, Dozens of zombies scattered along Wanshun Road responded simultaneously, springing into action. Their movements were stiff yet remarkably swift. Some staggered into a narrow alley piled high with refuse, their figures jarringly out of place among the debris. Others concealed themselves behind abandoned vehicles, using the cars as shields to remain hidden, while a few lay flat in shadowy corners, their bodies pressed closely to the ground, yearning to blend into their surroundings. Within mere seconds, the street, which had previously harbored a glimpse of the undead, became utterly devoid of any trace of zombies. At this moment, on Wanshun Road, 6 apprehensive individuals stood on high alert, their hands tightly gripping firearms, their eyes keenly observant, as if the very air around them could morph into a lethal threat. Their previously taut nerves faltered upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the zombies, leaving them in a state of confusion, exchanging bewildered glances. Are they yielding to us? One among them could not suppress his voice, tinged with uncertainty. What a day for peculiar occurrences. First, encountering zombies wielding guns, and now, zombies making way for us. What should we do? Could this be a trap? These zombies do not appear particularly formidable. Let us proceed. There are armed zombies patrolling in the area behind us. We must traverse this street. At that moment, a man who seemed to be the leader stepped forward, making a decisive choice. Consequently, the 6 swiftly reformed their ranks, with 2 individuals taking the lead to keep watch. Ever vigilant for any signs ahead, 2 others positioned themselves on either flank, guarding against threats from the sides, while the remaining 2 provided rear security, ensuring their safety from behind. They stood back to back, cautiously yet swiftly advancing forward. Each person's weapon was gripped firmly, fingers poised on the triggers, prepared to unleash a barrage at the slightest disturbance in their surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Li Feiyu concealed themselves within a trash bin, peering through a narrow gap, closely monitoring the movements of this group. Just as the 6 reached the midpoint of the street, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. A naked young girl, her skin as white as snow, suddenly appeared before them without warning. She appeared as if she had instantaneously traversed from another realm, gracefully descending from above a car. Her toes lightly tapped the vehicle's roof, a motion as delicate as a butterfly dancing amidst blossoms, devoid of any worldly distractions. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall with her movements, perfectly veiling her exquisite form, leaving onlookers entranced and unable to focus. Suddenly, a startled exclamation pierced the air, and with a swift motion, 6 handguns were simultaneously aimed at the enigmatic girl. Terror etched on their faces, the 6 individuals found their breaths quickening, their chests heaving violently, fingers trembling with tension. Yet, the girl's fragile and enchanting exterior sowed seeds of doubt in their minds, intertwining fear and hesitation, preventing them from pulling the triggers. What on earth is happening? How did that girl appear? Is invisibility really that common now? I envy her. I want to possess the power of invisibility too. Lin Feng, concealed within a garbage bin, gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu, next to him, quickly pieced together a possibility, exclaiming, "Senior, that must be the manifestation of the ghost mother. Huh, in just over half a month, she has grown so much? Is she still human?" Lin Feng remarked, leaning closer to the gap of the lid, inhaling deeply. Hiss, she still carries the sin of humanity. I must examine her thoroughly soon. Among the 6 individuals, a slender young man in his 20s, suppressing his inner dread, bellowed at the girl atop the vehicle, "What on earth are you? Speak." His voice quivered with tension and fury. The nerves of the other 5 were taut, their eyes fixated on the girl, their grips on the handguns dampened by cold sweat. Fingers trembling on the triggers from prolonged strain, the atmosphere thick with the peril of an accidental discharge. The girl remained silent, her eyes as pristine as an untouched icy lake, brimming with curiosity towards the 6. Then, with a gentle leap, she descended to the ground like a feather, extending her hands and gliding towards them with a lightness of step. A serene smile adorned her exquisite face, and her delicate lips parted to emit a childlike voice. Play. Play with me. Bang. A gunshot reverberated through Wanshun Road. It was the slender man, overwhelmed by anxiety, as he watched the girl approach. His mental defenses crumbled, and his finger involuntarily pulled the trigger. In an instant, a portion of the girl's ear was severed, blood cascading to the ground. The vivid crimson stain spreading ominously, stark against the surface. She seemed momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events, retracting her outstretched hands, incredulously touching her injured ear. Then, A heart-wrenching wail erupted from her lips as she stood frozen, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls. This was a calamity. Regret weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart as he reflected on the missed opportunity to exert mental control over the 6 individuals, compelling them to depart. He had possessed a superior strategy to avert this conflict, yet a momentary lapse of vigilance had propelled events into an uncontrollable trajectory. Subsequently, he whispered, "Li Feiyu, prepare yourself." Li Feiyu was already beset by an overwhelming urge to flee, yet in response to Lin Feng's command, he steeled himself and replied, "Understood, Senior." The 6 individuals, gazing at the weeping girl not far away, found themselves ensnared in a quandary, their faces etched with conflict and hesitation. On one hand, they feared that the girl might pose a lethal threat. On the other, her pitiful and helpless demeanor stirred a pang of compassion within them. "Skinny, that is a person. How can you possibly shoot?" One could not restrain his reproach. "How was I to know if she has turned into a zombie?" Skinny retorted, his voice tinged with a hint of guilt. "Enough. Ignore her and let us retreat." The leader of the group attempted to instill calmness, urging them to vacate this troublesome locale. "No, we must eliminate her. She is too strange. Showing mercy could endanger us all." Bang! The short individual in the group decisively pulled the trigger, a bullet hurtling from the firearm, slicing through the air towards the girl's brow. Yet, once again, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded. The bullet flew a mere 2 meters before its velocity began to diminish, trailing a string of white bubbles as if it had pierced the surface of water. The surrounding air seemed to transform into a viscous liquid, impeding the bullet's advance. This bizarre scene left onlookers in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Gradually, the air within a 5-meter radius of the 6 individuals began to shift into a hue of orange-yellow. A nauseating stench of decay swiftly permeated the street. Suddenly, a colossal orange sphere of water materialized before them. The 6 individuals huddled together in panic, helplessly floating within the sphere. They flailed their arms desperately, striving to reach the edge of the orb, yet it seemed as though an invisible force bound them, preventing their escape. Simultaneously, a shadowy silhouette, resembling a small mountain, began to solidify. Lin Feng and Li Feiyu emerged silently from a nearby trash bin, their bodies slightly hunched like leopards, lunging toward the location of the ghost mother. Chapter 23. An unfortunate commencement. As Lin Feng and Li Feiyu pressed forward, the form of the ghost mother fully materialized, appearing at least 3 times larger than when Lin Feng had encountered her previously. She loomed like a massive mound of flesh, obstructing half the street. Her grotesque and immense figure exuded a repulsive odor of decay, causing Lin Feng to grimace in distaste. The 6 unfortunate souls have been confined within the nursery of the malevolent mother, and their fate appears grim, destined to become sustenance for the ghostly matron and her offspring. With a sudden surge of defiance, Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of viscous, dark green gastric acid, directing it towards the umbilical cord connecting the malevolent mother to the girl. The acid struck the cord with deadly precision, emitting a hissing sound as acrid white smoke billowed forth, eliciting a harrowing scream of agony from the ghostly figure. The deafening wail reverberated through Wanshan Road, causing the very ground to tremble, streetlights swaying precariously, and tiles cascading from the walls. As the malevolent mother writhed in torment from the gastric assault, she grasped the umbilical cord protruding from her abdomen, intent on reclaiming her child. In that moment, a figure darted towards her like a bolt of lightning. It was Li Feiyu, wielding a black staff, who bellowed, "Beast, behold my blade." The strike, imbued with tremendous force, pierced the grotesque foot of the malevolent mother as if it were but a toothpick. Simultaneously, Lin Feng dashed forward, shouting, "Do not fear, child. Uncle Lin is here to rescue you." With the agility of a leopard, he swiftly maneuvered behind the girl, lifting her securely in his arms. As Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the umbilical cord affixed to her abdomen, he swiftly coiled his foot around it several times before leaping back with great force. Under the immense tension, the cord, as thick as an arm, snapped taut, and with a resounding crack, the previously corroded section gave way, severing the connection. Free from her bondage, Lin Feng retreated swiftly with the girl to a safe distance. The eyes of the ghostly mother, resembling lanterns, turned a vivid crimson upon witnessing her child being seized, brimming with fury and murderous intent. "Return him to me," she shrieked, her voice shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Seizing the moment of distraction, Li Feiyu unleashed his electrical powers. Gripping the black staff tightly in his right hand, currents surged around him, and high-voltage electricity coursed through the staff like a nimble electric serpent, swiftly penetrating the ghostly mother's being. Amidst a cacophony of crackling electricity, the already nauseating stench of the chaotic scene was further tainted by the acrid odor of charred flesh. Li Feiyu wagered the entirety of his accumulated electrical energy from the past week, believing he could vanquish the ghostly mother instantly. Yet, fate proved to be more unpredictable than he anticipated. The massive, smoke-emitting head of the ghostly mother dipped slightly, her lantern-like eyes peering through disheveled strands of hair to glimpse the diminutive figure at her feet. A wave of dread surged through Li Feiyu's heart, and he instinctively released his grip on the staff, turning to flee. His legs moved rapidly, stirring up clouds of dust, but alas, it was too late. The severed umbilical cord, akin to a ravenous venomous serpent, pursued him relentlessly. Li Feiyu let out a desperate cry, his voice echoing through the streets. However, Lin Feng did not respond. In the next instant, the umbilical cord pierced his back, causing his body to stiffen abruptly. A look of anguish etched across his face as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. At this moment, Lin Feng was crouched behind a car, 30 meters away, cradling the young girl. Suddenly, he acutely sensed that his spiritual connection with Li Feiyu had been severed. Damn it, my newly recruited subordinate. Down on the very first battle. Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation within him, and he struck the car door with such force that several flakes of paint chipped away. At that moment, he lowered his gaze and found himself locking eyes with the young girl in his arms. Her gaze, untainted and pure, resembled a crystal-clear spring, momentarily leaving Lin Feng in a daze. Uncle is going to slay your mother and consume her core. Do not hold it against me. As a mere zombie. Lin Feng had no need for human speech. He gently placed the bewildered girl on the ground. Then, with a swift motion, he tore away the withered umbilical cord from her abdomen and dashed towards the ghostly mother. However, just a few steps into his sprint, he abruptly halted, confronted by an utterly shocking scene. There, suspended in midair, was Li Feiyu, tethered by a lengthy umbilical cord that connected to the belly of the ghostly mother. The sun hung low in the west, its rays obscured by the colossal form of the ghostly mother, casting Lin Feng into shadow. Before his eyes, a new progeny was born. Ha ha ha! A resounding laugh echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the neighborhood. Li Feiyu's tattered robe billowed without wind, and as he slowly opened his eyes, the once gray orbs transformed into two luminous moons, radiating an eerie white light. Tiny currents of electricity danced around him, crackling audibly. He looked down upon Lin Feng from his elevated position, proclaiming in a voice akin to thunder, "Wretched vermin. Upon seeing my true form, why do you not kneel?" Chapter 24. Life is full of surprises. Li Feiyu, you're alive. Lin Feng shouted, his voice ringing out. At that moment, the heavy stone that had long weighed upon his heart finally settled. In this blood-soaked apocalyptic world, finding a companion with whom to share frivolous banter and alleviate the profound loneliness was a rarity more precious than discovering a rare treasure. It would be a lamentable loss to witness such a companion perish. How bold, daring to utter my name, Li Feiyu retorted, his voice as frigid as the howling north wind in the depths of winter, devoid of warmth. Slowly, he extended his right hand, his fingertips slicing through the air with alarming swiftness. A thunderous crash resounded. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended upon Lin Feng. However, in that fleeting moment before Li Feiyu unleashed his power, Lin Feng, akin to a leopard sensing danger, had already reacted with preternatural instinct. With fluid grace, he executed his movements seamlessly. In a flash, he retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the peculiar pouch formed by the toughened skin of his thigh, as swift as lightning. He deftly donned the sunglasses, and in the next heartbeat, his figure flickered, resembling a shadow, as he vanished into the narrow, dark alley nearby. In the wake of a blinding white light, the once even pavement was left with a gaping pit, a shocking testament to the lightning's fury. The surrounding ground fared no better, marred by a myriad of cracks resembling a spider's web, stretching ominously into the distance. Li Feiyu gazed down at the empty pit below, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. Frustration welled within him as he pondered. Did I miss? Speaking the lines has slowed the pace of this duel considerably, yet refraining from dialogue would diminish my gravitas. This truly poses a daunting dilemma. Just as he wrestled with these conflicting thoughts, a series of swift whooshes filled the air. Several shards of concrete, resembling arrows shot from a powerful crossbow, surged from the shadows by the street, hurtling directly towards Li Feiyu. His expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic igniting in his eyes as he hastily activated his lightning escape technique. In an instant, a shimmering shield of electric light enveloped him, resembling a vast cocoon radiating brilliance. However, just as the concrete fragments were about to strike the protective barrier, a sudden, eerie cry erupted from the ghostly mother. Almost instantaneously, she yanked on the umbilical cord with a force that left one no time to react, pulling Li Feiyu into her embrace. A crackling sound ensued as the powerful currents of the lightning shield collided violently with the ghostly mother's form. In that moment, a small crater appeared on her chest, the surrounding skin charred black and emitting wisps of smoke. The umbilical cord tethering Li Feiyu to her back also began to sizzle, releasing faint curls of smoke. Li Feiyu, with a face full of bewilderment, looked up at the ghostly mother's terrifying visage, marked by deep crevices and an unsettling aura, much like a helpless child seeking solace. In the next moment, the grotesque lips of the ghostly mother, broad as a tire, began to move slowly, releasing a nauseating stench that assaulted the senses. "Be baby. Not behaving. Spanking." Her indistinct voice reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu felt his spirit plummet from the celestial realm to the mundane world. Just moments ago, he had believed himself to have stumbled upon a great fortune, only to discover that the ghostly mother's control over him was far more twisted than Lin Feng's. Smack, smack, smack. The ghostly mother's grayish nails, as hard as a washboard, struck Li Feiyu's backside with relentless force. As he lay sprawled across the vast palm of the ghostly mother, tears began to stream down his face. Filled with indignation, how could a dignified cultivator such as himself endure such humiliation? He rummaged through the recesses of his memory. Yet he had never encountered any tales of esteemed predecessors enduring such a disgraceful fate. Suddenly, from a nearby building, 3 globules of concentrated gastric acid erupted, hurtling towards the ghostly mother's umbilical cord. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Feng deftly shifted his position while keeping a vigilant eye on the ghostly mother. However, he did not witness the anticipated scene. It appeared that the ghostly mother sensed the impending danger and vanished from sight. The 3 globules of acid passed unobstructed through the space she had occupied, splattering against the wall of the building. A faint sizzling sound ensued, and gray smoke began to rise as the acid corroded the wall, creating several large craters. The street once again fell into a profound silence. As if the entire world had been muted, Lin Feng swiftly shifted his position to conceal himself, pressing his body tightly against the wall. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, leaving no corner overlooked as he awaited the reappearance of the ghostly mother. A sense of bitterness filled his heart, and he repeatedly murmured to himself, "Why is this so different from what was planned? I merely wished to procure a crystal core for a taste. Why must it be so arduous?" This profound sense of frustration involuntarily reminded him of a classic line from The Adventures of AQ. Life is like a box of condoms. You never know whether the next one is ribbed or dotted. In this apocalyptic world, everything was rife with uncertainty and variables. Time passed slowly, and the darkness deepened. Suddenly, subtle sounds emerged from the street, resonating distinctly in the eerie silence. Lin Feng immediately turned towards the noise, his heart racing as tension coursed through his entire being. It was a false alarm. The sound came from the girl he had rescued earlier. At that moment, she resembled a newborn fawn, cautiously exploring the street, peering here and there, using her eyes, nose, ears, and skin to carefully sense the world around her. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Hide quickly," Lin Feng whispered urgently. The girl, with her notched ear, perked up at the sound. Upon catching sight of Lin Feng lurking in the shadows, a pure smile blossomed on her face, and she bounded towards him. Lin Feng winced as he noticed the shards of glass scattered across the street and glanced at the girl's unprotected bare feet, instinctively gasping in alarm. His heart tightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted out with a speed akin to lightning. He swiftly scooped up the girl and rushed into a convenience store. Hiding behind the cashier's counter, a fine layer of dust coated the counter, and scattered around were a few snacks. Lin Feng gently placed the girl back on the ground. Feeling her gaze scrutinizing him, he offered an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not certain if leaving the ghost mother is a good thing for you." In this apocalyptic world, logic held little sway. The girl looked at the peculiar zombie before her with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion. "Will you play with me?" Her innocent voice echoed in the store. Sighing, he thought, perhaps I should take the time to teach you to read and speak. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, then picked up a fallen lollipop from the floor. After unwrapping it, he gently placed it in the girl's cherry-red mouth. Moments later, her expression transformed from bewilderment to delight. The myriad flavors of the human experience had presented her with sweetness for the first time. This taste seemed to dispel the fear of the unknown, bringing a glimmer of warmth into her small world. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned his attention to the street outside. The night grew darker and colder. The girl curled up in Lin Feng's embrace, falling into a deep slumber. The lollipop now reduced to a mere plastic stick in her mouth. Her breathing was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a quiet little kitten. In the convenience store, 5 zombies stood silently in the corner, waiting as Lin Feng's midnight snack. Just as Lin Feng believed that the night would pass peacefully, the entirety of Wanshan Road was suddenly illuminated by a blinding flash of white light. This radiance appeared without warning, so intense that it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open, as if the sun had unexpectedly descended upon the street. Lin Feng lowered his sunglasses once more, attempting to shield himself from the dazzling brightness. In that instant, a desperate scream echoed through the air. It was the voice of Li Feiyu, brimming with terror and helplessness. Gluttonous Senior, help me. Chapter 25, Venomous Insects Above the Street. A spherical lightning bolt materialized out of nowhere. The brilliant white light instantaneously transformed the street into a scene as bright as day. Gluttonous Senior, help me. Li Feiyu's anguished cries reverberated through Wanshan Road. The white light flickered and vanished, plunging the street back into darkness, as Li Feiyu and the ghost mother plummeted from a height of several meters, enveloped in swirling white smoke. With a thunderous crash, several cars below were crushed like fragile aluminum cans beneath the immense weight of the ghost mother. Inside the convenience store, Lin Feng held the now-awakened young girl, whose eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He quickly set her down, smiling as he instructed, "Stay here and do not move." With that, he rose and approached the 5 zombies standing against the wall. Cautiously, the girl peeked out from behind the counter, her head partially visible, watching Lin Feng's back with a mix of curiosity and anxiety. She witnessed the process of Lin Feng consuming the zombies in its entirety, yet she did not feel fear. For the way the ghost mother fed was similar. Having seen countless such scenes before, she had long since grown accustomed to it. Moments later, 5 zombies were devoured entirely. Lin Feng's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation, his form steadily diminishing. Concurrently, a plethora of hard exoskeletons sprouted across his surface, glistening with a cold, ceramic sheen, enveloping all parts of his body except for his face. Subsequently, a bone spike approximately 20 centimeters in length erupted from his head, incredibly sharp. His arms gradually morphed into 2 elongated, razor-sharp bone blades, each measuring over half a meter. At this moment, Lin Feng resembled a hybrid offspring of a rhinoceros beetle and a mantis, both bizarre and perilous. As his metamorphosis completed, he stood at a height of 1 meter, akin to a dwarven warrior clad in mechanized armor. He crouched low to the ground, assuming a poised starting position, his muscles taut and coiled, ready to spring forth. With a thunderous bang, his leg, encased in bone armor, propelled him forcefully, shattering the tiled floor beneath him into countless fragments, like shrapnel scattered by an explosion. Lin Feng surged forth like a cannonball, diagonally launching through the already broken window of the convenience store. His speed so immense that he left only a fleeting blur in his wake. The ghostly mother was engulfed in fierce flames, her hair completely incinerated, leaving her massive head exposed and appearing even more terrifying and grotesque. Her skin was pockmarked, as if gnawed by countless insects, and her lantern-like eyes emitted a sinister red glow. At that moment, the ghostly mother sat in the street, clutching her child in her hands, her voice muffled as she admonished, "Baby, no. Be good, hit." Li Feiyu felt the immense hand gripping him tighten incessantly, akin to a vice gradually constricting its hold. He sensed that his very organs were on the brink of being expelled from his mouth. Even a zombie's robust physique could not withstand such torment. Suddenly, a white figure darted past the side of the ghostly mother's neck like a bolt of lightning, its speed rendering it nearly imperceptible. The ghostly mother, perplexed, sluggishly touched her neck and discovered a gaping wound had appeared. A torrent of foul, dark blood gushed forth, reminiscent of a flood breaching its banks, splattering across the street in a chaotic deluge. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng launched another attack, propelling himself towards the opposite side of the ghostly mother-S neck. Just as he approached within 3 meters of his target, a wall of flesh barreled towards him. With a resounding crash, the ghostly mother-S colossal hand sent Lin Feng hurtling away. Boom! Lin Feng collided with an old 2-story house, smashing a large hole into its structure. The walls crumbled instantaneously, bricks scattering and dust rising in a cloud. Lying amidst the ruins, Lin Feng noticed several cracks in his bone armor, his bone blade fractured, and a trickle of dark blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Before he could catch his breath, the ghostly mother's massive form vanished, only to reappear above the old house, plummeting downwards like a mountain crashing upon him. With a thunderous roar, the old house was reduced to dust beneath her weight, the ensuing cloud of debris swirling like a tempest across the neighborhood. Li Feiyu, still held in the grip of the ghostly mother, gazed upward to witness the wound upon her neck gradually healing, fresh flesh burgeoning at a visible pace. A surge of despair flooded his heart, prompting him to murmur, "All is lost." He had presumed he had chosen the weakest adversary, yet he found her to be terrifying beyond measure. At that moment, the ghostly mother suddenly emitted a piercing wail of agony, her voice shrill and haunting, shattering the night's stillness. Subsequently, she cast aside Li Feiyu and began to frantically claw at her own body, her nails etching deep gashes into her skin, as a bulge rapidly shifted beneath her massive form. Within her, Lin Feng was desperately burrowing a tunnel with a broken bone knife and a sharp spike atop his head. With each inch he progressed, he pulverized vast swathes of flesh ahead, simultaneously expelling a torrent of gastric acid into the space behind him. The acid corroded the ghostly mother's flesh, producing a sizzling sound that widened her internal wounds. Bang! 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 The ghostly mother struck her own body with her palms, attempting to squash the venomous insects that roamed within her. The violent tremors left Lin Feng dizzy, when suddenly he heard a muffled sound akin to a war drum. Thud! 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 It was the heartbeat. Lin Feng's spirit soared, and he immediately surged forward, wielding his bone knife with fervor, digging towards the increasingly vigorous heartbeat. Minutes later, Lin Feng finally penetrated the thick layers of fat and flesh, arriving within the ghostly mother's chest cavity. Through eyes endowed with thermal imaging, Lin Feng perceived the heart, roughly the size of an elevator. Thump! Thump! The resounding rhythm of the heartbeat elicited a breath of admiration from Lin Feng. Truly magnificent. Soon after, an exoskeleton began to burgeon from his mouth, and in a fleeting moment, he developed a mouthpart akin to that of a mosquito, a needle as thick as a thumb. With a swift motion, Lin Feng plunged the needle into the heart. The body of the ghost mother jolted violently, emitting an agonizing roar that resonated for several kilometers. A sound so filled with torment that it stirred the surrounding zombies, who seemed to sense the dread and began to fidget restlessly. Beneath the protective exoskeleton, Lin Feng's abdomen pulsated wildly as a copious amount of gastric acid was injected into the heart's bloodstream through the needle. The heart convulsed spasmodically, simultaneously distributing the tainted blood mixed with gastric acid throughout the ghost mother's body. In mere moments, patches of decay began to manifest upon her form, her skin gradually melting away. On the street, taking advantage of the ghost mother's distraction, Li Feiyu endeavored to sever the umbilical cord tethering him. His hands shimmered with blue electricity, yet each time he intensified the voltage, the current coursed back into his own body. His skin was already carbonized, emanating wisps of smoke. What is happening? Suddenly, Li Feiyu sensed an invasive consciousness encroaching upon his mind, reminiscent of Lin Feng's control over it. This is bad. I am about to be usurped. Without hesitation, Li Feiyu pierced his own temple with his index finger, releasing a surge of electricity. Her face was etched with expressions of agony, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. The essence of the ghostly mother was being forcefully repelled by the intense current. The wails of the ghostly mother grew fainter, as many parts of her form began to dissolve, transforming this mound of flesh into a putrid swamp. At that very moment, hundreds of fully armed zombies, brandishing submachine guns, swiftly blocked the streets. These numerous zombies were the soldiers under the command of the corpse general, and they simultaneously shouted in unison, "Seize the core bearer! Die!" Their synchronized and chilling voices resonated through the ravaged streets. Chapter 26. The corpse general amidst the putrid marsh created from the ghostly mother's rotting flesh. Lin Feng was voraciously consuming the foul, mud-like flesh with his stomach, his body swelling visibly like an inflatable doll. Meanwhile, at the street corner, a regiment of neatly arranged corpse soldiers stood poised for action. The leader of the soldiers emitted a low, hoarse growl, followed by dozens of grenades being hurled towards Linfeng like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of explosions erupted instantaneously. The street was engulfed in chaos as the grenades sent dirt flying, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Linfeng was not spared from the devastation. Shrapnel from the grenades tore through his body, creating numerous gaping wounds from which black blood gushed forth, staining the rotting marsh beneath him. Yet, undeterred, he continued his relentless feast, as his immense stomach functioned like a pump, persistently drawing in the ghostly mother-s flesh and blood. The terrifying wounds on Linfeng's body healed at an astonishing pace, fresh granulation tissue proliferating to fill the gaps. His physique continued to expand. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters. Having consumed the flesh and blood of the ghostly mother, Linfeng finally stood towering like a giant amidst the ruins. At this moment, his body was enveloped in a layer of formidable bone armor, resembling a colossal armored warrior. The zombie soldiers on both sides of the street, witnessing that the grenades had failed to inflict fatal damage upon their enemy, simultaneously unleashed a roar. Their voices synchronized and brimming with murderous intent. Open fire. Hundreds of zombie soldiers squeezed the triggers of their submachine guns in unison. The gunfire instantaneously illuminated the neighborhood. Bang, 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 bang. A torrential barrage of bullets surged forth, like a tidal wave, from both flanks of Linfeng. The bullets struck against his bone armor, producing a cacophony akin to countless hammers striking metal, with projectiles embedding themselves into the armor, erupting sparks as fragments of bone cascaded down. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, Linfeng instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes, desperate to avoid losing his sight. Do they truly believe me to be a soft persimmon? He roared in sheer frustration. He lifted his massive right foot and delivered a powerful kick forward, sending countless concrete fragments of varying sizes hurtling towards the zombie soldiers at the street's entrance, like cannonballs. The squad of zombies, upon witnessing this, promptly shifted their formation. They swiftly removed the shields strapped to their backs, emblazoned with the words anti-riot. The corpses aligned their shields closely, forming a barrier in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending assault. A thunderous crash resounded as several substantial fragments of concrete collided forcefully with their makeshift wall. The immense impact caused the shield formation to tremble violently, with some shields being violently dislodged, thereby breaching their defenses. As a few of the undead sought to reinforce the gap in the shield wall, a sudden torrent of acidic bile cascaded from the heavens, drenching the ranks of the undead. In an instant, the shield wall crumbled. The hands of the corpses, upon contact with the caustic substance, melted away as though subjected to an intense flame. They knelt silently in the acidic deluge, desperately clawing at the weapons and shields strewn upon the ground with their dismembered limbs, striving for a final stand. Yet, all was in vain. The majority of the undead gradually dissolved into a murky pool of sanguine ichor. Witnessing the horrific fate of their comrades at the street's end, the undead under Linfeng's command immediately ceased fire and hastily sought refuge behind nearby cover. Still feigning death, they are fleeing. Linfeng bellowed in fury, forcefully casting aside the mound of earth before him and seizing the motionless Li Feiyu, who lay beneath, charred and resembling a piece of charcoal. Grasping Li Feiyu by the collar, Linfeng bolted with fervor, each stride causing the ground to tremble violently, echoing with a resounding roar. As he passed a convenience store, he deftly scooped up a girl who had been lingering at the entrance, captivated by the unfolding chaos. The girl, gripped in a hand, emitted a piercing scream of terror, which was swiftly engulfed by the cacophony of wind generated by Linfeng's frantic sprint. As the street fell silent, the remaining corpse soldiers promptly seized control of Wanshan Road. Before long, a sudden chorus of aggressive barking erupted, heralding the approach of a formidable pack of undead hounds. These grotesque creatures, massive in stature and festooned with decaying flesh, had some whose very bones were exposed. Their eyes glimmered with a covetous green light, and foul saliva dripped from their gaping maws. The hounds halted amidst the chaos of the street, sniffing the air before surging forward with astonishing speed, resembling a dark whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. With each step Linfeng took, a tremendous sound reverberated, undoubtedly betraying his location to his adversaries. He dashed for dozens of kilometers, yet the relentless barking behind him remained ever present, gnawing at his nerves and heightening his agitation. Senior, at this rate, we will inevitably be caught by the corpse general's hounds. Li Feiyu, dangling precariously, shouted weakly. Lin Feng's deep voice resonated. Perhaps we should turn back and eliminate them. We barely suffered in our last encounter. What corpse general? They are not so formidable. However, before he could finish his thought, a flash of light flickered in the distance. A powerful artillery shell soared silently through the air, striking his head with unerring accuracy. In an instant, with a deafening explosion, Lin Feng's head erupted, sending a gruesome shower of red and white into the sky, painting a scene of utter devastation. The colossal body lost control of its brain, crashing heavily onto the street, propelled by powerful inertia as it slid across debris for several meters before finally coming to a halt. A few minutes later, a towering zombie, approximately 6 meters in height, approached with heavy footsteps, eventually pausing beside Lin Feng's lifeless form. Observing its left side where a right hand should have been, one could see a large-caliber gray cannon in place, while the lower end of its left arm bore a Gatling heavy machine gun, adorned with countless belts of ammunition. Its upper body was draped with myriad cartridges, and embedded within the flesh on its back were 5 shells. A silver-gray steel helmet crowned its massive head, and a red glowing lens adorned its right eye. This grotesque fusion of flesh and weaponry was none other than the corpse general. The cannon on the corpse general emitted a creaking metallic sound as it adjusted its angle slightly, and then, with a flash of fire, it unleashed a deafening boom. Lin Feng's body was struck at close range by the shell, instantly obliterating him into fragments. A gentle rain of blood began to fall from the sky, with chunks of flesh landing upon the corpse general, which emitted a somewhat mechanical voice, S-H-I-T. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Lin Feng, now reduced to the size of an ordinary human, grasped Li Feiyu's hand with his left while hoisting a girl onto his right shoulder, sprinting desperately through the filthy waters that filled the sewer. The murky water was littered with various debris, rising to knee level, making each step laborious. Yet he dared not pause for even a moment. If it weren't for the shell I had prepared within my body long ago, I would truly be done for. The memory of having my head inexplicably blown off sent a shiver of fear down Lin Feng's spine. In the intricate labyrinth of the sewers, Lin Feng scurried about like a disoriented rat, aimlessly darting in every direction. He lost track of time and the number of twists and turns he had taken, acutely aware that another encounter could spell his demise. After several hours, he finally emerged from a manhole near an air raid shelter. Surveying his surroundings, he detected no anomalies, and, with great effort, he hoisted the girl and Li Feiyu from the depths of the sewer to the street above. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as though he had expended every ounce of his strength. His chest heaved violently, his gaze fixed upon the sky, reflecting a glimmer of relief from having narrowly escaped death. The dawn light had brightened, and the sun, devoid of warmth, filtered through the gaps between the buildings, casting its rays upon Lin Feng's face. From the muscle of his arm, he extracted a thumb-sized purple crystal, shaking it gently in the sunlight. A satisfied smile gracing his features. The crystal core. It was finally in his grasp. Chapter 27. Gluttony evolves again within the damp, cold confines of the air raid shelter. Droplets of water continuously condensed and fell from the walls, producing a rhythmic dripping sound. A modest square table bore a single candle, its feeble flame striving to dispel a modicum of the chill. 2 corpses and 1 living person sat gathered around the table. Lin Feng gazed at the girl clad in a new outfit, feeling a sense of satisfaction. These garments, procured at great risk from a clothing store in another zombie territory, were not only aesthetically pleasing and resistant to dirt, but also warm, truly perfect. The girl sat there, her head slightly bowed, her attention fixated on the zipper of her gray down jacket. Her delicate hands incessantly fidgeted with the zipper, as if it were the most fascinating toy in the world. Li Feiyu sat nearby, his gaze oscillating between Lin Feng and the young girl, before suddenly inquiring, "Is the senior keeping this girl to refine her into a furnace cauldron?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes dramatically, a look of exasperation and disdain etched across his face, retorting, "Do you know what is most precious in this apocalypse? Pills? Magical artifacts? Or great fortunes?" Li Feiyu enumerated a series of treasures he deemed valuable in the end times, lifting his head slightly with each mention, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if awaiting Lin Feng's approval. However, Lin Feng merely shook his head repeatedly. "Please enlighten me, senior." Li Feiyu bowed respectfully, his tattered robe long since burned away, now donning a tracksuit that rendered him considerably more presentable, resembling a student athlete. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, adopting an inscrutable expression, and slowly articulated, "In the apocalypse, the most precious thing is hope." Hope. Li Feiyu's face contorted in perplexity, his brow furrowed tightly, his visage a canvas of confusion. He endeavored to grasp the profound meaning behind Lin Feng's words, yet his mind was a chaotic tangle. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately relinquished his thoughts and once again bowed, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Lin Feng redirected his gaze toward the young girl's cheeks illuminated by the candlelight, the soft glow dancing upon her face, outlining her youthful and innocent features. Lin Feng stroked his chin, wearing a contemplative expression, and murmured, "I should give her a name. How about Fairy of the Red Dust?" Li Feiyu suggested earnestly, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. He believed this name exuded an ethereal charm, embodying the essence of an emperor. Lin Feng slapped the table and exclaimed, "Excellent." Li Feiyu flashed a knowing look at him. However, Lin Feng paused momentarily before declaring, "Let us call her Lin Yoshi." His tone was resolute, as if this name had been brewing in his heart for an eternity. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of disdain crossed Li Feiyu's eyes. He inwardly scoffed, deeming the name far too ordinary, a stark contrast to his own suggestion of Fairy of the Red Dust, which seemed leagues apart in refinement. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts, merely ridiculing it silently within his mind. "Yoshi, Yoshi?" Lin Feng gently tapped the young girl's shoulder, his voice as tender as a gentle spring breeze. Newly named Lin Yoshi looked up, her gaze filled with confusion as she regarded Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng straightened slightly, his expression turning serious. "Now, let us divide your mother's legacy." With that, he slowly retrieved a purple crystal core from his bosom. Li Feiyu's eyes brightened instantly, the radiance surpassing that of candlelight. His voice trembled with excitement. "Senior, do I get a share too?" His gaze fixated on the crystal core in Lin Feng's hand, as if it were the most precious elixir in the world. Lin Feng held the crystal core delicately between his fingertips, placing it before the orange candle flame. Appreciating it with careful attention, the orange-yellow flames flickered through the purple crystals, casting exquisite amber light spots that danced and shimmered upon the walls of the air raid shelter. "Following me may indeed bring you benefits, yet your inherent nature is difficult to change. Should you become too powerful, you may betray me. However, I shall not hold it against you, for my only desire is to keep you beneath my thumb. Like a knife, I can wield it to cut others, just as others may use that same knife against me, and I shall not blame the knife itself. Li Feiyu, you are merely an intelligent blade." Lin Feng's voice turned slightly cold as he articulated his twisted reasoning. The junior understood. "Senior, what about this crystal core?" Li Feiyu feigned submission, yet in truth, not a single word of Lin Feng's discourse penetrated his mind. His gaze remained fixated on the crystal core in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng grasped the crystal core tightly and inquired, "How is this to be used? Should I consume it directly?" Li Feiyu responded with palpable excitement. "It should be taken directly. However, it is only right for the junior to refine it into a pill before consumption, to honor such a rare medicinal material. Life indeed requires a touch of ritual." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Then, with a firm pinch of his fingers, he crushed the crystal core with a sharp crack. "Li Feiyu receives 20%, Lin Yoshi 30%, and the remaining 50% belongs to me." As he spoke, Lin Feng divided the shattered remnants of the crystal core into 3 unequal portions and placed them on the table. Upon witnessing this, Li Feiyu immediately produced a piece of tattered cloth, handling it with utmost care. He painstakingly pinched his share of the crystal core fragments with his fingers, placing them onto the cloth, his focused expression akin to one engaged in a sacred ritual. Even the dust inadvertently settled upon the table was meticulously brushed away, as if he feared missing even a fragment of the precious crystal core. "The younger generation takes their leave," Li Feiyu said, carefully wrapping the cloth. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Go on." In an instant, Li Feiyu vanished like a wisp of smoke. "You've been with the ghostly mother for so long without being infected. You must possess antibodies to the zombie virus within you, right? A little consumption should pose no threat." Lin Feng muttered to himself as he ground the remaining crystal cores on the table into a fine powder. From his pocket, he retrieved a lollipop, unwrapped it, and held it over the candle flame. The lollipop gradually softened under the heat, releasing a delightful sweet aroma. Next, he He rolled the now softened lollipop back and forth on the table until it was generously coated in the crystal core powder. Lin Feng gestured for Zhang to open her mouth. Lin Yoshi obediently complied, her small mouth enclosing the lollipop infused with the essence of the crystal core. After feeding Lin Yoshi, Lin Feng intended to pay the utmost homage to the remaining crystal core powder. This technique he had devised in his childhood while savoring the seasoning packets of instant noodles. He gently pushed all the crystal core powder to the edge of the table, then squatted beside it, aligning his right nostril with the table's edge while pinching the left nostril shut, forcefully inhaling along the edge. Yes, yes, Lin Feng exclaimed, bouncing with excitement at the table's edge. This was the sensation he craved, the exhilarating rush of chili and salt surging to the crown of his head. Childhood memories flooded back. Woohoo! Evidently, Lin Feng had long since transcended the bounds of normal humanity during his childhood. After all, which child would consume seasoning packets in such an eccentric manner? When Lin Feng regained consciousness on the cold, concrete floor of the air raid shelter, he had lost track of time. The shelter remained dark and damp, the solitary candle having long since extinguished, leaving only a small puddle of hardened wax on the table. What an extraordinary sensation! Rising from the ground, he examined his body, finding nothing particularly unusual. Suddenly, an even more intense hunger engulfed him, an insatiable craving for everything, even the concrete beneath his feet. This hunger roared within him like a ferocious beast, rampaging through his stomach. Tentatively, he pressed his hand against the concrete floor, and a plume of white smoke erupted from beneath his palm, carrying a pungent odor that filled the air of the shelter. Startled, Lin Feng quickly withdrew his hand, only to discover an imprint left behind on the ground, clear and profound, as if struck by an immense force. Glancing at his arm, he noticed that the skin had transformed into a deep gray, as though encased in a layer of concrete. In disbelief, he touched it. Could it truly be concrete? This was even more astonishing than a celestial siphoning technique. Like a child who has just acquired a new toy, Lin Feng eagerly embarked on his experiments, consuming everything in sight: trees, zombies, stones, screws, and more. The essence of the experimental results can be succinctly summarized as: one's diet directly influences one's physical development. Anything Lin Feng can consume serves as raw material for his body. After indulging to his heart's content, Lin Feng returned to his seat in the air raid shelter, only to realize that something seemed amiss. His gaze wandered around the shelter, and suddenly, his expression shifted. Where was Yoshi? Lin Feng exclaimed, noticing that he was alone at the table, completely unaware of when Lin Yoshi had vanished. Yoshi, he called out again, his voice echoing within the confines of the shelter. At that moment, the figure of Lin Yoshi materialized on the small stool before him, appearing like a specter, silently manifesting invisibility. Lin Feng's eyes widened with envy. He had always coveted the ability to become unseen, an essential skill for evasion and subterfuge. Lin Yoshi, oblivious to Lin Feng's exaggerated expression, removed the nearly finished lollipop from her mouth and offered it to him, saying, "Sweet, eat." Just then, Li Feiyu entered the air raid shelter with a spirited demeanor, dramatically sweeping aside an imaginary robe before taking a seat. What changes have you experienced after consuming the crystal core? Lin Feng promptly inquired. Li Feiyu responded with a beaming countenance. My magical prowess and spells have both improved. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng lost interest. It was merely a slight increase in voltage and energy capacity. As he observed the solitary figure at the table, Lin Feng was suddenly reminded of the simple, tranquil days spent with his family of 3. Though life at that time was simple, it was imbued with warmth and happiness. A wave of longing surged within him as he pondered how his parents were faring. In a sanctuary situated over 300 kilometers from City A, a relatively secure area was encircled by towering walls and fortified defenses, shielding its inhabitants from the encroaching threat of zombies and various dangers. Lin Yusin and Li Lanxiang were seated in a modest large tent, attending a lecture. The tent was crowded with over 100 individuals of all ages, clad in identical white outfits. On the projection screen at the front of the tent, a vivid photograph displayed a colossal ice wall, within which 2 enormous serpents intertwined, their faces frozen in a grotesque embrace. At a simple podium stood a white-bearded professor, also donned in white attire, who began to speak into the microphone with a voice that bore the weight of experience. Humanity has created God, yet God has betrayed humanity. Chapter 28. The Origin of Humanity. With penetrating eyes, Professor Xie surveyed the audience from the platform. He paused briefly, noticing the perplexed expressions on the faces before him. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Do you find this notion absurd? Yet, based on the evidence and archaeological findings we have gathered, the truth is indeed as absurd as it seems." Among the audience, a child who appeared to be merely in his teens raised his hand high, his innocent voice breaking the silence. "Professor Xie, what does God look like?" Professor Xie raised his hand to stroke his sparse beard, narrowing his eyes slightly, as if ensnared in deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly responded, "God may not possess a physical form. Thus, perhaps he does not have a fixed appearance either." In the last row of the tent, Lin Yusin leaned slightly forward, drawing close to Li Lanxiang, and murmured in a voice only they could discern, "Those two large snakes in the photograph, aren't they Fuxi and Nuwa? Is she about to speak of Nuwa creating humanity?" Li Lanxiang gazed at the image projected on the screen and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they resemble them. However, the depiction of Nuwa in the painting is more graceful. The one in the photograph appears somewhat frightening. Engrossed in his lecture, Professor Xie caught a glimpse of the audience whispering among themselves, their furtive exchanges prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. He then abruptly elevated his tone, his voice resonating with newfound vigor. "Currently, the surviving humanity on Earth is divided into two major factions." This exclamation successfully recaptured the attention of the audience. They are New Eden and the homeland. Our nation has allied with New Eden, whose objective is to forge a perfect world on Earth, free from war, famine, and oppression, where everyone can live joyfully. As he spoke, Professor Xie gesticulated passionately, his animated expressions rendering him less a professor and more a fervent zealot. Nevertheless, the audience remained largely unmoved, their faces betraying a sense of numbness, unaffected by his impassioned discourse. The multitude of hardships endured in recent days has extinguished the once vibrant sparkle in their eyes, reminiscent of a more peaceful era. Ahem. Professor Xie awkwardly cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses in an attempt to mask the awkwardness of the silence. The goals of the Homeland faction significantly diverge from ours. They yearn to return to humanity's true origin, the Eden. Thus, the Homeland faction is devoted to constructing a Tower of Babel, seeking to open the path back to Eden. Listening intently, Lin Yusin began to grasp the essence of the situation. He leaned closer to Li Lanxiang and whispered, "I see. It's the people from the homeland who wish to return to their ancestral roots, while the New Eden faction is reluctant to go back, preferring to build a better abode on the current grounds." Li Lanxiang turned her gaze towards her husband, admiration gleaming in her eyes as she silently gave him a thumbs up, softly praising, simple and comprehensible. Suddenly, a flicker of anger crossed Professor Xie's face. According to the intelligence gathered thus far, one of the essential conditions to open the pathway to Eden is for all humanity to forsake their corporeal forms. Hence, there exists an irreconcilable fundamental conflict between the Homeland faction and the New Eden faction. They can only be adversaries. As Lin Yusin absorbed this information, a wave of confusion washed over him, and he felt an urge to raise his hand and inquire what was wrong with returning home. Just as he was about to lift his hand, he caught a glimpse of Professor Xie's flushed face, reminiscent of an enraged lion. Hesitating momentarily, he decided against it and lowered his hand once more. Professor Xie took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure as his chest heaved violently. After a while, he slowly spoke, "We have digressed. The primary focus of this lesson is the origin of humanity. Now, let us return to the main topic. Humanity created God. Yet God betrayed humanity, casting us out of Eden. Our ancestors were exiled to Earth, and to adapt to this environment, they began to modify the indigenous creatures of the planet, crafting vessels for the human soul. After conjuring various extraordinary beings, they ultimately fashioned the human form we possess today. From that moment on, humanity began to thrive on Earth. Initially, our ancestors enjoyed lengthy lifespans, but as the ages passed, they discovered that prolonged existence would lead to the corruption of the human soul by divinity. Consequently, they established the upper limit of human lifespan at approximately 120 years, allowing the soul to escape the taint of divinity through the cycle of death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin nudged his companion and said, "Dear, please ask him what divinity is." Li Lanxiang immediately rose and asked loudly, "Professor Xie, what is divinity?" This student certainly knows how to seize the crux of the matter. Professor Xie nodded for Li Lanxiang to sit down and explained, "Divinity encompasses the 7 emotions and 6 desires: greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, pride, jealousy, and wrath, those inescapable elements inherent in humanity. They are gifts bestowed upon us by God, yet simultaneously serve as a curse. A middle-aged man raised his hand to inquire, if God is so powerful, why does he not simply eradicate humanity? He fell into contemplation. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if traversing the fabric of time and space. After a considerable pause, he replied slowly, perhaps it was due to arrogance. It harbored envy towards the Creator's perfection, igniting its wrath. In its fury, it tainted the souls of humanity with its own divinity, casting them out of Eden while it remained exalted, gazing down with disdain upon its Creator, eternally mired in suffering. Moreover, God intermittently unleashed calamities, dismantling human civilization, delighting in witnessing their regression to primal savagery time and again. After class, Lin Yusin and Li Lanqiang ambled back to the tent assigned to them, carrying their lunchboxes. The tent was modest, furnished with 2 simple folding beds and some everyday necessities. Hey, what do you think is the purpose of making us attend classes all day? Li Lanqiang inquired as she settled onto a folding bed, opened her lunchbox, and took a bite of a steamed bun, her words muffled. Lin Yusin, also munching on his bun, shrugged nonchalantly and replied, brainwashing, I suppose, to ensure everyone willingly contributes to the so-called New Eden. Li Lanqiang shook her head in resignation, letting out a sigh. We're getting on in years. We don't hold much significance anymore. Let us just take it one day at a time. In the torrent of this apocalyptic world, she felt like a rootless water plant, adrift and uncertain. Sensing her despondence, Lin Yusin quickly sought to console her. We must live well, live longer. Only then can we see Xiao Feng again. Upon hearing this, Li Lanqiang's expression softened somewhat, the thought of their son rekindling a spark of strength within her. Yet, she soon erupted in frustration, exclaiming, those worthless scoundrels. In an attempt to evade divine calamities, they have conjured a most insidious creation, the zombie virus. How can humanity sink to such depths? Do they truly believe that by diminishing the population, they will escape God's scrutiny? As she spoke with increasing fervor, the bun in her hand was contorted by her grip. Lin Yusin hastily covered Li Lanqiang's mouth with his bun, casting anxious glances around before whispering, we must not speak recklessly. This is a time of great sensitivity. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Below the sanctuary, in a training ground that resembled a site ravaged by artillery, the walls bore the scars of conflict, and the uneven floor seemed to narrate tales of fierce battles past. 7 individuals clad in camouflage combat gear stood in a disciplined line, receiving the instructor's admonition. The instructor, with eyes sharp as a hawk, swept his gaze over the faces of the 7, as if peering into their very souls. His resonant voice suddenly pierced the air. The crystal cores of City A are nearing maturity. To acquire greater power, one must shed more blood. You are the warriors of New Eden. In time, you shall become the heroes of a new world. Therefore, you must hasten your growth. In 1 week, you will enter City A. The organization will provide no support. Slay the mutated zombies, and the crystal cores shall be your spoils. Do you understand? His voice reverberated through the spacious training hall, echoing like a resounding bell. Understood. The 7 responded in unison, their voices ringing out with such intensity that it seemed they might shatter the ceiling of the training ground. Back to City A. In the dimly lit air raid shelter, flickering candlelight cast shadows that seemed poised to extinguish at any moment, unaware that the Reaper had already raised his scythe. Lin Feng sat with his companions around a worn table, strategizing over a hand-drawn map. The map was marked with various symbols and lines, presenting a somewhat chaotic appearance. Lin Feng's fingers traced the markings, and suddenly, with a resounding clap, he struck the map, exuding an air of authority as he declared, Stone Corpse Demon, Ghost General, Songstress, Flame Demon, Meyer, Bloodrend, who shall we confront first among these 6 mutated undead? Chapter 29, Provocation within the shadows of the air raid shelter. The flickering candlelight illuminated Lin Feng's face, reflecting a myriad of emotions. The relentless presence of the corpse generals had been troubling him. He had already dispatched several. Yet it was only a matter of time before they discovered his whereabouts. A trace of concern laced Lin Feng's words, as he pondered whether he could withstand the onslaught from the artillery of the corpse generals. Seated at the table, Li Feiyu furrowed his brow in contemplation before speaking. At present, it appears that the Stone Corpse Demon is the weakest entity. As long as you become larger and more formidable than it, you shall easily prevail. Upon hearing the term weakest, Lin Feng cast a skeptical glance towards Li Feiyu, recalling a similar assertion made during their confrontation with the Ghost Mother. Upon reflection, He realized that luck had played a significant role in their success in vanquishing her. His tone was laden with distrust. After all, it was only recently that Li Feiyu had become a weapon in the hands of the enemy, following his encounter with the vengeful spirit of a mother. Beside him, Lin Yoshi rested her head on the table, her small hands toying with the little rabbit figurine that Lin Feng had procured for her. Her gaze was pure and innocent, showing no reaction to the words exchanged between these two foes bound by the hatred of maternal loss. Perhaps she was still too young to comprehend the deeper implications of their dialogue. At this moment, her world remained as untainted as a blank canvas. Blissfully unaware of the concept of enmity, Lin Feng stroked his chin, a mischievous smile curving his lips. Shall we incite discord among those zombies, allowing us to reap the benefits at the end? He turned to Li Feiyu, who he was certain had engaged in such schemes before. Li Feiyu, upon hearing this, straightened himself, responding with utmost conviction. I am but a sincere practitioner, reflecting upon my actions daily. How could I indulge in such despicable acts? However, I find your strategy quite feasible. Were it not for Lin Feng's profound understanding of Li Feiyu's true nature, he might have been deceived by his seemingly innocent fade. Excellent, Lin Feng exclaimed, slapping the table with excitement, his finger pointing to the juncture of the territories occupied by the Stone Corpse Ghost and the Corpse General on the map. We shall eliminate the subordinates of the Corpse General and frame it upon the Stone Corpse Ghost. When they are embroiled in a deadly struggle, we shall step in to gather the spoils. Li Feiyu immediately clasped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, Your plan is truly ingenious. It was in such treacherous endeavors that it thrived. Only when assessing the enemy's strength did it engage directly, though at times, under Lin Feng's control. It found itself compelled to confront formidable foes, unable to act according to its own will. The two corpses continued to deliberate on numerous intricate details, meticulously considering every aspect from the timing of their actions to the routes of retreat. Once the discussion concluded, they all turned their gaze towards Lin Yoshi, who was seated nearby. Yoshi, Lin Feng gently called out. Lin Yoshi shifted her focus from the doll to Lin Feng's face, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. For this operation, we will need to utilize your invisibility ability, Lin Feng said, his face adorned with a warm smile, striving to infuse his tone with a more amiable essence. Lin Yoshi furrowed her delicate brows, appearing perplexed as if she had not comprehended his request. In light of this, Lin Feng resorted to his mental control ability, directly conveying his intentions through thought. Lin Yoshi extended one hand, diligently counting her fingers, 1, 2, 3. Then, she reached out with her other hand, preparing to continue her count. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly grasped her hand, exclaiming, Deal. I will definitely procure 10 lollipops for you. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's gesture, a flicker of joy finally graced Lin Yoshi's face. Lin Feng playfully tapped her nose and affectionately remarked, At your age, merely consuming sweets is hardly sufficient for your growth. He then kicked the nearby Li Feiyu, commanding, Hurry, prepare a bowl of instant noodles for Yoshi. At once, was the prompt reply. Li Feiyu, aware that he would receive his share of the crystal cores once their task was accomplished, hurriedly made his way to a corner of the air raid shelter to start a fire and boil water. Before long, the fragrant aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. The following morning, sunlight bathed the dilapidated streets in a gentle glow, bestowing a faint semblance of life upon the desolate city. At the edge of the Corpse General's territory, silence reigned, punctuated only by the mournful wail of the cold wind sweeping through the tall buildings. Lin Feng and Li Feiyu held Lin Yoshi's hand, carefully trailing behind a squad of patrolling corpse soldiers clad in security uniforms and steel helmets, matching their pace with utmost caution. Strangely, the squad of corpse soldiers seemed entirely oblivious to the presence of the two corpses and one human trailing behind, as if they were mere phantoms. Move with more agility, Lin Feng whispered, his voice low yet urgent. Li Feiyu nodded enthusiastically, replying, Rest assured, Senior. 3, 2, 1. As Lin Feng concluded the countdown, Li Feiyu swiftly thrust the black rod in his left hand into the back of the neck of the nearest corpse soldier. A fleeting spark of blue electricity flickered and vanished, silently incinerating the creature's brain. As the corpse soldier collapsed forward, Lin Feng, quick-witted and nimble, reached out with his right hand, covered in bone armor, and deftly yanked the fallen soldier into Lin Yoshi's concealed space. The entire operation transpired seamlessly, devoid of any sound. The squad of corpse soldiers remained oblivious to the absence of one of their own, continuing their mechanical patrol of the territory. Suddenly, in the distance, 3 zombies crossed the boundary line. The cadre of reanimated soldiers immediately bristled with hostility, brandishing their submachine guns as they swiftly encircled the area. As if facing a formidable adversary, "You have been conscripted into service," the head zombie bellowed in a raucous voice, before he and his compatriots moved to surround the 3 shambling undead. Within the confines of the concealed dimension, Lin Feng, in the midst of dismembering cadavers, observed the unfolding scene through the undulating membrane and marveled at the spectacle. "I'll be a monkey's uncle. I never thought I would see zombies press-ganging others into service." In the aftermath of the zombie troops' departure with their newly acquired conscripts, Lin Feng commenced the surreptitious disposal of severed body parts into the outside world. From an uncloaked perspective, fragments of zombie flesh, approximately the size of an egg, would materialize at intervals of every 500 meters along the street, landing inconspicuously on the sidewalk. From the vantage point within the hidden space, Lin Yoshi was seen guiding Lin Feng and Li Feiyu in a retrograde motion. Li Feiyu hauled a woven bag laden with dismembered remains, while Lin Feng took charge of the clandestine disposal. They maintained this peculiar formation, gradually advancing toward the territory of the stone corpse fiend. "Do you truly believe that such a transparent ruse will deceive our adversary?" Li Feiyu inquired, his expression betraying a hint of apprehension. After flinging another fragment of flesh into the open, Lin Feng responded with unwavering conviction. "While these mutated zombies may possess formidable combat capabilities, their actions are primarily governed by instinct. Their cognitive faculties are likely rather limited." "Well, let's hope so." Unable to devise a more ingenious strategy, Li Feiyu could only offer a resigned shake of his head. After half an hour, only a solitary zombie head remained within the woven bag. "That is the stone corpse fiend?" Lin Feng queried, gesturing towards a mound of dilapidated, moss-covered stones in the distant open-air parking lot, his face expressing a mixture of incredulity and amusement. Li Feiyu remained silent, quietly extracting the severed head from the woven bag, and, akin to a game of bowling, hurled it forth. The head rolled away, and upon colliding with a mound of stones, it emitted a sharp clang that echoed through the desolate parking lot, creating an unsettling resonance. As the head came to a halt, a profound stillness enveloped the area. "Were you toying with me?" Just as Lin Feng was about to confront Li Feiyu, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. As Lin Feng suspected he had been deceived by Li Feiyu, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a dragon stirred beneath the earth. Suddenly, a large bulge emerged in the parking lot, the pile of stones heaving upward. From the concrete, a colossal zombie, its body enshrouded in rock, rose with a thunderous emergence. The previous mound of stones was merely a fragment of this massive creature's back. Lin Feng gazed up in astonishment at the monstrous entity before him, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Is this truly a carbon-based life form?" Li Feiyu instinctively took a step back, a desire to flee surging within him, his voice trembling. "Last time I saw it, it was nothing like this." High-level zombies, terrifying indeed. The stone corpse paid no heed to the small, severed head at its feet. Instead, it slowly turned its head, as large as a truck, directing its gaze, 2 stone cavities resembling eyes, toward the distant street. There, a vast throng of cadaverous hounds was howling ferociously, charging towards this very location. Chapter 30, Naivety. Inside the grand hall of the Joint Bank headquarters, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and decay. The marble columns surrounding the space were riddled with countless bullet marks, chandeliers dangled precariously, and shards of glass littered the floor, mingled with blood-stained sheets of paper that clung to the tiles like a stubborn affliction. Before the service counter, a colossal corpse general crouched behind an old armored vehicle adorned with a green camouflage pattern, shaking its massive frame vigorously. The armored vehicle creaked under the strain, emitting a dissonant metallic groan, while the ammunition belt draped over the general's body rhythmically struck against the vehicle's exterior, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the expansive hall. "Damn!" The corpse general let out a low, urgent growl. At that moment, a corpse soldier entered unceremoniously. With a stiff, mechanical gait, the soldier approached the queue line 3 meters from the armored vehicle, snapped to attention, and raised a hand in salute, exclaiming, "Report." The corpse general, however, did not cease its frantic movements. It fiddled with the armored vehicle's antenna using its artillery, squeezing out a single word from between its teeth. "Speak. Our ranks are diminished. One of our soldiers is missing. The hounds have picked up the scent left by the enemy, who has ventured into the territory of the ghouls." The soldier stood rigidly like a wooden post, awaiting the general's command. Just then, the Gatling gun affixed to the general's arm whirred to life, emitting a buzzing sound. In an instant, hundreds of bullets rained down upon the bank's dome. Bang! Countless fragments cascaded down like snowflakes, stirring up a cloud of dust. The gunfire finally ceased, and the undead commander, panting heavily, released the armored vehicle that had been grievously mangled. Its arm trembled slightly, the sinewy remnants of its flesh quivering with each movement. Slowly, it turned to its subordinates and coldly uttered a command. Assemble. At your command. The undead soldiers promptly turned and sprinted away. Moments later, all the undead soldiers near the headquarters of the United Bank had gathered in the open space before the bank, forming a dense battalion of over 3,000. Among them, only a little over 1,000 were elite soldiers armed with submachine guns, while the majority were equipped with rudimentary weapons like knives, clubs, and shields. Little Green. Wait for my return. The commander glanced back longingly at the armored vehicle in the hall, then turned and leaped through the bank's entrance, landing with the force of a cannonball at the forefront of the formation. The impact raised a cloud of dust, causing the surrounding undead to instinctively take a half-step back. 500 elite troops will remain at headquarters. The remaining soldiers, march with me. With a resonant command that echoed through the air, the undead army divided into two groups. One remained to guard the base, while the other advanced with regimented yet stiff strides toward the territory of the stone ghouls. At noon, the winter sun unreservedly poured its light upon the earth, yet failed to dispel the chill that enveloped this world. Lin Feng, Li Feiyu, and Lin Yoshi, two undead and one living, were concealed within a hidden space. This concealed space overlaps with the normal realm, yet they remain unable to interfere with one another. Lin Feng and his companions observed from a distance, watching two factions of zombies confronting each other not far away. To be precise, it is the corpse general accompanied by over 500 subordinates exerting a show of force against the stone zombie. However, for the colossal stone zombie, such a meager display of troops may not pose a genuine threat. The two factions stand silently on either side of an invisible boundary marked by the street, exchanging not a single word, merely gazing at one another. Behind the stone zombie lies a desolate ruin, allowing its immense form to stand comfortably at the edge of the street without feeling cramped. Why have they yet to engage in combat? Lin Feng's patience wanes. This stalemate is not what he desired. Li Feiyu also feels perplexed, sensing a peculiar change in the stone zombie's temperament. It used to become enraged at the slightest provocation. Hiss, it's rather challenging to maneuver now. Lin Feng longs to exert mental control over the stone zombie, commanding it to bellow at the corpse general below, "Come and fight me." Alas, even if the stone zombie had consumed Lin Feng's flesh, he would still be unable to dominate it, for his ability to exert mental control is limited to those weaker than himself. The corpse general, positioned at the forefront of the undead phalanx, gazes levelly ahead and coldly addresses the stone zombie's waist. "Surrender them. Otherwise, we shall commence battle." The stone zombie remains silent, its massive head slightly bowed, as if deep in contemplation, or perhaps resembling a statue. After a prolonged silence, a resonant, muffled voice emerges. "Behold." The petrified cadaver slowly raised its right hand, its movement languid and ponderous, as if bearing the weight of the entire world. Observing this spectacle, Lin Feng was suddenly galvanized, his eyes widening as he exclaimed with fervor, "Is this finally the commencement of battle?" Subsequently, the golem's colossal arm accelerated abruptly, its fist impacting the air beside it with tremendous force, accompanied by a resounding crack, akin to the sound of space being rent asunder. A tempestuous gale swept through the thoroughfare, scattering detritus in all directions. Adjacent to the golem's fist, reticulated fissures, like a spider's web, rapidly propagated through the atmosphere. "Has this entity ingested Whitebeard's tremor fruit?" Lin Feng exclaimed, aghast, as an ominous premonition welled up within him, instinctively causing him to clutch Lin Yoshi's petite hand more firmly. In the ensuing moment, Lin Yoshi experienced a sensation of thoracic oppression, as if an immense boulder were pressing upon her chest. Simultaneously, the concealed dimension began to convulse violently. Three figures plummeted onto the thoroughfare with abruptness, as if having traversed from another space-time continuum. The cadaverous canines immediately perked their ears, instantly discerning the presence of adversaries that had materialized nearby, and commenced barking vociferously. With a deafening roar, the cadaverous general unhesitatingly discharged its weapon, a projectile hurtling forth with a howling gust. Li Feiyu, in utter despair, cried out, "My fate is sealed." Lin Yoshi, utterly perplexed, could only muster a series of question marks. Lin Feng, enraged, cursed aloud, "Damnation. We've capsized once more." Chapter 31, Route Damnation. We've capsized once more. In the instant when Lin Feng plummeted rapidly towards the ground, he extended his long arm, pulling Lin Yoshi into his embrace with a grip as firm as a vice, before deftly rolling to the side. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a reflex action. Li Feiyu, stumbling in shock, beheld the flash of fire erupting from the cannon's muzzle, terror seizing him as if his very soul were escaping. Almost instinctively, he violently swung the black staff in his hand, and at its tip, a lightning whip suddenly ignited, striking the oncoming metal shell with precision. The deafening roar of an explosion resounded as the shell detonated prematurely, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the air, engulfing the surrounding streets in a tumultuous tide of dust and debris. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Feng tightly shielded Lin Yoshi with his arms and exerted every ounce of strength to dash into a nearby house. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu darted swiftly into a nearby open manhole, his movements as nimble as a startled rat. Just as Lin Feng entered the house, he barely had time to catch his breath before an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. His anxious gaze swept across the interior, only to find no escape route such as a back door. As he inhaled deeply, preparing to crash through the wall into the adjacent street, another shell, akin to a spear of destiny, sliced through the thickening smoke with tremendous force. The adrenaline coursing through Lin Feng's veins rendered the world around him excruciatingly slow. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the shell, laden with the breath of death, leisurely entering through a gaping hole in the exterior wall. At this critical moment, Lin Yoshi, resting on Lin Feng's shoulder, displayed a flicker of unusual brilliance in her clear eyes as she gazed at the approaching shell. Suddenly, she raised her right hand. Boom! Another deafening explosion resonated as Lin Feng shielded Lin Yoshi, charging through the wall like a frenzied beast, tumbling onto another street. Strangely, the shell vanished miraculously when it was merely half a meter behind them. On the adjacent street, the stone corpse demon incredulously touched the gaping crater on its forehead, where a red glow began to emanate from its once empty eye sockets, burning with an intense fury as though it sought to ignite the entire world. The corpse general, witnessing its own shell inexplicably strike the stone corpse demon, felt an ominous sense of dread wash over it. S-H-I-T. Retreat. The corpse general bellowed, unhesitatingly aiming the cannon at the stone corpse demon's head, firmly planting its stance as it fired 4 shots in rapid succession. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 resounding blasts enveloped the stone corpse demon's head in a cloud of explosive smoke. Its massive form began to sway precariously within the haze, resembling a dilapidated building on the brink of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, the corpse general quickly crouched to reload the cannon. A squad of corpse soldiers stood behind it, cradling cannonballs like well-trained assembly line workers. One soldier swiftly ascended a portable ladder, skillfully receiving the cannonball handed over by a comrade, and without hesitation, stuffed it into the cannon's breech on the corpse general's back. At this juncture, regret pervaded the corpse general's heart. It had been a considerable time since it last beheld the stone corpse fiend. To its astonishment, the adversary had metamorphosed into a behemoth. The corpse general's meager forces were manifestly insufficient to withstand the stone corpse fiend's onslaught. The 5 impact craters on its back were replenished, a shell automatically loading from within the corpse general into the cannon. The corpse soldiers, with practiced coordination, promptly crammed another into the newly vacated crater. With the cannon reloaded, the corpse general, gritting its teeth, unleashed 2 more rounds at the stone corpse fiend's head, attempting to cover its troops' retreat. A furious roar rent the heavens as the stone corpse fiend was thoroughly incensed. With a casual wave, a myriad of stones from its arm descended upon the corpse soldiers below like cataclysmic meteorites. Hundreds of corpse soldiers were instantly reduced to a pulpy mire, their remains splattering the surrounding terrain. Witnessing the decimation of its forces, the corpse general was consumed by incandescent rage, the red lens of its right eye shattering in fury. Stone corpse fiend, consume excrement. It bellowed, launching 2 more thunderous volleys at the stone corpse fiend's head. Amidst the smoke of the explosions, the stone corpse fiend's eyes, like colossal red searchlights, fixed their gaze upon the corpse general below. Subsequently, the stone corpse fiend commenced pummeling the air beside it with ferocious blows. Each punch carried the force to rend space itself, the sound of cracking echoing ominously. Rifts, like ghastly scars, tore through the fabric of reality. Buildings crumbled and collapsed en masse, the rising dust obscuring the sky. The streets were littered with the severed remains of corpse soldiers, still twitching in their death throes amidst the ruins. The majority of the carrion hounds were crushed by the descending stones, with a mere few dragging their broken bodies, crawling feebly on the ground. Insufficient firepower. The corpse general lamented bitterly. If only we possessed missiles. A sharp crack echoed as a fisher's edge reached the artillery piece the corpse general so prized. The cannon, succumbing to the fracture's force, instantly shattered into fragments. No. With the artillery crashing to the ground, the corpse general emitted a tormented shriek. My cannon. The Gatling gun on its remaining arm began to spin at an accelerated rate, bullets spewing forth as if they were limitless, directed toward the stone corpse demon. Yet, against the immense form of the stone corpse demon, the bullets were akin to an exfoliating facial scrub, merely removing minute layers of dead skin, incapable of harming the flesh and blood beneath the rocky exterior. Retreat. Flee. The corpse general, accompanied by the few hundred corpse soldiers still capable of movement, fled in disarray. The force they had painstakingly assembled was decimated in such a manner. Damn it, I shouldn't have attempted an armed intimidation. To lose our entire fortune merely to flaunt our strength. The corpse general felt profound remorse. But it was regrettably too late. It had no choice but to retreat to the main camp, filled with resignation. After an extended period, the stone corpse demon finally vented its pent-up fury. Lacking a significant portion of its head, it commenced digging a pit in the ground. Its movements were mechanical and listless, betraying its exhaustion. Before long, the stone corpse demon curled up, nestling into the immense pit it had excavated. From a distance, the ruins now featured a small mound, its apex adorned with a collection of moss-covered, fractured stones. As the undead general retreated with his remnants along a narrow street within his territory, a black staff, encircled by blue lightning, abruptly manifested, piercing silently into the nape of his neck like a specter. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's figure emerged behind the general. His eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow. With a powerful swing of his arm, transformed into a formidable blade, he struck mercilessly at the general's throat. Chapter 32, The Hardship of the Undead General. With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng brandished the sharp steel blade forged from his right arm, advancing with an indomitable spirit towards the general's neck. A soft sound echoed. Suddenly, a black line of blood appeared on the general's throat. In an instant, his heavily armored head was severed and soared high, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Once again, it is you. The severed head, with its eye sockets ablaze with vengeful light, glared furiously at Lin Feng, whose form was gradually becoming translucent. You filthy scoundrel. It cursed vehemently. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, retorting, Little one, such language is inappropriate. Just as his words faded, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of stomach acid that accurately splattered onto the general's face. Before his figure vanished completely, the entire ambush unfolded in the blink of an eye. The surrounding undead soldiers had only just raised their weapons when the enemy had once again disappeared from sight, amidst a cacophony of anguished wails and incessant curses. The head of the corpse began to dissolve rapidly, leaving behind only a solitary silver-gray steel helmet. Yet, contrary to Lin Feng's expectations, the massive headless body did not collapse. The Gatling gun mounted on its arm whirred back to life, unleashing a torrent of flames accompanied by the chilling sound of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang. Bullets rained down like a tempest upon the ranks of the undead soldiers, who appeared utterly impervious to pain. They neither flinched nor dodged, allowing the projectiles to pierce through their forms. Some were struck by a few bullets, their bodies trembling slightly. Others had their upper bodies obliterated, innards and shattered flesh spraying forth. Yet they remained steadfast, as if rooted to the spot, unwilling to retreat even an inch. After a brief interval, the Gatling gun's heated barrel finally ceased its revolutions. With a resounding crash, the headless corpse toppled onto the ground littered with shell casings, stirring up a cloud of dust. Is it truly dead? Lin Feng crouched in his concealed space, his gaze fixed intently upon the motionless headless body, skepticism etched across his face. Be cautious, senior. There may be a trap, Li Feiyu urged nervously from the side. At that moment, the remaining 100 or so undead soldiers, as if summoned by an unseen command, abruptly dispersed. They clutched their weapons and equipment, fleeing in all directions, a scene reminiscent of the saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Is it really dead? Sensing an almost unsettling ease in the unfolding events, Lin Feng, with prudence, remained concealed, meticulously observing the external environment. After a patient half-hour vigil over the headless corpse, Li Feiyu, unable to contain himself any longer, relinquished his grasp on Lin Yoshi's hand and ventured out. He approached the lifeless body and mercilessly assaulted it with his black electric baton, discharging electricity repeatedly until every cell appeared thoroughly cauterized. Observing this, Lin Feng quietly instructed Lin Yoshi, "Release me and conceal yourself." Lin Yoshi nodded in understanding, slowly releasing Lin Feng's hand. Instantly, Lin Feng materialized behind Li Feiyu. With a plurt, a concentrated stream of gastric acid ejected from Lin Feng's mouth, drenching the headless corpse. Acrid fumes arose as the acid rapidly dissolved the body, emitting a nauseating stench. Lin Feng, however, was accustomed to this. Despite his daily dental hygiene, the scent of gastric acid was an unavoidable consequence of his feeding. Li Feiyu, in a state of exhilaration, lay prone, eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the dissolving remains, awaiting the emergence of the crystal core. Lin Feng, also kneeling, used his hand, transformed into a steel blade, to sift through the metallic components of the corpse. Moments later, Li Feiyu erupted in a cry of despair. "Where is the crystal core?" His voice resonated with a blend of disappointment and fury. Lin Feng, equally distraught, bellowed, "Where are the crystal cores?" His lament echoed through the desolate street, tinged with profound desolation. They rummaged through the scattered heap of scrap metal, weighing several hundred pounds, their hands growing raw from the corrosive gastric acid. Yet they found nothing resembling a crystal core. "Did you pilfer them?" Lin Feng interrogated, seizing Li Feiyu by the collar. Li Feiyu, his face etched with distress, hastily retorted, "If I had seized the crystal cores, I would have ingested them forthwith, augmenting my power, and I would have undoubtedly betrayed you at the earliest opportunity." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in contemplation. That is plausible." He released Li Feiyu, muttering, "Could it be that the corpse general was devoid of crystal cores to begin with?" Li Feiyu responded with unwavering conviction. Such high-ranking zombies invariably possess crystal cores within their bodies. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng diverted his gaze from the heap of discarded metal and fixed it upon Li Feiyu. In that instant of mutual recognition, their eyes met, and they exclaimed in unison, "The corpse general is not dead." Lin Feng, with a few frustrated kicks, sent the Gatling machine gun careening across the ground, now reduced to mere scrap. "I knew it wouldn't be so simple to vanquish it. If I possess a method of escape, the corpse general assuredly has a means of self-preservation as well." Li Feiyu reclined upon the ground, bereft of hope, gazing vacantly at the shifting forms of the clouds above, humming a tune, escaping the mortal coil. The long road requires no return. Lin Feng abruptly hoisted Li Feiyu from the ground, declaring with vehemence, "A thief never leaves empty-handed. Let us ransack its abode. Even a few grenades would be of use." Having spoken, he dragged Li Feiyu towards the headquarters of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. As they approached the grand entrance, a sudden hum of engines pierced the air. An armored vehicle, akin to a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage, crashed through the bank's doors, barreling directly towards the two corpses. "Go, Pikachu!" Lin Feng exclaimed, hurling Li Feiyu from his grasp. In an instant, a crackling surge of electricity erupted, transforming Li Feiyu into a spherical bolt of lightning, radiating blinding brilliance as he hurtled towards the armored vehicle with great ferocity. In Chapter 33 of A City's Love Story, at the precise moment Lin Feng launched Li Feiyu, he pivoted swiftly, wielding his right hand, which morphed into a colossal blade, decisively slashing towards the armored vehicle's tracks. A piercing, jarring screech of metal grinding against metal resounded, akin to countless steel needles piercing the eardrums, inducing an excruciating headache. Under the immense force, the armored vehicle's tracks shattered in response. Yet, the formidable recoil surged towards Lin Feng like a relentless tide, propelling his body backward as if he were a kite severed from its string. Almost simultaneously, encircled by lightning, Li Feiyu crashed heavily against the armored vehicle's exterior. The potent electric currents, akin to agile serpents of electricity, swiftly coursed through the metal shell, incinerating the armored vehicle's entire electrical system in the blink of an eye. Inside, a cacophony of crackling noises erupted as the armored vehicle, enveloped in billowing white smoke, spiraled out of control until it finally exhausted its momentum, coming to a halt in the open space before the bank's entrance. After being propelled by the immense force, Li Feiyu was sent hurtling through the air, eventually crashing onto the street. His body tumbled across the rough terrain, stirring up a cloud of dust. Swiftly regaining his composure, he feigned lifelessness, lying motionless with his eyes tightly shut, fearful of being discovered shirking his duties by the slave owner. Lin Feng, having been thrown about on the ground, struggled to regain his footing. His steel saber, once firmly in his grasp, had been shattered in the impact. Paying no heed to his own injuries, he hastily rose to his feet, crouching low as he sought refuge in the roadside greenery. His gaze remained fixed upon the now incinerating armored vehicle, refraining from any impetuous approach. Abruptly, the driver's side door swung open, and a corpse soldier frantically began to evacuate the vehicle, carrying boxes of grenades to safety. Little Green. Oh, Little Green. The corpse soldier emitted a desperate cry, as if uttering the name of a beloved, as the flames within the armored vehicle intensified. In a frenzy, it turned and dashed back into the bank lobby, emerging moments later with a fire extinguisher in hand. Clutching the extinguisher tightly, it directed a stream of white powder at the inferno within the driver's compartment. The meager spray of dry powder proved woefully inadequate against the raging flames. Just then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the engine compartment of the armored vehicle erupted in flames. It's over. The corpse soldier stood transfixed, its vacant gaze now veiled with an aura of resignation. Its grip loosened, and the fire extinguisher clattered to the ground with a series of dull thuds. Concealed within the verdant foliage, Lin Feng observed the scene intently, a flicker of perplexity crossing his mind. Could this armored vehicle be wrought of gold? Given the cadaverous soldier's evident attachment, something was amiss. Ordinary zombies were typically characterized by their dullness, yet this one exhibited a discernible semblance of emotion. It was likely a cadaverous general. The realization sent a jolt of alertness through Lin Feng, his muscles coiling in anticipation of a potential assault on the peculiar zombie. Indeed, Lin Feng's conjecture was accurate. This zombie was, in fact, a cadaverous general. Before its corporeal demise, the general had discharged its core, employing it as a projectile into the soldier's body, thereby transposing its consciousness into the vessel. At that juncture, the cadaverous general, witnessing the incineration of its cherished armored vehicle, was consumed by despair. The loss of subordinates was recoverable, but Little Green. Without it, what significance did augmented strength hold? Under Lin Feng's gaze, the cadaverous general unhesitatingly plunged into the armored vehicle, drawing the door shut behind it. Suicide. Lin Feng's jaw slackened in astonishment, his countenance reflecting disbelief. Could it be that zombies were capable of self-annihilation? As the armored vehicle succumbed to the voracious flames, the grenades within were triggered by the intense heat. A deafening explosion ensued, the vehicle momentarily levitating before crashing back to Earth with a resounding impact. Fragments dispersed like projectiles across the vicinity. Nearby, Li Feiyu, feigning lifelessness on the ground, abruptly raised his right hand. A flash of crimson light darted by, as an object was intercepted within his grasp. Alarmed, Lin Feng keenly perceived the unfolding scene, a silent exclamation echoing in his mind. Without hesitation, he initiated a mental control over Li Feiyu. Under the influence of this mental command, Li Feiyu's body momentarily stiffened, yet he gradually raised the object in his hand to his mouth. Observing this, Lin Feng's legs surged with power, muscles taut, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow towards Li Feiyu's position. His speed was remarkable, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. Just as Li Feiyu's hand reached his lips, his motion abruptly halted, and Lin Feng had already arrived at his side. "Ah, I knew you would resort to this." Lin Feng panted, a triumphant smile playing across his face. He forcefully extracted a crimson crystal, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, from Li Feiyu's grasp. Li Feiyu remained frozen, mouth agape, tears streaming down his cheeks as he mumbled incoherently, "Chance, too great, cannot seize." Lin Feng firmly held the newly acquired prize, feeling the warmth and power emanating from the crystal core. A flicker of excitement and satisfaction glimmered in his eyes, and he called out, "Yunxi." In the next instant, Lin Yoshi appeared out of thin air on the street, extending her hands to gently touch both Lin Feng and Li Feiyu, and in that moment, the three figures vanished from the street. Chapter 34. Team Upgrade. Standing at the entrance of the air raid shelter, Lin Feng's gaze traversed the dimly lit chamber. Scanning the entirety of the shelter with meticulous scrutiny, he nodded with contentment, the subtle upturn of his lips betraying a hint of accomplishment. "Li Feiyu, you now have an additional, crucial responsibility," he instructed with solemnity. "Maintain the power system of this air raid shelter. Charge the storage batteries daily, and be cautious not to overcharge them." Li Feiyu, clad in a tattered gray robe seemingly salvaged from a refuse heap, stood by and clasped his hands in a respectful bow, replying, "This junior understands and will exert every effort." Lin Yoshi remained quietly by the wall, like an inquisitive fawn, Her eyes were wide with wonder as she gazed at the luminous objects on the wall, for it was her inaugural encounter with light bulbs. Lin Feng approached and took Lin Yoshi's hand, leading her toward a large sofa positioned in the center of the air raid shelter. Li Feiyu, witnessing this, displayed a peculiar glint in his eyes and followed promptly, his countenance growing animated. This set of genuine leather sofas, complemented by the rosewood coffee table beside it, had been transported from the furniture market by Lin Feng at great pains. According to him, existence should not be confined solely to conflict. One must also pursue the finer things in life. To realize this principle, Lin Feng had not only brought in several large beds, imbuing the air raid shelter with a touch of domesticity, but he had also diligently amassed numerous articles of clothing and provisions for Lin Yoshi. Furthermore, he routinely tutored Lin Yoshi in language and literature, aspiring for her to develop like a typical human girl. Lying comfortably on the genuine leather sofa, Lin Feng stretched languidly, interlacing his hands behind his head as he began to speak deliberately. Allow me to recapitulate our preceding two endeavors. Seated primly on a smaller divan to the side, Li Feiyu immediately straightened his posture, hands placed demurely on his knees, assuming an attitude of rapt attention. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat. While fortune undeniably constitutes an element of one's capabilities, entrusting one's very existence solely to chance is the purview of a gambler. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu promptly raised a thumb in approbation, his face adorned with an expression of profound admiration. Sage Counsel, Senior. Mimicking the gesture, Lin Yoshi also extended a thumb. Murmuring softly, Sage Counsel. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Feng maintained a stern countenance as he continued. Ultimately, it boils down to two fundamental aspects. Firstly, our relative inadequacy in strength, which renders us helpless when confronted with unforeseen circumstances. And secondly, our paucity of intelligence regarding our adversaries. Therefore, henceforth, we must ascertain the enemy's underlying details prior to formulating any operational strategies against them. Li Feiyu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "To hear your pronouncements, Senior, is akin to gaining a decade's worth of enlightenment." Echoing the sentiment, Lin Yoshi repeated, "To hear your pronouncements, Senior," but was swiftly interrupted. Lin Feng pinched Lin Yoshi's small mouth with 2 fingers, feigning a fierce expression as he cautioned, "Imitating others' speech will lead to a loss of beauty." Startled, Lin Yoshi promptly covered her mouth with her hands. Subsequently, Lin Feng's tone shifted, his expression becoming grave. Although the future of this world remains uncertain, we must nonetheless prepare ourselves for a protracted conflict. The legions of reanimated corpses under my command have been exhibiting increasing innervation. Thus, I must devise a strategy to procure sustenance for them. Furthermore, it is untenable for Yoshi to subsist solely on preserved victuals and instant noodles. Therefore, I must endeavor to cultivate agricultural produce and engage in animal husbandry. Li Feiyu nodded incessantly, feigning rapt attention, yet in actuality, his thoughts were far removed from the present discourse. His mind had wandered elsewhere entirely. Thwack! Lin Feng abruptly slammed the crystalline core of the zombie general onto the rosewood tea table. The core emanated an eerie luminescence, appearing particularly bewitching in the pallid light. Li Feiyu's eyes widened as he finally beheld the object of his longing. At that moment, a zombie, larger in stature than its common counterparts, lumbered into the air raid shelter. The towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, approached the sofa and stood silently, like a reticent sentinel. Lin Feng gestured towards the hulking figure standing beside the sofa and stated, "I intend for it to inherit the capabilities of the zombie general. We require scouts to gather intelligence. Therefore, having a leading zombie will greatly enhance efficiency." Li Feiyu remained oblivious to Lin Feng's words, his gaze fixated solely on the coveted crystalline core. Seeing this, Lin Feng dispensed with further discourse. He reached out, seized the crimson core, the size of a pigeon's egg, and with a forceful twist of his fingers, a delicate cracking sound echoed through the silent shelter as the core shattered into countless minute fragments. "Yoshi, Li Feiyu," and he paused momentarily, glancing at the dull-witted behemoth before continuing, "Henceforth, you shall be known as the Zombie General. Each of you shall receive a 20th share, with the remaining 2/5 accruing to me." As he articulated this, he gingerly deposited the crystalline nuclei upon the coffee table, subsequently employing a card to meticulously apportion them into approximately 4 divisions. Expeditiously, Li Feiyu produced a prearranged glass receptacle, deftly securing his designated portion of the nuclei within. Clutching the glass with both hands, as if cradling an elixir of unparalleled value. He bid adieu. Your junior takes his leave. Whereupon, he promptly departed. Lin Feng gestured dismissively. Farewell, then. Subsequently, he procured a gelatin dessert from the table, divesting it of its plastic sheath, and pulverized the crystalline nuclei into a fine powder, which he then uniformly dispersed across the gelatin. With a smile, he addressed Lin Yoshi. Here, Yoshi, a delectable treat. Lin Yoshi gratefully accepted the gelatin proffered by Lin Feng, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons of delight. She partook of it with relish, meticulously consuming it spoonful by spoonful. Lin Feng detached a piece of tissue, delicately blotting the gelatin from the periphery of Lin Yoshi's lips, whereafter he enveloped the remaining scintilla of crystalline nuclei upon the table within the tissue, and, with a gesture akin to discarding refuse, cast it into the maw of the hulking zombie adjacent. As the nuclei commenced their effectuation within its corporeal form, a modicum of perplexity manifested upon the zombie's countenance, hitherto characterized by torpor and rigidity. Even its ashen eyes underwent a transformation, acquiring a semblance of animation, as if imbued with nascent vitality. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Feng arose and ambled languidly toward the zombie, his voice resonating with gravitas as he declared, Thy designation shall be Corpse General, and I am thy liege, Gluttony. Henceforth, thou shalt accede to my directives. Gluttony Chief, this new undead commander has evidently awakened its intellect, and is capable of engaging in rudimentary conversation with Lin Feng. There are still nearly 4,000 zombies outside. You must train them all to become soldiers of the dead, serving my cause. Lin Feng spoke with a serious tone. Yes, sir. The undead commander promptly stood at attention, performing a military salute, albeit with a slightly comical demeanor. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. You may go now. Understood, Chief. The undead commander immediately turned and marched away from the air raid shelter with precision. Turning back, Lin Feng noticed a soft blue aura emanating from Lin Yoshi's body. The glow was gentle and mysterious, enveloping Lin Yoshi like an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Yoshi, has your invisibility ability become more potent? He inquired with curiosity. Lin Yoshi set down the empty jelly shell in her hand and looked at her glowing hands in confusion. This? Slowly. Lin Yoshi raised her right hand toward Lin Feng. In an instant, he felt a blur before finding himself standing on the sofa. Meanwhile, Lin Yoshi, who had been seated there moments ago, was now crouching where he had just stood. Spatial displacement. This is incredible, Lin Feng exclaimed, nearly at a loss for words. Overwhelmed with excitement, he wanted to rush over and embrace Lin Yoshi, but was momentarily rooted in place by the astonishing sight before him. Suddenly, Lin Yoshi vanished, her figure reappearing in the farthest corner of the air raid shelter, only to blink back to stand before Lin Feng once more. She can teleport? Lin Feng, filled with excitement, lifted Lin Yoshi into the air, exclaiming, Our Yoshi is simply remarkable. This move is utterly invincible for ambushing others. Lin Yoshi, observing Lin Feng's comical and jubilant antics, couldn't help but display a hint of pride upon her face. At that moment, enveloped in a blue lightning aura, Li Feiyu soared directly into the air raid shelter. Indeed, he flew in. His body was surrounded by scintillating blue electric light, resembling a meteor streaking through the night sky. The dazzling entrance illuminated the entire shelter. However, upon witnessing Li Feiyu floating beneath the dome of the air raid shelter, Lin Feng's joyful expression instantly faded. A wave of intense jealousy surged within him, prompting him to shout, What the heck? He can actually fly. That's so incredibly cool. Why don't I possess such an impressive skill? This is utterly unscientific. Lin Feng lamented, directing his frustration towards the sky. Li Feiyu responded with a subtle smile, proclaiming loudly, Senior, this is a magnetic field. Do you understand? Not only is it scientific, but it also resonates with the principles of the 5 elements. Suddenly enraged, Lin Feng hastily set Lin Yoshi down, muttering fervently to himself, I must develop a skill that is equally impressive and formidable. I cannot be overshadowed like this. Lin Feng leaned over the coffee table, rolled his tongue, and swallowed the remaining crystal cores entirely. He closed his eyes, feeling the cores gradually dissolve within him. A surge of formidable power coursing through his body. Chapter 35. Territorial infrastructure. In the vicinity of the air raid shelter stood a dilapidated 10-story building. At this moment, Lin Feng lay prostrate on the rooftop, bereft of all hope. The sun hung high in the firmament, yet its rays offered no warmth. He stared blankly at the sky, as if lost in a moment of profound contemplation. He now possessed the power of mental manipulation, the ability to devour flesh and other substances, alter his physical form, cast off his mortal coil, and regenerate at an accelerated rate. These skills were indeed quite practical. Upon consuming the crystalline core, both of them had evolved even more impressive abilities. However, his own newfound power seemed far less remarkable. Li Feiyu, enveloped in azure lightning, his tattered robes billowing in the wind, floated in the air like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. He gazed down at Lin Feng and offered words of solace. Do not despair, gluttony. This ability to consume is akin to a celestial-grade technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's anger flared. He sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. Then, he swiftly bent down, seized a fragment of tile from the ground, and hurled it at Li Feiyu in the sky without a second thought. A piercing shriek echoed through the air as the tile struck Li Feiyu squarely. The azure lightning enveloping him dissipated abruptly, and he plummeted towards the street below like a kite with a severed string. Lin Feng averted his gaze, as if nothing had transpired. He stretched languidly, loosening his limbs, and then muttered to himself, "Let the work commence." As soon as these words were uttered, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Lin Feng's body began to undergo a peculiar transformation, his skin resembling a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, rippling with waves that surged in layers. The frequency of these undulations intensified, morphing from gentle waves into a dense array of vibrating ripples, akin to a mysterious signal. Subsequently, his entire form seemed to lose the support of its skeletal structure, collapsing like a puddle of mud, and with a sudden splatter, he spread across the deteriorated concrete of the rooftop. The mire, born from Lin Feng, showed no signs of lingering, swiftly merging into the concrete, vanishing in the blink of an eye as if it had never existed. In that moment, the entire rooftop was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind. Minutes later, without warning, the dilapidated 10-story building began to tremble violently. The structure emitted creaking sounds, and fragments of weathered plaster cascaded down. Then, accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire edifice collapsed. The dust raised by the collapse surged upwards, soaring over 100 meters into the sky, instantly obscuring the sunlight in the vicinity. Li Feiyu stood nearby, perched on a lamppost, witnessing the spectacle with astonishment. Murmuring to himself, "Truly, this is the work of celestial beings." As the dust gradually settled, the concrete and bricks amidst the ruins began to soften and deform, reminiscent of wax melting under heat. In no time, they transformed into a substance akin to cement slurry, slowly flowing across the ground. As the wasteland morphed entirely into a quagmire, suddenly, a colossal figure rose from the ground. Its immense form rapidly took shape, revealing itself to be a gigantic humanoid statue. Towering over 20 meters high, this gray statue stood with its legs firmly together, the lower part of its knees securely hidden beneath the earth, as if it had sprouted from the very soil. The statue's facial features were stark and angular, bearing a striking resemblance to Lin Feng, exuding an aura of dominance. At that moment, Lin Feng's body slowly detached itself from the statue's knee. Upon witnessing this, Li Feiyu swiftly approached, propelled by a surge of blue lightning. He arrived at Lin Feng's side and curiously inquired, "Senior, what prompted you to create this statue?" Lin Feng lightly leaped to the ground. Gazing up at the towering figure with a hint of pride, he declared, "I intend to construct a wall in this manner, encircling the area around the air raid shelter." "How magnificent!" Li Feiyu's eyes widened in admiration, giving a thumbs up as he praised, "Senior, your method of claiming territory is truly unprecedented. It is as if heaven has not given birth to gluttony, and the earth remains timeless like a long night." "Bah!" Lin Feng spat in disdain and retorted, "This method of wall building is something I learned from an anime. I find it rather stylish." With that, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to set off toward his next objective, realizing he had perhaps overstepped in flattery. Li Feiyu shrank his neck in embarrassment. He cleared his throat and offered a rather candid assessment. "This ability seems rather impractical for combat. The enlarged corpses are not only sluggish in movement, but also take too long to prepare. However, it appears to be quite useful for construction." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further as he made his way toward another residential building. A week later, a striking new landmark emerged in City A. Amidst the vast expanse of urban ruins, over 1,000 colossal gray statues stood side by side, forming a towering wall exceeding 20 meters in height. This formidable barrier encircled the vicinity of the air raid shelter, resembling a battalion of sentinels guarding the area. Exhausted, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the shelter. His countenance marked by fatigue, yet his eyes glimmered with a sense of accomplishment. As he gazed upward, a sudden realization struck him. prompting him to slap his forehead in dismay, exclaiming loudly, "Damn it." Upon looking up, I'm confronted by over 1,000 backsides. This isn't just ostentatious. It's downright absurd. His voice echoed throughout the area, startling a few birds roosting in the surrounding trees. Regret had come too late, as Lin Feng had no means to turn the statues around one by one. Each statue faced away from him, silently mocking him with their posteriors. The entire territory had been meticulously cleared of debris by the corpses and their subordinates, leaving the streets devoid of obstacles, and the remnants of collapsed buildings vanished without a trace. Apart from the absence of pedestrians on the road, everything appeared as if it had reverted to the days before the outbreak of the zombie virus. The sunlight bathed the desolate streets, casting a faint glow, while a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, bringing with it a whisper of tranquility. It felt as if time had stood still. Just as Lin Feng gazed at the scene within his territory, lost in reverie, Lin Yoshi suddenly materialized beside him like a specter. Her arrival was unannounced. As if she had coalesced from the very air, Lin Yoshi extended her finger towards the sky, exclaiming with a clear voice, "A plane." Following the direction of her gaze, Lin Feng looked up and, indeed, in the distant horizon, a black helicopter emerged slowly from behind the statue. The helicopter sliced through the thin mist enveloping the sky, producing a buzzing sound that shattered the already fleeting peace. It soared above the territory with a deafening roar. The familiar scene unfolded once more. A parachute floated downwards from the helicopter, akin to a dandelion seed drifting on the wind. In an instant, Lin Feng became alert, his eyes sharpening with intensity. He swiftly bent down to seize a rebar placed strategically by the entrance of the air raid shelter. As he absorbed the rebar, his skin gradually turned a steely blue, as if coated with a layer of unyielding metal. His right arm began to morph, transforming into a long steel blade that glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Lin Feng's voice, imbued with a metallic resonance, suddenly broke the silence. "Yoshi, bring down what is up there." Chapter 36. Airborne Yoshi, bring down what is in the sky. Lin Feng bellowed, fully prepared to confront the imminent battle. Upon hearing his command, Lin Yoshi's clear eyes flickered with a moment of understanding. Without a hint of hesitation, she raised her right hand, delicate yet imbued with spatial power, fingers spread wide, aimed directly at the slowly descending white parachute above. Simultaneously, Lin Feng forcefully stomped his feet onto the ground, causing the solid earth beneath him to crack slightly under the immense pressure. In an instant, his waist and legs unified as a tremendous force, akin to a surging tsunami, erupted from beneath him, flowing smoothly through his legs and waist to the blade formed by his arm. A fierce and almost domineering slash, accompanied by a howling wind, surged towards Lin Yoshi without hesitation. In the next moment, her figure vanished, and the previously airborne white parachute abruptly appeared before Lin Feng. With a sharp sound, the parachute was swiftly and decisively cleaved in two beneath the weight of Lin Feng's powerful strike. "Yoshi, you must understand my words in context," Lin Feng thought, filled with helplessness, unable to suppress a wave of frustration. However, due to the overwhelming inertia, his body uncontrollably spun several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, in the air, Lu Feng, clad in a tight black combat suit, struggled against the rapidly rotating body. He struggled to steady himself, his complexion pale, gasping for breath. In this life-or-death moment, he hastily reached for and forcefully yanked open his reserve parachute. With a dull thud, the reserve chute burst forth from its pack, its vast canopy unfurling rapidly, producing a whooshing sound as it caught the air, finally slowing his descent. At that very instant, Lin Yoshi, plummeting from the heights, landed atop the parachute, causing the canopy to sag beneath her weight. Observing the shadow cast upon the parachute, Lu Feng's heart tightened instinctively, and he quietly drew the glimmering black recurved blade from his waist. "Who are you?" A voice, as melodious as silver bells yet imbued with a touch of ethereal clarity, emanated from above the canopy, resonating distinctly even amidst the howling winds. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's brows shot up, his mind racing with incredulity. Could it be a sentient high-level zombie? Perhaps possessing spatial abilities? Was it a ghostly mother? He instinctively glanced down to gauge the distance to the ground, a wave of dread washing over him as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Should he fall now, it might indeed spell his demise. "I am Lin Yoshi. Who are you?" The voice chimed again, laced with curiosity and determination. "Lin Yoshi?" Upon hearing this name, Lu Feng held his breath, his gaze fixated on the indented area beneath the canopy, his heart swirling with conflict and apprehension. He was reluctant to provoke the entity, for in this lofty expanse, to sever the parachute would be akin to courting death. Lin Yoshi, after 2 unanswered questions, felt a flicker of disappointment in her originally bright eyes, and a sense of boredom washed over her. She gently pouted her lips and muttered softly, "So rude." Then, with a leisurely motion, she turned over and lay comfortably atop the umbrella, gazing at the clouds above, which resembled fluffy cotton candy, as if she were lounging on a soft bed within an air-raid shelter, completely oblivious to the perilous heights surrounding her. How dare they turn their backs on me? What should I do? I really want to chop it. Lu Fang noticed the shadow on the umbrella shift, and his predatory instincts flared up with intensity. His grip on the knife began to tremble uncontrollably, his joints whitening from the strain. At that moment, Lin Yoshi received a mental wave from Lin Feng. "Yoshi, come back quickly." She immediately sprang to her feet, squinting like an eagle meticulously searching the ground for Lin Feng's figure. At last, atop the distant statue's surrounding wall, she spotted his familiar silhouette. Lin Yoshi raised her right hand again, initiating a spatial transition. In the next instant, Lin Feng felt a flash of light before him, and the scene was replaced by the city skyline. His feet felt as though they had suddenly landed on a soft cloud, causing him to wobble unsteadily. When he regained his senses, he realized he was standing atop the parachute. "Yoshi, are you playing with me?" Lin Feng was filled with a sense of helplessness and resignation, unable to suppress his inner monologue. He never anticipated that Lin Yoshi would misunderstand yet again and bring him up instead. "Who the hell are you?" As Lu Fang listened to the deep voice emanating from above, a sudden shock coursed through him. Why had the weight above him abruptly intensified? Even the sound had transformed. Could it be a hermaphroditic zombie? Such a type had never crossed his ears. Could it be a result of natural evolution? A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, and his body instinctively tensed up. "Who the hell are you?" he bellowed, his irritation mounting as he directed his voice downward. Lu Fang, overwhelmed by the noise from above, finally could no longer contain himself and shouted back, "It's your grandfather, Lu Fang." Upon hearing the response from below, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, discerning the scent carried by the airflow. It was unmistakably human. There was indeed a person down there. Excitedly, he leaned over the parachute, peering down with a radiant smile. "Fellow townsman, where are you from?" Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was met with a swift blade aimed at him. He swiftly recoiled, narrowly avoiding the strike, and immediately retorted with indignation, "What the hell? How rude." His body rolled quickly to evade a second attack from below. In the chaos, however, his large blade inadvertently sliced through the parachute. In an instant, the shredded parachute fluttered like a candle in the wind, incapable of supporting the weight of both individuals any longer. A corpse and a man plummeted toward the ground, mere hundreds of meters from the earth below. Yet, amidst this perilous descent, their struggle showed no signs of abating. Lu Fang, quick-witted and agile, adeptly severed the parachute cords entangling him, drawing upon his extensive experience to strive for balance in the tumultuous descent. Then, like a nimble fish gliding through water, he struggled to drift towards Lin Feng, his eyes filled with a frenzied murderous intent. Lin Feng, who had never undergone parachute training, resembled a massive top carelessly tossed into a whirlpool, spinning uncontrollably. His vision was a blur, and he felt as though the world was turning upside down, rendering him incapable of perceiving his surroundings. Lu Fang raised the machete in his hand, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Bracing against the powerful gusts, he unleashed a flurry of slashes towards Lin Feng. Amidst the howling wind, the clash of metal rang out like a cacophony of bells. Lin Feng felt disoriented, devoid of any means to defend himself, yet miraculously, he remained unscathed by Lu Feng's relentless assault. This extraordinary fortuity was attributed to a unique martial art he had practiced in his youth, the invincible windfire wheel. Utilizing his rapidly spinning body, he instinctively wielded the large blade, forming an impenetrable wall of steel, achieving an astonishing effect of defense through offense. As Lu Feng's attempts yielded no results, his fury intensified. Drawing a deep breath, he began to gather his strength, a crimson aura emanating around him. And the curved machete in his hand began to vibrate violently, emitting a disquieting hum. 100 meters. Lin Feng experienced a rapid rewind of his fleeting life. 50 meters. He glimpsed his grandfather, whom he had never met, waving at him. 10 meters. He saw a divine figure smiling down upon him. 3 meters. Life and death hung in the balance. Just before crashing to the ground, Lin Feng curled his body into a protective ball. Meanwhile, Lu Feng swung downwards with a ferocious strike aimed at the earth. Chapter 37. Fierce battle with a sharp sound. Lu Feng's entire being suddenly coalesced with an intense energy. A crescent-shaped strike, resembling a black moon, surged forth, enveloped in formidable power. This strike cleaved through the air in an instant, crashing into the grass below. The recoil from the impact somewhat cushioned his descent, yet he ultimately fell heavily into the crater formed by the strike. A dull thud resonated, sending up a cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng, who plummeted alongside Lu Fang, vanished from sight, landing unscathed within the concealed space created by Lin Yoshi. In the next moment, Lin Yoshi and Lin Feng appeared hand in hand atop a flower bed. Lin Feng's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth, pinching Lin Yoshi's cheek with a fierce expression, exclaiming, "Are you trying to kill me, avenging your mother's death?" Lin Yoshi stared back with her large, innocent eyes, her expression one of sheer innocence. She resembled a wounded fawn, and Lin Feng's ire evaporated in an instant. With a resigned sigh, he lamented silently that it was his own failure in teaching. Who else could he blame? At that moment, a blue lightning bolt streaked across the sky like a meteor. It was Li Feiyu making a dramatic entrance, brandishing a black staff and bellowing, "Who dares to harm my predecessor?" The voice echoed around them, resonating with the grandeur of an emperor as it charged towards the pit created by Lu Fang's strike. Suddenly, a black crescent sliced through the swirling dust, hurtling towards Li Feiyu with a fierce momentum. Such formidable sword energy. Li Feiyu was taken aback, swiftly reacting in midair, utilizing his agile reflexes to execute a series of somersaults, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Subsequently, harnessing the momentum from his rolling, he propelled himself backward with great force, ultimately descending gracefully behind Lin Feng like a feather. "I say, you ought to take your leisure more seriously. How come you retreated without even making a move?" Lin Feng remarked with exasperation, rolling his eyes dramatically at Li Feiyu's bizarre maneuver. Not far away, on the grassy ground, the dust gradually settled under the gentle breeze. Lu Fang's silhouette slowly emerged, his complexion somewhat pallid, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clutching a small black vial in his hand. He unhesitatingly tilted his head back and consumed its contents in one swift motion. He then wiped away the blood with the back of his hand and suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha! My fortune is truly remarkable. I've stumbled upon several mutated zombies at once. I wonder if their crystal cores have matured." His laughter bore a hint of madness, completely disregarding the zombies before him. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out abruptly. It turned out that a zombie general had been hiding behind a large tree, launching a surprise attack. The stout trunk of the tree provided excellent cover for the zombie general, who firmly gripped a small handgun with his massive hands. 3 bullets sliced through the air, hurtling toward Lu Fang. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. A radiant blue shield suddenly enveloped Lu Fang's body, safeguarding him within its protective embrace. At the very instant 3 bullets struck the protective shield, they were instantly deflected, altering their trajectories and veering off in disparate directions. My goodness, are we truly inhabitants of the same era? When did technology advance to such astonishing heights? Lin Feng found himself overwhelmed with incredulity, pondering how this individual could survive such a monumental fall, only to reveal an equally impressive protective shield. A flicker of envy stirred within him. He had always believed himself to be quite formidable amidst the horde of zombies, yet here was a remarkable figure among humanity, far exceeding his expectations. Overcome by jealousy, Lin Feng immediately unleashed his psychic waves, summoning all his mental strength in an attempt to penetrate Lu Fang's consciousness. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Psychic abilities? This zombie possesses intriguing qualities. Why can I not perceive this human's mental fluctuations? Lin Feng felt a jolt of apprehension. His mental energy swirled around Lu Fang, yet it felt as though he were ensnared in a void, utterly devoid of any point of entry. Suddenly, Lu Fang's figure flickered, moving with a speed reminiscent of a specter. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, brandishing a black, curved broadsword, which he swung down ferociously towards Lin Feng. Clang! The 2 blades, forged from distinct materials, collided midair, producing a resounding, crisp echo as sparks erupted from the point of impact. "Keep your distance," Lin Feng bellowed as he exerted force through his longsword, deflecting the incoming strike. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of potent gastric acid that erupted forth like a dark green fountain, aimed directly at Lu Fang. Meanwhile, Lin Yoshi vanished in an instant, her figure seemingly merging with the very air around her, disappearing without a trace. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Li Feiyu was propelled backward once more. Observing this, Lu Fang promptly leaped back to evade the onslaught. His reflexes were remarkably swift. As he retreated, a protective shield automatically enveloped him. The corrosive gastric acid splashed against the shield, producing a series of sharp sounds, and ripples danced across its surface. Yet it ultimately withstood the lethal assault. Wait, why must we engage in a battle to the death? Lin Feng demanded angrily, rooted to the spot. Lu Feng, after taking a few cautious steps back to stabilize himself, furrowed his brow, reassessing the zombie before him. It spoke with such fluency, exhibiting a notable degree of intelligence. He pointed the blade towards Lin Feng, coldly declaring, "Since you can comprehend my words, you should eliminate the nearby zombies and hand over their cores to me. Perhaps I can grant you a few more days of life." Such arrogance was astounding. Lin Feng, incredulous, dug his thumb into his ear, momentarily stunned, only to realize he had not misheard. "Have you considered the implications of your words? You've crossed my threshold, and I must warn you. I'm not easy to deal with." Without further ado, Lin Feng's leg muscles swelled with power, propelling him forward like a spring. "Bring it on," Lu Feng shouted, undaunted as he charged ahead. In an instant, the two combatants, one man and one zombie, closed the distance, engaging in a fierce and intimate battle with their blades. Two blades sliced through the air with a rapid swish, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks, as sparks erupted like a mesmerizing display of iron fireworks. After a fierce exchange of strikes, Lin Feng realized he had gained little advantage and swiftly retreated to create distance between himself and his opponent. Is this truly a human? How can one engage in close combat with a zombie? A wave of frustration washed over Lin Feng, despite consuming so many crystal cores. He found himself outmatched by a mere human. Anger surged within him at the thought of such formidable strength among humanity, especially when they had failed to rise against the zombies at the onset of the outbreak. Lu Feng, too, chose not to linger, opting instead to observe Lin Feng from a distance. Yunqi, Feiyu, combined technique. Lin Feng silently transmitted the thought waves. In an instant, Lin Yunqi materialized beside him, while Li Feiyu darted forward with remarkable speed. Lin Yunqi raised her right hand toward the distant adversary, as the air within her palm began to distort. Space shifted, activated in a heartbeat. A powerful wave of spatial energy rippled outward, and Lu Feng sensed impending doom, yet it was too late. In a blink, the scenery before him flickered, and he found himself swapping positions with Lin Yunqi, now caught between Lin Feng and Li Feiyu's encirclement. Lin Feng pivoted his body, leveraging his waist to swing the long blade with force towards Lu Feng's neck, while Li Feiyu crouched low, wielding a black electric baton that crackled with blue electricity. Imbued with malicious intent, as he thrust it fiercely towards Lu Feng's vulnerable region. Chapter 38, the tortoiseshell confronted by two zombies, fierce as ravenous wolves. Lu Feng felt a sudden tremor in the air around him. Instantly, the energy shield enveloping him activated, casting an ethereal blue glow that illuminated the dimly lit street with exquisite beauty. Bang! The sound resonated like a heavy hammer, shattering the silence of the desolate neighborhood. Lin Feng swung his arm, transforming it into a formidable blade, channeling all his strength into a powerful downward strike. The blade sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, striking the protective shield with unwavering force. At that moment, the edge of the blade was but a hair's breadth from the enemy's neck. Its sharp tip even grazed the air surrounding Lu Feng's throat. Yet, the softly glowing shield stood firm, akin to an unyielding fortress wall, repelling the formidable blade with resolute strength. No matter how much Lin Feng exerted himself, the blade could not advance an inch. Simultaneously, the black electric baton in Li Feiyu's grasp was also thwarted by the shield. The tip of the baton emitted a brilliant white current, incessantly striking the surface of the blue barrier, producing a crackling sound as it sought to find a chink in the armor, a way to breach this defense. However, the current remained unable to reach the corporeal form of the adversary. Lu Feng gripped his cleaver tightly, his body trembling slightly from the tension, yet he feigned composure, his face adorned with a smug grin. Ha! Zombies are still zombies. What if they are a tad more intelligent than ordinary ones? You cannot breach my defenses. Lin Feng's forehead pulsed with veins, his teeth clenched as he pressed the blade firmly against the shield, shouting, "Li Feiyu, increase the power and exhaust him. If we blow up the equipment, we will share the spoils." His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Feng, as if he intended to devour him whole. Li Feiyu, upon hearing this, was invigorated. "Very well, senior." No longer languid, he gripped the electric baton firmly, channeling all his energy to amplify the current output. In an instant, the current, originally the thickness of a thumb, swelled into a more formidable force, resembling a swarm of silver serpents writhing desperately as they burrowed towards the protective shield. Observing this, Lu Fang felt a tightening in his chest, and beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. At that moment, the protective shield resembled a turtle's shell. While it safeguarded his body, it simultaneously constrained his movements, rendering him unable to counterattack Lin Feng and the others. Internally lamenting, Lu Fang maintained a facade of composure, his gaze darting warily between Lin Feng and Li Feiyu. The three of them were locked in a stalemate, blades and currents incessantly pressing against the shield, producing an ominous buzzing sound. What is the point of cowering like a turtle? I suggest you surrender. Hand over all your high-tech gadgets. This way, I may spare your life, only leaving you crippled, Lin Feng shouted, simultaneously twisting his body and unleashing sweeping strikes with his large blade. His movements were grandiose, each swing accompanied by a howling wind, the blade clashing against the shield with a series of sharp clangs that echoed incessantly, reminiscent of a blacksmith forging metal. Each strike sending tremors through Lu Fang's mind. Military technology is not so fragile. Your provocation is futile. We shall wear each other down. Lu Fang feigned indifference. Yet internally, he was consumed by anxiety. He understood that this stalemate could not endure. Even the most formidable shield would eventually succumb to the relentless passage of time. Periodically, Lu glanced around, seeking an opportunity for escape. At that moment, Lin Feng experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, a bold plan materializing in his mind. Narrowing his eyes, he focused intently and emitted two brainwaves. Li Feiyu, ascend to the heavens. You, Yangshi, once Li Feiyu has reached the sky, swap places with him. Then transfer this adversary to the sky as well. In an instant, both Lin Feng and Li Feiyu retreated simultaneously. Li Feiyu's body shimmered with electric light, and with a swift whoosh, he soared upwards like an arrow released from a bow. What trickery is this? Lu Fang thought, startled, and immediately heightened his vigilance. He dared not continue confronting Lin Feng and hurriedly distanced himself, sprinting towards a nearby public restroom in hopes of finding refuge to assess the situation. Just then, a corpse general suddenly emerged from behind a large garbage bin, hurling a hard-won grenade. With a thunderous explosion, Lu Fang was taken aback, stumbling and nearly losing his footing. This momentary delay caused him to miss the optimal chance for escape. At that instant, Lin Yongxi appeared, her right palm directed towards the hundreds of meters above where Li Feiyu hovered, activating her spatial transformation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yongxi ascended to the sky, promptly locking onto the enemy's position below and unleashing her spatial transformation ability once more. As Lu Fang regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair, plummeting from several hundred meters above, embarking on a free fall. Terror gripped him, his eyes widening in disbelief, and his heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. Cursed zombies! How despicable! His anguished and helpless cries echoed through the air. Lin Feng, focused on the adversaries above, projected two waves of thought once more. Li Feiyu, Yangshi, execute the previous maneuver once the enemies touch down. Upon receiving the command, Li Feiyu soared skyward once again, surrounded by crackling electricity, moving faster than before. Concealed in a hidden space, Lin Yongxi fixated intently on the descending foes, her eyes functioning like precise radar, meticulously calculating their landing spots. Lu Fang, observing the rapidly approaching ground, felt a surge of panic. However, years of combat experience swiftly steeled his resolve. He grasped his curved machete with determination, gathering his strength as every muscle tensed, akin to a taut bowstring. When he was approximately 3 meters from the ground, Lu Fang unleashed a formidable, crescent-shaped strike, utilizing the recoil to cushion his fall, activating his protective shield just before impact. A tremendous crash resounded as Lu Fang collided forcefully with the concrete ground. Despite the shield's protection, the immense force jostled his internal organs, leaving him with a metallic taste in his throat. With a sudden retch, he expelled a copious amount of blood. Lying on the shattered ground, Lu Fang's face was as pale as parchment. He gritted his teeth against the pain and hastily retrieved a small black vial from his tactical belt, pouring its contents into his mouth in a frantic manner. With mere lowly zombies like you, how could you possibly kill me? He shouted, coughing as he spoke. Just as Lu Fang utilized the potion to mend his wounds, Lin Yongxi, suspended 1,000 meters in the air, narrowed her eyes, locking onto the enemies below. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, she activated the spatial transformation once more. Suddenly, Lu Fang felt the scenery before him shift dramatically, the sound of rushing wind filling his ears. A wave of despair surged within him as he murmured, "I wonder if I can withstand this." On the ground, Lin Feng shaded his eyes with his hand, gazing at Lu Fang in free fall, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. "Don't think that just because you're hiding in your shell, I can't deal with you." Moments later, Lu Fang crashed heavily onto the concrete surface once again. This time, his protective shield could no longer withstand the immense impact, shattering into particles of light and dissipating completely. Lin Feng observed the fallen foe, whose fate remained uncertain. Wary of approaching too closely, mindful that the enemy might have a trick up their sleeve, Li Feiyu, however, could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within, transforming into a streak of lightning as he darted forward, eager to deliver the finishing blow and loot the spoils. His eyes gleamed with avarice, as if he could already envision the defensive artifact adorning Lu Fang. Lin Feng quickly called out, "Spare his life. We need some intelligence." Upon hearing the words, Li Feiyu promptly stowed away his black electric baton and began to strip away the tattered combat uniform from Lu Fang. His movements were remarkably swift, his hands flashing like lightning, and before long, Lu Fang was left clad only in his undergarments. To ensure caution, he also inserted several metallic rods into Lu Fang's body. Should he discharge electricity from a distance, these rods would conduct the current into Lu Fang, administering electrotherapy. Lin Feng approached, gazing at the exquisitely sculpted muscles of Lu Fang, which appeared as if chiseled by a master artisan, and could not help but exclaim, "Is this merely the physique that humanity can possess?" Nearby, Li Feiyu crouched on the ground, rummaging through the tattered black combat uniform in search of the so-called protective talisman, yet his efforts proved fruitless. Undeterred, he swiftly discarded his own ragged robe and donned the ill-fitting combat uniform as if it were a set of autumn clothes, a sight that appeared somewhat comical. Ultimately, he contentedly draped his tattered robe back over himself. Lin Feng extended his left hand with a smile and said, "Hand it over." Reluctantly, Li Feiyu placed 3 small black vials into Lin Feng's palm, confessing that he had only managed to find 3 bottles of elixir. Lin Feng examined the vials. They featured a single-use cap that could be opened with one hand, likely a healing potion, as he had observed this fellow consume it twice. As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve the black, recurved machete from the ground, weighing it in his hand and appreciating its heft and texture. Suddenly, Lin Yoshi appeared beside Lin Feng, gazing longingly at the machete in his grasp. "Do you want it?" Lin Feng inquired. Lin Yoshi nodded softly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and handed over the hilt of the knife. It was rather unbecoming for a girl to wield such a large cleaver. Lin Yoshi grasped the hilt with both hands and struggled to swing it a couple of times. Lin Feng crouched down and cautioned, "Be careful not to injure yourself. If you do get hurt, just take this medicine." He waved a small black vial in front of the distracted Lin Yoshi before placing 2 bottles of medicine into the pockets of her coat. "Your recovery ability is somewhat lacking, so take one. It might prove useful." He tossed the remaining vial to Li Feiyu. "Thank you for the medicine, Senior," Li Feiyu exclaimed, swiftly concealing the vial within his robe, as though fearing Lin Feng might change his mind. Lu Fang finally regained consciousness, feeling a throbbing headache and an overwhelming sensation as if countless needles were piercing his body, causing unbearable pain. To his horror, he realized 3 faces with 6 eyes were staring directly at him. Lin Feng flashed a friendly smile, yet to Lu Fang, it appeared more like a devilish grin. "Oh, you're awake? Your name is Lu Fang, correct?" Lin Feng's voice, laced with mischief, broke the silence. At that moment, his face wore an exceedingly simple smile, reminiscent of a humble farmer who had toiled in the fields for years, with an expression of earnestness. "You all." Lu Fang attempted to stifle the excruciating pain as he struggled to rise. However, before his actions were even halfway completed, Li Feiyu, as if he had been waiting for this moment, swiftly unleashed a slender bolt of lightning from his fingertips. The lightning traced a blinding arc through the air, instantly splitting into dozens of forks that accurately struck the tips of the many iron rods protruding from Lu Fang's body, emitting a crackling sound. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching and soul-crushing scream echoed relentlessly within the statue wall constructed by Lin Feng. Lu Fang's body convulsed uncontrollably, every muscle appearing to be mercilessly pulled and twisted by invisible hands, his eyes bulging wide from excruciating pain. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng quickly reached out to cover Lin Yoshi's eyes, shielding her from the grotesquely brutal scene of electrotherapy. Lin Yoshi's nose twitched slightly as an unfamiliar, strange aroma penetrated her nostrils, a scent reminiscent of charred meat. In this bloody atmosphere, The smell was particularly eerie, causing her petite frame to shudder involuntarily. All right, don't let him die from the electric shock. Lin Feng softly intervened. It would be a great pity to let Lu Feng perish so easily. Hearing this, Li Feiyu nodded slightly and gradually retracted his fingers. The bolts of lightning vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Lu Feng's convulsing body seemed to receive a reprieve from fate, finally granted a moment to breathe. Lu Feng's chest heaved violently, his breath coming in rapid gasps akin to an old, worn bellows, emitting a series of wheezing sounds. His gaze was a tumultuous mix of fury and resentment, fixated on the zombies before him. Speak. What is your purpose in City A? Lin Feng inquired, narrowing his eyes with a haunting calm. To eradicate you lowly zombies. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his jaw bulging from the strain as he forced the words through clenched lips. Upon hearing this declaration, a sly smirk crept across Lin Feng's face, laced with mockery. You certainly possess a certain bravado, he remarked, with a slight closing of his eyes. He transmitted a mental signal to the zombie commander, instructing it to summon a few minions. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. For Lu Feng, each passing second felt like an eternity. He was engulfed in an abyss of uncertainty, the dread of the unknown eclipsing the pain that coursed through his body. After several minutes, the oppressive stillness was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. The zombie commander, accompanied by 3 zombie soldiers, advanced with an uncanny precision, their movements reminiscent of machines. They stood at attention behind Lin Feng, forming an orderly line. At first glance, they resembled well-trained soldiers, yet a closer inspection revealed the safety helmets adorning their heads, rendering the previously grave scene somewhat absurd. Well then, if you fear not death, I shall assume you have come to offer your compassion to those in distress, Lin Feng remarked, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smile. After speaking, Lin Feng gently covered Lin Yoshi's eyes with his left hand, while his right hand wielded a long knife, deftly slicing a piece of flesh from Lu Feng's thigh. With a flick of the blade, the bloodied morsel flew into the hands of the corpse general. As it gazed at the flesh, a trickle of putrid saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corners of its mouth. However, it seemed to retain a semblance of reason, suppressing the impulse to devour the meat immediately. Swiftly, it drew a dagger from its waist and expertly divided the flesh into 3 equal portions, distributing them to the 3 nearby corpse soldiers. These soldiers were not so discerning. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they seized the chunks of meat and, akin to Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, swallowed them whole without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and shouted with all his might, if you're going to kill me, then do it. Spare me the chatter. Indeed, he was a tough nut to crack. Lin Feng, observing Lu Feng's defiance, felt a surge of admiration welling within him. At that moment, Li Feiyu, who had been silently standing by, suddenly spoke up. Senior, why not refine this person into a medicinal pill? It might yield extraordinary results. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if emanating from the depths of the netherworld, carrying an unsettling chill. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying genuine intrigue as he inquired, Oh? What method do you propose? Please, enlighten me. Li Feiyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, began to pace, shaking his head and elaborating. First, nourish him with corpse blood for 3 days to purge the impurities from his body. Then remove the hair, strip away the skin, and harvest the flesh while he is still alive. Yet one must rely on potent elixirs for survival, using flesh as a catalyst, subjected to the refining flames of the earth. This process must be repeated for 49 days, until the elixir is finally completed. The description was so vivid that it seemed as if the scene of concocting the elixir was unfolding before their very eyes. And the expression on his face grew increasingly frenzied. As Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness, secretly marveling at Li Feiyu's fanciful fabrication, Lu Feng suddenly cried out, his voice laden with terror, You, how can you be so cruel? Isn't it enough for ordinary zombies to simply devour humans? Why resort to using people for alchemy? Just kill me instead. As he spoke, his voice quivered with a hint of sobbing, and the previously resolute glimmer in his eyes revealed a trace of despair. His body trembled, not from pain, but from the fear of such unimaginable cruelty. Observing this, Lin Feng stifled a laugh and deliberately adopted a fierce demeanor, declaring, You have no idea. Being transformed into an elixir is the most merciful death we offer here. The 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty pale in comparison to what awaits us. Lu Feng finally broke down, biting his lip as he began to whimper. As the saying goes, a man does not shed tears lightly, but only when confronted with true fear. Death itself is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the inability to escape it, enduring endless torment and dread. Do not accuse me of violating the Geneva Convention regarding the treatment of prisoners of war. Lin Feng paused, his gaze fixated on Lu Feng, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. He inquired once more, "What is your purpose in City A? And how much do you know about this zombie virus?" "I will tell you. I will tell you." Lu Feng's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, leading him to divulge every detail. "Our purpose in City A is to hunt high-level mutated zombies and extract the crystalline cores from their bodies." "And what else?" Lin Feng demanded, his voice resonating like thunder in the confined space. Furthermore, Lu Feng shut his eyes, seemingly in a final struggle, before continuing. "The outbreak of the global zombie virus is due to the Human Purge Plan. This is a collective decision made by the upper echelons of the New Eden faction. You cannot blame a mere soldier like me for this." "The Human Purge Plan." Lin Feng softly echoed those words, his tone filled with shock and confusion. These few words had undoubtedly led to the demise of billions. Why? Why must so many innocent lives be extinguished? In a fit of rage, Lin Feng seized Lu Feng, his hands trembling with fury, his eyes nearly bleeding with rage, as if he intended to consume Lu Feng whole. "How can you be so cruel to your own kind? Who granted you such authority? Why do you sit atop your pedestal, dictating the lives and deaths of others?" Lin Feng shouted through clenched teeth. "Oh God," Lu Feng quickly replied, his voice somewhat muffled as he spoke. "It is all God's fault. If humanity does not reduce its population, God will unleash disasters, causing many to perish. Why not take matters into our own hands? We could even harness the zombies and cultivate super soldiers." "God?" Lin Feng's expression morphed into a wry smile, questioning the notion of super soldiers. Has the world gone mad? In the ensuing conversation, Lin Feng posed a series of fragmented inquiries, to which Lu Feng answered earnestly. Each question pierced like a sharp blade, revealing the harsh truths of this brutal world. After more than an hour, Lin Feng began to comprehend the origins of the zombie virus outbreak. A tumult of emotions surged within him, shock at the truth and fury at humanity's madness. His gaze was clouded with confusion and helplessness, as if he had lost his way in this merciless realm. In a fit of rage, he hurled Lu Feng to the ground, the latter's body crumpling like a rag doll, hitting the floor with a dull thud. Lin Feng then trudged away, his steps heavy and solitary, ascending the wall of statues he had constructed. Perched atop the statue's head, he gazed vacantly at City A, which loomed before him like a colossal grave. What thoughts occupied his mind? Perhaps he pondered the significance of human existence or mourned for the innocent souls who had perished. A swirl of chaotic thoughts engulfed him. On the ground, Li Feiyu stealthily approached Lu Feng, moving cautiously like a mouse pilfering oil. He lowered his voice and inquired, "Is this your protective talisman? How does one activate it?" As he spoke, he shook the silver metallic short rod in his hand. Lu Feng tilted his head and caught sight of the object held by Li Feiyu, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He hurriedly replied, "Yes. This is the protective talisman. You just need to point the red end towards the sky and twist it forcefully to activate it." His voice carried a hint of urgency, as if he were anticipating something. Li Feiyu squinted, a trace of skepticism evident in his gaze, and declared, "If you dare deceive me, I shall refine your soul." With that, Li Feiyu aimed the red end of the metallic short rod skyward and forcefully twisted it with both hands. With a whoosh, a red flare shot into the sky, trailing a long white tail behind it. The flare stood out brilliantly against the dull sky, resembling a burning meteor that instantly shattered the oppressive darkness. In City A, 6 other warriors, along with countless hidden zombies lurking in the shadows, turned their gazes towards the brilliant light in the sky. Chapter 40. The transaction. Lin Feng sat atop the statue, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant horizon. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his shadow appearing before him. The shadow stretched and then contracted at a visibly rapid pace. A chill gripped his heart, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. He swiftly turned to look, only to see a red flare soaring into the heavens, leaving behind a long tail and radiating a fierce glow. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, illuminating a world that had previously appeared somewhat dim. "Li Feiyu, what on earth are you doing?" Lin Feng bellowed from atop the statue, his voice strained as he shouted down to the territory below. Meanwhile, on the ground, Li Feiyu was incessantly cursing. "You rodent! Dare to deceive me! Go to hell!" With each expletive, he delivered a vicious kick to Lu Fang's body. Lu Fang, subjected to these relentless assaults, helplessly rolled on the ground, emitting muffled groans of pain. You're finished. Do you know what this signal flare signifies? It indicates the presence of a crystal core. You will soon find yourselves besieged. Despite spitting blood and appearing utterly frail, Lu Fang wore a strangely sinister smile on his face. Unlike Lin Feng, who possessed a more temperate demeanor, Li Feiyu was instantly ignited by Lu Fang's provocation, erupting like a powder keg. A twisted arc of electricity shot forth from his fingertips, striking Lu Fang squarely in the forehead. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fang's head seemed to be pierced by a blinding light, his brain incinerated by the overwhelming surge of electricity. New Eden warrior Lu Fang, while on a mission to harvest crystal cores in City A, met his demise. The signal flare in the sky resembled a campfire ignited by foolish children in a dark forest, glowing brightly for approximately a minute before gradually extinguishing. During that minute, every sentient being in City A, whether concealed in shadowy corners or hidden within towering edifices, likely became aware of the coordinates represented by the signal flare below. Lin Feng stood atop the statue, anxiously surveying the desolate ruins of the city surrounding him. What should he do? Should he relocate or remain here, awaiting the inevitable confrontation? A tumult of inner conflict ensued. Ever since his transformation into a zombie, he had developed an intense sense of territoriality. This domain was one he had painstakingly cultivated. Having spent over a week erecting the very wall of the statue, the thought of abandoning it so readily felt akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles, filling him with an overwhelming reluctance. After much agonizing contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately reached a resolution. His gaze grew resolute, and he focused his mind, emitting 3 cerebral waves to issue commands to his subordinates. Corps General, assign the undead soldiers to patrol day and night. Head west towards the vicinity of the A City Vocational College. I recall there was a former military encampment there. Dispatch a squad of zombies to scavenge for weapons. Li Feiyu, our position has been compromised. This is all you're doing. From this day forth, you are to guard the perimeter of our territory. Should any situation arise, inform me immediately. Lin Yoshi, there may be numerous enemies approaching. Do not wander about recklessly. Having executed this series of arrangements, Lin Feng's form gradually melded into the statue beneath him, as if becoming one with it. His essence began to traverse the walls of the statue, occasionally revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes from the gray surface, keenly observing the surrounding situation. Time slipped by in the tense atmosphere, and soon, the first uninvited guest arrived at his doorstep. A deep, resonant rumble echoed from afar, gradually drawing nearer, reminiscent of a heavy truck navigating a rugged road. As the sound grew increasingly distinct, an enormous silhouette emerged in the vicinity of Lin Feng's territory. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin Feng's instincts kicked in, and he instinctively leaned out from the wall like a specter, quickly recognizing the formidable figure ahead. Was it the Stone Corpse demon? What could have prompted such a colossal being to venture out today? Li Feiyu, alerted by the noise, hastily approached. However, upon witnessing the gargantuan form of the Stone Corpse demon, a flicker of fear crossed its eyes. Without hesitation, it amplified its electrical energy and fled. It understood all too well that its proud lightning techniques would be utterly ineffective against such a behemoth, akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. Lin Yoshi merely peeked out from behind the statue wall. Her previously expressionless visage was now overtaken by terror. Memories of her last encounter with the Stone Corpse demon flooded back, sending a chill through her heart. That experience had left her with a profound psychological scar. In a flurry of movements, she teleported back into the air raid shelter, wrapping herself tightly in a blanket as if it could shield her from the perils lurking outside. The Stone Corpse demon approached Lin Feng's domain and stood silently before him, making no further movements. Initially, Lin Feng contemplated the prospect of relocating, but upon observing that the demon did not initiate an attack, he found himself wavering. After an internal struggle, he resolved to muster his courage and engage in dialogue. His body emerged from the top of the statue, and he shouted down at the stone ghoul below, "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Upon hearing the voice, the stone ghoul looked up towards the pinnacle of the statue. It slowly raised its hand. This simple gesture caused Lin Feng's heart to leap into his throat, and his face turned pale with fright, silently lamenting, "No way. Is it going to strike again?" The stone ghoul gradually lifted its right hand, pointing towards the statue ahead. And a deep, resonant voice, as if emanating from the very depths of the earth, reverberated throughout the block. Big, big. Lin Feng, bewildered, furrowed his brow tightly, pondering the stone ghoul's intent. Could it be that the statue wall I have erected is taller than it, inciting its displeasure? The stone ghoul's hand began to move slowly again. This time it pointed to its own chest and proclaimed, small. A gasp escaped Lin Feng's lips as a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He shouted once more, if you like it, I shall gift it to you. He awaited the stone ghoul's response with eager anticipation. After a moment, the stone ghoul's head, as large as a truck's front, nodded heavily. All right. This brief affirmation lifted a considerable weight from Lin Feng's heart, prompting him to exclaim, once I gift it to you, we shall be friends. If anyone strikes me, you shall lend your aid. The stone ghoul fell silent for a moment, appearing to contemplate seriously. Ultimately, it nodded once more, emphatically proclaiming, deal. Step aside. I will bring the statue to you. Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement, and as soon as he finished speaking, his body seamlessly melded into the statue once more. In the next moment, the small pebbles on the ground began to tremble. Before long, a statue towering over 20 meters began to stir gradually. With great effort, it extracted its legs from the earth, moving with the sluggishness of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng struggled to command the statue as it took its first steps away from the wall of stone. Li Feiyu was correct. This ability of Lin Feng's was indeed ill-suited for combat. However, should he launch the enormous statue forward, it could easily crush a multitude of adversaries. Boom, boom. Lin Feng directed the statue to come to a halt beside the stone corpse ghost. Once it stood firmly, his body detached from the statue at the ankle. This is for you, Lin Feng declared generously as he landed on the shattered pavement, addressing the stone corpse ghost. The stone corpse ghost nodded in acknowledgement and then slowly moved behind the statue, its form beginning to undergo a peculiar transformation. Suddenly, the rocks enveloping its body erupted, revealing a form that resembled a vast web, woven from its muscles, tendons, and veins. This intricate net began to scale the statue, each muscle writhing with vitality, as if they were living entities. In a short while, the stone corpse ghost's body was entirely enveloping every corner of the statue. Its muscles and veins adhered closely to the surface, resembling a second skin upon the statue. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the pulsating veins and muscles adorning the statue, his gaze unwavering as he endeavored to uncover the whereabouts of the crystal core hidden within the stone corpse demon. Despite his prolonged search, he could not discern any trace of the coveted core. An hour later, the sky darkened further. The towering statue, exceeding 20 meters in height, underwent a remarkable transformation during this brief interval. Its joints multiplied, and its previously rigid movements became notably more agile. The visage of the statue morphed, resembling the appearance of the stone corpse demon from before. The muscles and veins that had once enveloped its surface seamlessly integrated into the statue's interior, achieving a flawless amalgamation. Beneath the dim sky, the statue's eyes suddenly ignited with a radiant white glow. With a thunderous roar, the stone corpse demon commenced the mobilization of its newfound form, advancing towards Lin Feng's statue wall. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Feng shouted anxiously, fearing that this creature might forsake him after having consumed everything. The stone corpse demon remained silent, persisting in its forward march until it reached the gap in the statue wall, whereupon it turned and sat down with a resounding thud, resembling a colossal guardian deity. Its form sat resolutely, akin to an immovable mountain, steadfastly guarding this territory. Observing the actions of the stone corpse demon, Lin Feng's doubts evaporated in an instant. He raised his thumb in commendation towards the stone corpse demon, a smile of admiration gracing his face as he exclaimed, "Old stone, you are truly remarkable, noble and righteous." Not far off, 3 warriors from the New Eden faction, drawn by the commotion initiated by the signal flare, beheld the stir created by the stone corpse demon. In their eyes ignited an insatiable fire of greed. Whoever slays the ghoul first shall claim the crystal core, a warrior suddenly exclaimed. The 3 individuals hastened their pace, swiftly approaching this way. Chapter 41. Surprise calling Lu Feng. Calling Lu Feng. Please respond. Warrior Wu Tian crouched in a narrow, dimly lit alley, calling out to his teammate through his earpiece, but alas, the deceased Lu Feng could never reply. Warrior Wang Guang abruptly withdrew his head from the alley's entrance, his back pressed tightly against the rough, cold wall, his chest heaving violently. Was that the stone corpse ghoul? Wasn't he at only over a meter tall before it was unleashed? Even if it had grown significantly during this time, it couldn't possibly have reached such a size. By estimation, merely sitting, it must be nearly 10 meters tall. Lu Feng is probably dead, warrior Zhou Miao remarked coldly. The three warriors initially intended to encircle and slay the stone corpse ghoul to seize the crystal core from its body. As they dashed forward, upon nearing the ghoul, which loomed over 1,000 meters away like a small mountain, they were momentarily struck dumb with astonishment. After a brief shock, they quickly regained their composure, altering their course and seeking refuge in the narrow alley. What now? Charge in or tactically retreat? Zhou Miao mused, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze darting between the faces of his two companions, his tone laced with uncertainty. Wu Tian finally ceased his fiddling with the headphones, his countenance betraying a hint of discomfort as he said, "How about we first seek out the Ghost Mother, a variant zombie of comparatively lower offensive capability? We could procure a crystal core to bolster our strength before confronting the stone corpse ghost." A flicker of reluctance flashed in Wang Guang's eyes. Size is not the sole criterion for assessing a zombie's threat. The other two warriors simultaneously turned their gazes towards him, their expressions tinged with surprise. Wang Guang took a deep breath, gradually straightening his posture. "I shall probe the strength of the stone corpse ghost. If I find myself outmatched, I will retreat promptly." Zhou Miao's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a subtle smile as he remarked, "I respect your decision. Very well, we will act according to the situation. However, should you find yourself ensnared, we bear no obligation to rescue you. We are allies, yet also adversaries." As he spoke, Wu Tian rose to his feet as well. Wang Guang nodded silently, then drew the black long knife from his back. Zhou Miao also stood, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs and loosening his muscles, cautioning, "Let us not meet the same swift demise as that fool Lu Feng." At the moment the trio prepared to disperse and commence their action, a crackling sound of electricity resonated from above, over 100 meters in the air. "What is that?" Zhou Miao inquired, following the sound, only to witness a flash of lightning that vanished in an instant. In the place where the lightning had disappeared, a girl clad in gray attire with flowing hair materialized, resembling a specter. Despite the dim light and the hazy surroundings, Zhou Miao's gaze remained sharp, allowing him to clearly perceive the bizarre scene before him. It was a zombie. Almost simultaneously, Wu Tian swiftly drew his black pistol from his waist, firmly gripping the handle with both hands, and without hesitation, fired 2 shots into the sky. The bullets, accompanied by a whistling sound, sliced through the night air, aimed at the mysterious girl. However, just as the bullets ascended, the girl in the air vanished like a phantom, as if she had never existed. In the next moment, the already dim sky seemed to be abruptly shrouded by an invisible hand drawing a black curtain, plunging the world into utter darkness. The colossal figure of the stone zombie abruptly appeared above the alley, resembling a looming thunderhead, instantly filling the narrow sky. "Retreat!" the 3 warriors shouted in unison, their voices hoarse with urgency. Together, they sprinted towards the mouth of the alley. A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the earth as if the very fabric of the world trembled. The enormous stone zombie crashed to the ground like a meteor, its impact obliterating a swath of buildings. The once sturdy structures crumbled under the force of the stone zombie, collapsing like fragile blocks and sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Amidst the rising dust, 2 crimson orbs glowed ominously. Those were the eyes of the stone zombie. With an ear-splitting roar, the stone zombie slowly raised its massive right hand, then abruptly accelerated, delivering a powerful blow to its side. A chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of the cracking of brittle webs, as white fissures radiated from the fist of the stone corpse demon, spreading recklessly throughout the neighborhood. Wherever these cracks reached, buildings, pipes, utility poles, and all tangible solids succumbed to this overwhelming force, shattering into fragments. The stone corpse demon resembled an invincible force of destruction, leaving chaos in its wake. In the blink of an eye, this once vibrant district had been reduced to a desolate ruin. Perched atop the statue wall, Lin Yoshi concealed herself behind Lin Feng, revealing merely half her head as she timidly observed the rampaging stone corpse demon in the distance. Lin Feng gently ruffled Lin Yoshi's hair, murmuring to himself, "Initially, I thought to rely on the corpse demon to vanquish the stone corpse demon. In retrospect, how naively foolish that seems." Minutes later, an expansive courtyard emerged before Lin Feng's domain. The stone corpse demon, in its frenzied destruction, had dismantled every building in sight. gazing forward from the statue wall. He noted the absence of any obstructions, granting him an unobstructed view. Once again, a thunderous crash resounded, followed by another earth-shattering boom. The stone corpse demon appeared to have exhausted its strength, collapsing heavily onto the ground. This time, it was so weary that it lacked the energy to even dig a resting spot, choosing instead to recline unreservedly upon the surface. Observing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Old stone, you truly are a force to be reckoned with. Enlisting your aid indeed brings immense power." He then lifted Lin Yoshi into his arms, chuckling, "Yoshi, your spatial abilities are simply extraordinary. We need only to procure some large blocks of cement and hurl them from above. I wonder who could possibly withstand that." Upon witnessing Lin Feng's exuberance, Lin Yoshi, who had previously worn a face of tension and fear, unconsciously broke into a smile. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated building several kilometers from Lin Feng's territory, Zhou Miao was assisting Wu Tian with his leg. "Bear with it," Zhou Miao whispered, then picked up a small black vial and sprinkled its contents onto the wound of the severed leg. Gently, she pressed the detached limb against Wu Tian's injury, a motion that nearly caused him to faint from agony. He clenched a knife sheathed tightly in his mouth to prevent himself from biting his tongue in sheer pain. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, rolled down his forehead, splattering onto the icy ground below. Zhou Miao retrieved 2 wooden planks she had found and expertly fashioned a makeshift splint for Wu Tian. With meticulous care, she bound the splint with rope, each movement steady and precise. Once she completed her task, she exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over her as she remarked, "You should be all right in about a week. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to participate in this operation, but surviving is already a considerable blessing." Nearby, Wang Guang, who had been on guard, hastened over upon hearing the commotion. Lowering his voice, he spoke with a serious expression, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. A single zombie shouldn't possess multiple abilities. Moreover, the growth of the stone corpse demon has evidently spiraled out of control. According to the information provided by the higher-ups, the stone corpse demon should not possess such formidable power. It is utterly terrifying." Zhou Miao recalled the horrifying encounter with the stone corpse demon. Involuntarily gasping in cold dread, her body trembling slightly, it was clear that the stone corpse demon had been transported to the sky by some form of spatial ability. If the zombies were to coordinate their efforts, she dared not contemplate further. Wu Tian struggled to extract the sheath he had been biting, stammering, "Could it be? Those individuals from the Homeland faction have meddled in some way?" Zhou Miao furrowed her delicate brows. If the other seeds that had been deployed had already grown to an uncontrollable extent. "No, we must investigate immediately. If that is the case, we must report to our superiors without delay." Wang Guang promptly countered, "Do not rush to conclusions. The stronger the corpses, the greater our gains, is it not?" A glimmer of greed and adventure flickered in his eyes. Zhou Miao coldly smiled, a hint of scorn in her expression. "If you seek death, no one will stop you." The following morning, Zhou Miao meticulously organized her equipment and approached Wu Tian, who was seated against the wall. She softly advised, "As long as you refrain from provoking those mutated zombies, the ordinary ones will not harm you." With that, she and Wang Guang vanished in a flash, like 2 streaks of black lightning, swiftly departing from the derelict building, disappearing into the dawn light. After a considerable time, the vicinity of the abandoned structure fell into a profound silence. After being left alone, Wu Tian could no longer contain the anguish and despair that tormented his heart, and he let out a desperate cry. "This is a disastrous beginning. Just as I commenced, He cast a resentful glance at his severed right leg, his eyes brimming with fury and helplessness. At that moment, a chilling voice, as if summoned from the depths of the abyss, echoed through the space. "Young one, surrender your protective talisman." Chapter 42, Murder and Treasure. Young one, surrender your protective talisman. Accompanied by this commanding shout, Li Feiyu, encircled by crackling blue lightning, glided into the dilapidated building like a specter. Wu Tian, already on edge from his injuries, felt his heart lurch at the sudden appearance of this eerie figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively drew his pistol, the ominous muzzle aimed directly at Li Feiyu. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. "The bullets won't harm me." As Li Feiyu noted the motion of the gunfire, he was about to unleash a taunt, but before he could articulate a word, he felt a sharp pain strike his forehead and heart, having been struck squarely by 2 bullets. The force momentarily staggered him, and the surrounding blue lightning vanished in an instant with a crack. Subsequently, his body went limp, collapsing like a ragged sack onto the dust-laden concrete floor, raising a choking cloud of dust. Wu Tian, acutely aware of the tenacity of the undead, dared not underestimate his foe. He pulled the trigger once more, aiming 2 shots at the zombie's head lying on the ground. After the dull gunshot, 2 pitch-black holes instantly appeared on Li Feiyu's head, and thick, dark blood mingled with dust, spreading across the ground. The sound of the gun echoed several times within the desolate and dilapidated shell of a building, gradually diminishing until it was swallowed by the biting winter wind. Wu Tian slowly lowered his arm, and a flicker of excitement began to manifest on his previously tense face. His eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he muttered to himself, "This zombie possesses the ability to discharge electricity. Could it be a mutated variant of thunder and fire? Ha! Truly, a blessing in disguise. I never anticipated that the crystal core would come to me so readily." At this moment, Wu Tian seemed to completely forget the pain in his foot. The excruciating agony appeared trivial in the face of the allure of the crystal core. He laughed heartily while propping himself against the cracked wall, struggling to stand upright. Subsequently, he secured his handgun and drew a dagger from his waist. Hopping on one foot towards the motionless zombie, Li Feiyu, not far away. Each leap tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace deeply. Is the crystal core hidden in the heart or the brain? Wu Tian murmured to himself, finally managing to sit beside Li Feiyu with great effort. He took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, raised the dagger high, then gritted his teeth as he brought it down forcefully, piercing straight into Li Feiyu's chest with a sharp sound. However, just as he was about to forcefully slice open the thoracic cavity to extract the heart, he suddenly felt an intense stabbing pain in his hand. The pain was akin to a myriad of steel needles simultaneously piercing his palm, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Oh no! Wu Tian's face turned ashen. He attempted to release the dagger in his grip. Yet his hand felt as if it were glued to the hilt with an unyielding adhesive, refusing to let go. Almost immediately, a crackling sound echoed, and Wu Tian's body tensed, beginning to convulse uncontrollably. His eyes widened in terror, emitting incoherent sounds. A scent reminiscent of roasted meat swiftly permeated the confined space. Moments later, the skin on Wu Tian's face had charred, emitting wisps of white smoke, transforming his visage into a horrifying sight, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The crackling electric sound finally ceased. At that instant, Li Feiyu, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly sprang to life, sitting up abruptly. A glimmer of relief flashed in his eyes, and he forcefully shoved the charcoal-like Wu Tian aside. Had he not previously consumed a vial of exceptional elixir, he would have truly perished in that moment. With that, he opened his mouth and expelled a small black vial, which clinked as it struck the ground. Li Feiyu swiftly withdrew the dagger, stained with viscous black blood, and wiped the blade on his tattered robe before sheathing it and placing it into the pocket of his robe. The elixirs and treasures belong to this humble Taoist, Li Feiyu exclaimed joyfully, then proceeded to rummage through his belongings. A few minutes later, Wu Tian lay serenely on the ground, stripped down to his undergarments. His body marred by dust and blood, presenting a particularly tragic sight. 4 vials of exquisite elixir, a short blade, a firearm, 109 rounds of ammunition, a robe, a signal flare, shoes, trousers, and headphones. Never mind the shoes and headphones, they serve little purpose. The trousers are torn, best to discard them. Ha ha ha, what a bountiful haul this has been. Li Feiyu crouched down, meticulously counting his spoils, his smile growing ever more radiant. As if he had reached the pinnacle of life. His carefree laughter echoed through the desolate, half-finished building, resonating far and wide, eventually reaching someone's ears. Have you paid the tax on your cadaver? A voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, drifted through the air. The moment Li Feiyu heard the voice, a jolt coursed through him. He stiffly turned his head, and as expected, he beheld Lin Feng's simple, honest smile, which, at that instant, appeared to him like the grin of a nefarious sorcerer. I wondered why you were sneaking around last night. Turns out you were out here to make some extra cash, Lin Feng remarked as he approached, lightly squeezing Li Feiyu's shoulder. That seemingly gentle grip caused Li Feiyu to shudder involuntarily. Lin Feng then glanced at the items scattered on the ground, his eyes gleaming with interest, and said, "You may keep the medicines and the dagger you concealed in your bosom. The rest belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" Li Feiyu dared not voice any dissent, vigorously nodding in agreement, responding, "I shall heed your arrangements, esteemed senior." Ah, the child is indeed teachable. Lin Feng, satisfied, patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder. Ha! This journey has yielded abundant rewards. As Lin Feng laughed heartily, he crouched down to pick up a handgun from the ground, toying with it in his hands. This firearm could serve the corpse general well. Will this jacket tear apart in a fight? This flare gun could be used to lure the warriors of New Eden. And these headphones. Just as Lin Feng contemplated how to utilize these items, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Have you paid the corpse income tax? This voice bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous one, though it carried a hint of youthful innocence. Lin Feng rolled his eyes dramatically and replied helplessly, Lin Yoshi, stop mimicking others. You are not a parrot. What is a parrot? Lin Yoshi appeared out of nowhere, agile like a little cat, perched on Lin Feng's back, her eyes brimming with curiosity. A parrot is a bird that enjoys imitating human speech. Lin Feng attempted to explain. Oh, I've never seen one. Lin Yoshi shook her head. You would see one if you looked in the mirror. Lin Feng jested, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Yoshi's expression was filled with confusion, clearly not comprehending Lin Feng's humor. Here, wear this jacket. With that, Lin Feng removed the slightly dusty down jacket from Lin Yoshi and gently draped Wu Tian's combat jacket over her shoulders. The oversized garment hung loosely on her, resembling a dress, its hem falling well below her knees. As Lin Feng offered his commentary, noting that the dress was quite acceptable, a remarkable transformation occurred with the combat uniform. In an astonishing display, the garment swiftly shrank. The originally voluminous sleeves and hem contracted in mere moments, fitting Lin Yoshi as if it had been meticulously tailored for her petite frame, resembling an exquisite fitted dress. Beside her, Li Feiyu was left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. He instinctively tugged at his own robe, revealing the loose combat attire beneath, starkly contrasting with Lin Yoshi's perfectly fitted uniform. Could it be that my own robe has suffered damage? He murmured, his gaze clouded with confusion. Lin Feng's eyes darted between Li Feiyu and Lin Yoshi, a flurry of thoughts swirling in his mind. He eventually ventured a hypothesis. I believe the garment may only function optimally when worn by a human. Upon hearing this, the glimmer in Li Feiyu's eyes extinguished instantly, akin to a failed breakthrough. Alas, it is a pity that I have succumbed to the demonic path. No longer a practitioner of the human race, rendering me incapable of utilizing this robe. Lin Feng stroked his chin, deep in contemplation, realizing that he had yet to uncover any advanced technological device akin to a protective shield. Suddenly, he picked up a small stone from the ground and rose to his feet. Yoshi, do not move, he commanded with a grave expression. Without delay, he flicked the stone with his fingers, sending it whistling towards the side of Lin Yoshi's neck. Bang! A stone soared through Lin Yoshi's hair, striking the wall behind her and scattering debris. Could I have misjudged? Lin Feng bent down to retrieve another stone. Lin Yoshi stared blankly at Lin Feng, unsure of his intentions. Suddenly, a glimmer of menace flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Whoosh! The stone was propelled from his fingers once more. An azure energy shield materialized instantly, rippling like water and forcefully deflecting the stone away. Indeed, it was high-tech, capable of facilitating malice. Observing this scene, Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he conceived a brilliant idea. Why not venture out to seek the army beyond the city and forge some connections? The following morning, at the outskirts of City A, atop a somewhat dilapidated building, a cold breeze gently swept by, carrying a hint of chill. Lin Feng tightly clasped Lin Yoshi's small hand as they stood side by side at the edge of the rooftop, quietly gazing at the distant parched fields. In the fields, a yellow cow leisurely grazed on hay by the roadside, appearing quite content. Can we not go and play over there? Lin Yoshi lifted her right hand, her little finger pointing straight at the cow, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Feng lowered his head slightly, gazing gently at Lin Yoshi, and softly said, Yoshi, why not try using spatial transformation to bring that cow over here? Lin Yoshi nodded vigorously, her small face becoming serious in an instant. She slowly raised her right palm, aiming at the leisurely grazing cow, her expression filled with focus. As time ticked away, Lin Yoshi's small brow furrowed tightly. After a prolonged moment, she shook her head in disappointment, her voice tinged with a hint of frustration. We cannot. Lin Feng's gaze turned towards the empty sky, his voice low as he lamented, we are trapped inside. Previously, Lin Feng had been perplexed as to why the only way to exit the city was through military checkpoints. It was only after interrogating Lu Feng that he suddenly realized the truth. The entire city A was encapsulated within a massive spherical prison, and the checkpoints were the sole passage for any living beings wishing to enter or leave. Lin Feng reached out, gently ruffling Lin Yoshi's hair, and softly inquired, Do you wish to go outside? Initially, Lin Yoshi nodded vigorously, but then she shook her head, her expression earnest as she declared, "Wherever you are, I will be." Unable to resist, Lin Feng playfully tapped the tip of the girl's nose, a faint smile of helplessness appearing at the corners of his lips. "Truly, you are impossible. Yet I cannot help but cherish this little shadow I picked up." No sooner had he spoken than the two figures, one large and one small, began to fade into the shadows of the rooftop, vanishing from sight. An hour later, within the dimly lit concealed space, Lin Yoshi trailed closely behind Lin Feng, her small hand clutching the hem of his garment, fearful of losing him. They were cautiously approaching the city checkpoint, contemplating whether they might stealthily slip away. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the soldiers inside the checkpoint, clad in gas masks and armed to the teeth, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. As one person and one corpse walked side by side, the distance to the checkpoint diminished, with increasing debris of zombies strewn across the ground. Just 500 meters away from the checkpoint, Lin Feng abruptly halted his steps. Slowly, he crouched down, his expression serious as he gazed at Lin Yoshi. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Lin Yoshi looked at him in confusion, her large eyes filled with puzzlement. Lin Feng took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "You are human, and if you wish to leave, they may not pose a threat to you. Do you want to?" In an instant, Lin Yoshi comprehended the implication of his words. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She suddenly reached out her hands, tightly clutching Lin Feng's arm. Her small face marked with grievance, her voice quivering with emotion. "You don't want me anymore." Lin Feng instinctively turned his head away, unable to meet Lin Yoshi's tear-filled gaze for a moment. Sighing heavily, he resolutely declared, "If we are to go, we go together. If we are to stay, we stay together." Lin Yoshi echoed his words in her tender yet earnest voice. Then, Lin Feng gradually rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the checkpoint. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his mental energy in an attempt to perceive the spiritual fluctuations of the guarding soldiers. Previously, when he employed this tactic against Lu Feng, it had proven ineffective, so this time, Lin Feng approached it with a mindset of mere experimentation, harboring little hope. However, life is often filled with unexpected surprises. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of giving up, an image suddenly appeared in his mind without warning. He unexpectedly established a mental connection with a human within the checkpoint. Chapter 43. Command There is Hope. Hidden within a concealed space, Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. Behind a makeshift bunker constructed of rough concrete, a squad leader stood guard, ever vigilant. In an instant, he felt as if a slender yet exceedingly sharp steel needle had been thrust violently into his skull, the piercing sensation coursing through his body like a jolt of electricity. Subsequently, it was as though he had consumed an entire bottle of counterfeit liquor. His consciousness began to blur, and he completely lost control over his own body. Lin Feng cautiously began to manipulate the squad leader's movements. Through the squad leader's senses, he meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment. As he peered through the leader's gas mask and comprehended the situation within the checkpoint, an exhilarating thrill surged within him. Before him stood hundreds of sentinels, each adorned with gas masks and clad in gray camouflage uniforms, seamlessly blending into the somber surroundings. Every soldier was armed to the teeth, wielding formidable heavy weaponry. They were divided into numerous small teams, each stationed behind different bunkers, as if perpetually on guard against an impending onslaught of zombies. RPG rocket launchers. And so many heavy machine guns. Those soldiers must be carrying flamethrowers, right? Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement, desperately restraining the impulse to reach out and touch these powerful weapons. He maneuvered the squad leader's body, feigning nonchalance as he ostentatiously patrolled the checkpoint. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, startling Lin Feng, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Through the images transmitted in his mind, he beheld a soldier standing beside an ammunition box. Solemnly saluting the body he was controlling. Ah, what a fortunate find, a rancor no less. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight within him. To avoid revealing any inconsistencies, he hastily maneuvered the platoon leader's body to return a salute that was decidedly unrefined, even somewhat comical. Ahem. Follow me for a moment. Lin Feng utilized the platoon leader's voice, striving to make it sound authoritative yet natural. Yes, sir. Although the soldier was filled with confusion and a flicker of incomprehension crossed his eyes, the hierarchy prevailed, and he unhesitatingly followed the officer. The two proceeded to a tent typically used for dining. At this hour, the tent was deserted, devoid of any other souls. Lin Feng commanded the platoon leader to stand firm, slowly turning to face the soldier with a grave expression, inquiring, "Do you wish to advance?" The soldier, taken aback at first, soon displayed an undeniable spark of excitement in his eyes, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. "I long to advance." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, continuing, "Then allow me to test you." The soldier immediately straightened his posture, resembling a sturdy pine, responding crisply, "Yes, sir." Briefly described the defensive arrangements at this checkpoint. Lin Feng's tone grew earnest, emanating an air of authority. "Yes, sir." The soldier, without a moment's hesitation, promptly replied. The checkpoint at City A is manned by 300 troops, with a rotation every 7 days. Outside the city, the 95th Division is stationed with a formidable force of 10,000 soldiers. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a jolt in his heart, inhaling sharply in disbelief. Initially, he had harbored the thought that, given the meager strength at the checkpoint, he might have a slim chance of breaking through based on his current capabilities. However, the revelation of such a vast contingent of soldiers outside the city extinguished his unrealistic fantasies like a bucket of cold water dousing a flame. Even if the legendary warlord Xiang Yu were to return, only to be transformed into a zombie king by the virus, he would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught of rocket fire, would he? It baffled him. With humanity's advanced weaponry being so formidable, what issue could not be resolved by a nuclear strike? Why then, resort to the power of zombies to cultivate some so-called super soldiers? Lin Feng's heart brimmed with indignation, and he could not help but silently scoff. He adjusted his mindset and continued to inquire, "Why don't we simply enter the city to rescue the survivors?" The soldier responded without hesitation, resolutely stating, "Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier." Lin Feng, controlling the body of the squad leader, extended his hand and gently patted the shoulder of the soldier before him, adopting a serious demeanor. "Ah, my young comrade, do you still not wish to progress? What I wish to assess is your sensitivity to superior orders. Without a keen political instinct, it is challenging to traverse the long path ahead." The eyes behind the gas mask first displayed a flicker of confusion, but in a mere instant, that moment of bewilderment rapidly transformed into boundless fervor. The soldier spoke with palpable excitement. In a city like City A, a breeding ground for super soldiers, the inhabitants are castaways of the divine. Yet, those forsaken souls who manage to reach the checkpoint may be welcomed into the new world out of humanitarian concern. However, for the inept among them, death is the most fitting resolution. Several hundred meters away, concealed within a hidden space, Lin Feng received this harrowing scene in his mind. Feeling a surge of hot blood rush to his head, veins on his forehead bulging like enraged worms writhing beneath his skin, Lin Yoshi tightly grasped Lin Feng's hand, acutely sensing a slight tremor in his grip. Her heart tightened as she hurriedly stepped onto a nearby fragment of concrete, straining to rise on her toes, and gently caressed Lin Feng's slightly prickly head with her other hand, whispering words of comfort. "Do not be afraid." Lin Feng emerged from his fury. Realizing that Lin Yoshi was gazing at him with concern, he gently shook his head, suppressing the anger within, and replied, "Yes, I am not afraid. I am merely incensed. There are indeed more villains in this world. Who am I?" Lin Yoshi blinked her clear, bright eyes, her expression filled with curiosity as she inquired. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he stammered. "What I mean is, I am." Lin Yoshi, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled, nodded earnestly and replied, "Oh, I see. But hey, little ones shouldn't use foul language." Lin Feng quickly covered Lin Yoshi's small mouth with his hand, revealing a wry smile. He then took a deep breath, striving to regulate his breathing, and focused his mind to continue controlling the body of the platoon leader. He elevated his tone, endeavoring to make his voice resonate with authority and admiration. "Excellent. What you said is commendable. I shall propose to the organization that when I ascend, I will appoint you to this position." With a sharp salute, the soldier expressed his gratitude fervently. "Thank you, sir. All right, you may leave." "Yes, sir." The soldier promptly turned and marched away with purpose, exiting the tent. However, once the soldier departed, Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. If I had a unit of heavily armed undead soldiers at my command, wouldn't I be able to stride through City A with impunity? Hiss. But how can I procure such equipment? Directly seizing it seems implausible. Perhaps I could steal it? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation for quite some time, his mind nearly overwhelmed, yet he still failed to devise a viable plan. In exasperation, He ultimately relinquished his thoughts and issued a directive directly to the brain of the platoon leader: find a way to acquire a substantial cache of weaponry and deliver it to City A. Subsequently, Lin Feng severed the mental connection with the platoon leader. How did I end up in the dining tent? The squad leader looked around in confusion. His eyes filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, he clutched his head, a grimace of pain crossing his face. Why does my head hurt so much? A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, seizing his mind. I must acquire a substantial amount of weaponry and send it to City A. I need to find a way to procure a significant arsenal and dispatch it to City A. The squad leader's voice began hesitantly, but soon grew resolute, as if the singular ambition had become the only conviction in his heart. Chapter 44. Seizing equipment after 6 long days of anticipation. Lin Feng finally awaited the auspicious moment to beg for provisions. At the street corner, 2 kilometers from the city exit checkpoint, Lin Feng leaned against the wall. Cautiously peering around the corner, his binoculars pressed firmly to his right eye, fully engrossed in observing the situation at the checkpoint. Behind him, the corpses stood silently, ever ready to spring into action. Li Feiyu squatted on the ground, idly tracing circles in the dirt with his dagger, occasionally glancing around with a sense of restlessness. Lin Yoshi stood quietly by, lost in her thoughts. Behind them, over 1,000 corpse soldiers stood in neat rows, wielding jacks, crowbars, and spare tires. These silent soldiers lay in wait, hidden in the blind spots of the checkpoint, biding their time for the moment to spring into action. Senior, it's getting late. Is there a chance the intelligence is incorrect? Squatting on the ground with nothing to occupy his mind, Li Feiyu lowered his voice and inquired. It's impossible. Lin Feng declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze fixed intently on the telescope. Over the past few days, I have repeatedly taken control of the squad leader within the checkpoint. Not only have I discerned his plans, but I have also made some adjustments to them. The troops and supply vehicles are set to arrive today. This squad leader has reported a significant number of weapons. We must secure this batch of arms. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, vast shadows swiftly engulfed the streets like an encroaching tide. Lin Feng and his companions stood still, resembling statues in their silent vigil. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the checkpoint, shattering the prolonged stillness. The sound struck like a bolt from the blue, igniting the fighting spirit within the group. Here it comes. Yushi, it's your turn. Lin Feng swiftly retreated behind the wall, deftly thrusting the telescope into Lin Yushi's hands. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yushi stepped confidently out from behind the wall and positioned herself in the somewhat open street. She quickly raised the telescope, her gaze piercing through the lens as she fixed her attention on the unfolding events at the checkpoint. There, behind the concrete barricades, a military truck belched thick clouds of smoke, having evidently failed to breach the checkpoint, crashing heavily against the fortification. At that moment, it was encircled by hundreds of armed soldiers. Lin Yushi promptly raised her right hand, directing her palm toward the exposed section of the truck behind the barricade. The air in front of her hand seemed to warp under the influence of an invisible yet formidable force, with the dying rays of the sun refracting bizarrely within that distorted space. In the next moment, her figure was as if instantaneously consumed by darkness, vanishing without a trace. The telescope she had previously held began its descent towards the ground. Yet, just before the telescope was about to meet the earth, a massive truck appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a dull thud as it landed heavily in the middle of the street. The tremendous impact caused the ground to tremble slightly, and the telescope was crushed into fragments beneath the weight of the wheels, reduced to mere debris. Commence operations. Lin Feng bellowed with fervor. Commence operations. His voice resonated with exhilaration and intensity. The corpse general sprang forth like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly advancing towards the military truck. With its robust arms, it forcefully yanked open the already deformed door, accompanied by a cacophony of grating metal. The corpse general then thrust the unconscious squad leader into the passenger seat before hastily taking the driver's position, gripping the steering wheel tightly with one hand. Attempting to start the truck, the engine sputtered and coughed, yet it steadfastly refused to ignite. It won't start. The wheels seemed to be stuck. The corpse general exclaimed in frustration after several futile attempts, shouting anxiously towards the shattered window. Observing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and promptly commanded, "Initiate Plan B." The 1,000 undead soldiers, akin to warriors responding to the call of battle, surged forward with determination. They swiftly encircled the vehicle, and hundreds of decayed, yet powerful hands grasped the edges of the truck, collectively exerting their strength to lift it upward. Through their relentless efforts, The massive truck's tires elevated slightly off the ground, causing the vehicle's body to sway momentarily. Subsequently, dozens of skeletal soldiers deftly maneuvered the tow apparatus used for roadside assistance, skillfully positioning it beneath all the truck's wheels. Their actions were swift and methodical, clearly indicative of prior training. Meanwhile, Lin Yoshi found herself ensnared within a circle of several hundred soldiers. These soldiers had just witnessed the military truck vanish before their very eyes, only to be astonished by the sudden appearance of this humanoid girl. This series of extraordinary phenomena momentarily rendered them speechless, their gazes filled with trepidation and bewilderment. Behind the soldiers, a figure clad in a high-ranking officer's uniform flashed a fierce glint in his eyes and suddenly bellowed an order: "Open fire." To avoid friendly fire, the soldiers quickly reformed their ranks, creating a gap in the previously encircling formation, which now resembled a fan shape. Without hesitation, they pulled the triggers aimed at Lin Yoshi. In an instant, the air erupted with gunfire, and flames flickered against the dim sky. However, as the shots rang out, the girl-esque figure began to gradually turn translucent. Just as the speeding bullets approached her, a deep humming noise resonated, and a layer of energy shield, shimmering like blue waves, rippled into existence. This shield, akin to a masterful practitioner of Tai Chi, artfully altered the trajectories of the bullets, sending them careening off course. Some embedded themselves into the surrounding walls, while others struck the ground, raising clouds of dust. In the next moment, Lin Yoshi's figure vanished entirely from the soldiers' sight, leaving only a haze of smoke and the frantic cries of the soldiers. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the checkpoint. Some soldiers, with their naked eyes, spotted the zombies 2 kilometers away, straining to push a large truck. The truck advanced slowly, its front obscured by the buildings at the street corner. The tank positioned ahead of the checkpoint immediately adjusted the angle of its cannon, the massive barrel rotating deliberately to aim at the distant target. With a thunderous boom, a shell tore through the air, mercilessly hurtling towards Lin Feng and the other zombies struggling with the vehicle. Chapter 45: Ambush as the shell, propelled by a howling wind, hurtled towards the horde of zombies like a spear of fate. Chaos reigned in the street. Lin Feng exerted all his strength, desperately pushing the military truck laden with weaponry. His muscles were taut, each inch of skin seemingly on the verge of bursting from the immense force, veins bulging on his forehead. Were it not for his undead form, Lin Feng likely would have succumbed to the strain long ago. At this critical juncture, he let out a desperate roar: "Li Feiyu!" Upon hearing this call, Li Feiyu, standing by the roadside, was suddenly enveloped by countless tiny bolts of lightning, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, as his body instantly soared into the air, hurtling towards the nearby utility pole. The utility poles along this road, ravaged by previous bombardments, have fallen in disarray, some lying precariously against the nearby buildings. Fortunately, the wires above still tenuously maintain their connections. Li Feiyu gracefully alighted upon an intact pole, and in that moment, a brilliant flash erupted from the surrounding lightning, as powerful currents surged forth like a deluge along the seemingly fragile wires, now bearing immense energy, toward the checkpoint. The remaining streetlights flickered violently under the onslaught of this potent electrical force before extinguishing in haste. Meanwhile, a shell soaring through the air was suddenly struck by a twisted bolt of lightning that leapt from the roadside wire, hitting it with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts erupted from the wire, dancing like golden serpents, all converging upon the shell. A blinding flash illuminated the scene. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed, prematurely detonating the shell. The shockwave from the blast surged outward like a tumultuous sea, whipping up a whirlwind of dust and debris across the street. Lin Feng, hearing the explosion, felt a release of tension from his previously taut nerves. The reason he had not consumed more flesh and material this time, opting instead for a smaller form, was the fear that a larger target might attract the relentless fire of tank artillery. Had he assumed a more massive size, he could have effortlessly pushed the military truck aside, sparing himself such exertion. 121212. The corps commander bellowed with a rugged voice, resonating like the drums of war, each utterance imbued with vigor. Under the encouragement of this rallying cry, the throngs of zombies, akin to tireless laborers, rhythmically propelled the massive truck forward, step by deliberate step. The obstacles along the street corner had long been cleared by the undead soldiers, and now, this very juncture marked the boundary of fate. Crossing it would unveil myriad possibilities for their undead existence. Yet, the peril had not dissipated. At that moment, a third shell, akin to a harbinger of doom, sliced through the haze created by the previous explosions, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, hurtling toward them once more. Li Feiyu's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene, and he could not suppress a cry of despair. I cannot endure any longer. Lin Feng, seizing the moment, swiftly altered their strategy. He dashed forward, grasping the rear of the truck with both hands and heaving it upward with all his might. The other undead soldiers, intuitively understanding the urgency, scurried beneath the vehicle like nimble rodents, bracing it with their decaying backs. Through their collective exertion, the rear of the truck was elevated high. Cunningly, Li Feiyu had already concealed himself, while the shell drew ever closer, now merely 900 meters away. Lift it, Lin Feng shouted once more, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unleashing a surge of formidable strength. The concrete beneath him fractured instantaneously, splintering like a spider's web as fissures radiated outward. At last, through the united effort of the undead, the truck stood vertically, and with the impetus of the horde, it began to topple forward. Get down, as Lin Feng shouted. He suddenly lunged forward. In the next moment, a shell accurately landed where the truck had previously stood. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a massive cloud of concrete soaring into the sky, only to rain down like a tempest. The debris, ranging from large boulders to small pebbles, scattered in all directions, striking the multitude of zombies. At that moment, the large truck had already rolled onto the corner street, successfully entering the blind spot of the checkpoint. Buried beneath the earth, Lin Feng disregarded the craters on his body and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Quickly, we must act before they catch up, he urged anxiously. The recent bombardment had obliterated approximately several hundred undead soldiers on the spot. Those still capable of movement, upon hearing Lin Feng's command, began to rise from the dirt. Their bodies smeared with mud and the remnants of their fallen comrades, yet devoid of any fear. They swiftly retrieved boxes and bundles of weaponry from the overturned truck and hurried towards the nearby sewer entrance. Meanwhile, several tanks on the checkpoint side were already maneuvering over the obstacles in the street. Their treads ruthlessly crushed the remains of the zombies, producing a chilling sound as they hastened towards the intersection. Lin Feng, shouldering a dozen RPG launchers, was poised to advance when he suddenly hesitated. Should he counterattack? This wild thought flickered momentarily in his mind. The undead commander! With a thunderous shout, Lin Feng called out to the corpse general who was in the midst of hurling ammunition crates into the sewer well. Upon hearing the summons, the general immediately rushed over. Transferring all the equipment into the sewer would take some time, and the tanks were already closing in. Is there any point in using an RPG against the tanks? Lin Feng inquired urgently, eyeing the mud-caked corpse general. The general's large head began to process the question rapidly, a flicker of dim intelligence shimmering in its eyes. After a few breaths, its gaze hardened, and it replied decisively, urban warfare. Engage at close range. There is potential. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and, with the corpse general leading dozens of undead soldiers armed with RPG launchers, swiftly darted into a nearby alley. 5 tanks are approaching, the general remarked. Listening to the increasingly audible roar of the engines, Lin Feng nodded again, then projected a thought wave, conveying orders to Li Feiyu through a unique means. Li Feiyu, you must take out 2 tanks. Otherwise, I shall impose some intensity upon you. Begin the operation. At Lin Feng's command, the corpse general and its undead troops quickly dispersed, entering the storefronts from the rear to lie in ambush. The 5 tanks advanced like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, their presence imposing and threatening. The sound of their engines resonated like the deep, reverberating roar of a beast, clearly reaching the ears of the undead. Once all 5 ochre tanks had entered the ambush zone, dozens of undead soldiers simultaneously emerged from their hiding places, some kneeling on the ground, others standing by broken windows, and a few lying against the curb. They all aimed their RPG launchers at the tank a few meters away. Simultaneously, Li Feiyu, enveloped in a crackling aura of electricity, emerged halfway from a manhole. The machine gunner aboard the tank immediately noticed the sudden appearance of these zombies at the street's edge. Both factions opened fire simultaneously. Chapter 46. The spoils. At that critical moment, the tank's machine gunner did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, producing a rapid succession of deafening bangs that tore through several undead soldiers. Almost instantaneously, dozens of grenades, akin to arrows released from a bow, soared from the RPG launchers. Barely having left the launchers, without the chance to trace a long arc in the air, they collided with the cold, unyielding armor of the tank ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions surged forth, intertwining with the gunfire, reverberating wildly down the somewhat narrow street. The sound waves threatened to rupture eardrums. The foremost tank endured a concentrated assault of 11 grenades at its base. The violent explosions generated a tremendous shockwave, as if invisible yet immensely powerful hands had flipped the entire tank over. Its heavy frame somersaulted through the air before crashing down with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The second tank came to a halt, thick plumes of smoke continuously billowing from its crevices, permeating the surrounding air. The third tank was not spared either, as it suffered the onslaught of 5 grenades. Surprisingly, only a layer of armor had been breached. After a brief moment of chaos, the soldiers inside quickly regained their composure, and the stout cannon began to slowly pivot, aiming at the houses lining the street. At that moment, a gray shadow darted across the ground like lightning. It was Li Feiyu. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the tank. Gripping a black electric baton with unwavering determination, he thrust it against the tank's hull. In an instant, a powerful surge of electricity erupted forth, the crackling sound of the current distinctly audible. This electric charge swiftly spread across the tank's surface, enveloping it in a shroud of electricity. As plumes of white smoke ascended, and the previously roaring engine fell silent, rendering the tank's cannon motionless, akin to a tamed beast. Without a moment's pause, Li Feiyu propelled himself towards the fourth tank, his figure leaving a fleeting shadow upon the ground. Zzz. That familiar sound of electricity resonated once more. And under the relentless assault of the current, the electrical systems of the fourth tank were incinerated, rendering it immobile on the spot. However, the last 5 tanks, despite enduring a few shells, had merely suffered broken tracks and retained their combat capabilities. The cannon of one tank slightly elevated, targeting the houses by the street. And without hesitation, it unleashed a shot. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the 2 houses by the roadside were instantly reduced to rubble, sending clouds of dust into the air. The soldiers hiding within the buildings, caught unawares, were buried beneath the collapsing debris. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside the tank busied themselves with loading ammunition. Lin Feng suddenly appeared on the street, aiming directly at the tank's cannon with an RPG. Whoosh! A plume of white smoke erupted as the grenade sped towards the barrel. However, Lin Feng's aim was regrettably inaccurate. The projectile missed both the cannon and the turret, striking instead the tank's hull. After a thunderous explosion, the tank merely quivered slightly. Its cannon swiftly adjusted its aim, locking onto Lin Feng with precision. Boom! The tank's body jolted violently, and the already precarious armored shell, shaken by the earlier attack, was completely dislodged by the immense recoil. In the next moment, a shell fell beside Lin Feng. Lying beneath the tank, Li Feiyu witnessed the billowing smoke from the explosion, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, filled with a sense of bliss. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that smile froze upon his face, disbelief etched in his eyes as he murmured, "Is he not dead?" Before him, Lin Feng, with both legs blown off, swiftly crawled into a nearby alley, leaving a dark trail of blood on the street. The soldiers inside the tank moved with urgency, reloading their cannon with precision. Just as they prepared to fire again for a lethal strike against the enemy, the tank inexplicably vanished without a trace. Lin Yoshi materialized in the spot where the tank once stood, her form as light as a feather, gracefully landing on the debris-laden street. In the following moment, a tremendous sound echoed from the checkpoint. In a sudden turn of events, the tank, which had exchanged positions with Lin Yoshi, appeared before the checkpoint. The soldiers inside were caught off guard, and before they could respond, the cannon belched flames, mercilessly firing upon their beloved comrades within the checkpoint. The destructive force of the shot was immense, instantly shredding dozens of defending soldiers into mere fragments, transforming the scene into a horrific spectacle of blood and dismemberment scattered across the ground. One can only speculate what thoughts might haunt those tank gunners when they find themselves seated in the dock of a military tribunal, reflecting upon this moment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had swiftly consumed a considerable amount of concrete with his skin, crafting 2 robust, yet unwieldy legs. "Retreat!" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the streets. The remaining zombies capable of movement, upon hearing the command, leapt into the storm drains at the corner of the street. After several minutes, the chaos within the checkpoint gradually subsided. Yet, this brief tranquility did not endure for long. 7 helicopters urgently took off from the helipad behind the checkpoint, their rotors generating a thunderous roar that pierced the sky. As these helicopters hovered over an intersection 2 kilometers away, the pilots showed no hesitation. Disregarding the possibility of survivors within the tanks below, they unleashed missiles, commencing a carpet bombing of the district. Each missile, trailing a long plume of smoke, screamed downwards, followed by a cacophony of explosions and brilliant flames. The entire neighborhood was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire and smoke, resembling a hellscape on Earth. 6 kilometers away, in the depths of the sewer, Lin Feng sensed the violent tremors resonating from afar, and he let out a sigh of relief. A hint of gratitude graced his face as he reflected inwardly. Thankfully, he had arranged for over 1,000 corpses to be stationed within the sewer to assist. Otherwise, even if they managed to seize the equipment, they would have been unable to carry it away. The elongated sewer was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a pungent, putrid odor. The undead soldiers hunched over, clutching their ammunition boxes and weapons tightly as they waded through the murky, knee-deep sewage, struggling to advance swiftly. Lin Feng, on the other hand, bore the weight of the injured squad leader on his shoulders, bringing up the rear of the group. He paid no heed to Lin Yoshi and Li Feiyu. Lin Yoshi knew the way back to their territory, while Li Feiyu, despite his inherently rebellious nature, would choose the safest place to conceal himself. At this moment, the safest haven for Li Feiyu was by Lin Feng's side. Unless Lin Feng sought to end his life, he would not dare to flee on his own. In the dead of night, wearied to the bone, Lin Feng returned to the air raid shelter. The plundered weapons and equipment were neatly arranged in one corner of the shelter. Heavy machine guns, grenades, RPGs, and flamethrowers, various armaments shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the stark white light. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. As Lin Feng gazed upon the array of weapons, a satisfied smile spread across his face, reminiscent of a farmer witnessing a bountiful crop from his fields, filled with contentment. At that moment, however, a faint sound emerged from behind him. Lin Feng turned alertly, his gaze falling upon the human squad leader who had just regained consciousness on the ground. The squad leader's gaze was filled with confusion and doubt as he stared at the grotesque, greenish zombie before him. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, a sound tinged with madness and a sense of release. Ha ha ha. So this is it. So this is the reason. I wondered why I felt as if bewitched, committing the treacherous act of betraying New Eden. It is all because of you, wretched zombie. Listening to this tirade, Lin Feng felt the veins on his forehead pulse as anger flickered in his eyes. Chapter 47. Time is running out. I advise you not to seek death. Provoking me will yield no benefits for you, Lin Feng stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon the human before him. The squad leader clutched his abdomen, where blood seeped from a wound, struggling to rise with one hand pressed to the ground. His eyes remained locked on the zombie, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh, you zombies won't last much longer. Once the warriors inherit the abilities of the mutated zombies, you will become worthless. At that point, the zombies in City A will be purged, the squad leader exclaimed, nearly shouting with every ounce of strength he could muster. Warriors? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his once cold eyes. Those fellows in black spandex? I can simply eliminate them all. The squad leader's gaze bore into Lin Feng, malice emanating from him like a tangible blade. If the warrior's mission were to fail, it would signify that the situation in City A had spiraled out of control, prompting the station forces outside the city to initiate a cleansing operation. As he spoke, a violent cough erupted from him, blood splattering onto the dust-laden floor. To think that a mere platoon leader like you possesses such knowledge. Well, consider this a twist of fate. I shall grant you an opportunity for revenge, Lin Feng declared, turning to the side to approach a nearby ammunition crate, where he deftly retrieved a handgun. With practiced ease, he racked the slide, chambering around, and then, with a flick of his wrist, tossed the weapon towards the platoon leader. The leader, witnessing this, exhibited a fleeting complexity in his gaze, anger, resentment, and a touch of desperate resolve. Without hesitation, he grasped the pistol, leveling its muzzle at Lin Feng's head, his finger poised firmly on the trigger. Click, click, click. At the moment he pulled the trigger, only a crisp, empty sound echoed. The expression on the platoon leader's face froze, quickly morphing into disbelief. His lips quivered in shock. Could the undead truly deceive? The realization struck him. Ha ha. His laughter reverberated through the air raid shelter, infused with despair and madness. It dawned on him that the gun was devoid of bullets. In that instant, as he squeezed the trigger, he had irrevocably shattered any remaining hope of survival. Is it possible you actually dared to pull the trigger? Are the soldiers of New Eden truly this brave? Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Since they were sworn enemies, there was no need for camaraderie. Suddenly, Lin Feng bellowed, "Zombie General, His voice reverberated within the confines of the shelter. At that moment, a glint of determination flashed in the platoon leader's eyes as he lunged forward, aiming for the flamethrower positioned against the wall. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated every thought of the squad leader. Reacting swiftly, he delivered a powerful kick to the squad leader's abdomen. The force was immense, causing the squad leader to experience excruciating pain, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was sent flying like a rag doll. Footsteps echoed rapidly, approaching from the distance as the zombie soldier arrived at the scene. Lin Feng pointed a finger at the squad leader, who lay on the ground, still hemorrhaging. With a cold tone, he remarked, "Looks like he'll serve as a snack for my brothers." The zombie soldier immediately stood at attention, responding in a hoarse voice, "Yes, sir." With that, it strode forward, lifting the squad leader effortlessly by a single hand, as if he were a mere chick, and turned to exit the air raid shelter. Silence once again enveloped the shelter, punctuated only by the occasional drip of water reminiscent of a ticking time bomb, reminding Lin Feng that his time was limited. He slowly turned to gaze at the neatly arranged ammunition boxes, lost in profound contemplation. According to the squad leader, regardless of whether those so-called soldiers could complete the inheritance of the mutated zombie abilities, the zombies in City A would be purged. Hiss! At this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, realizing that no escape route was left for him. He had initially hoped to live a few peaceful days, biding his time to grow stronger, but it seemed that time was no longer on his side. He needed to enhance his power swiftly and find a way out. Lin Feng's gaze gradually turned cold and steely. In the early morning, gentle sunlight spilled across the land ravaged by the undead. Yet it failed to evoke even a hint of warmth. Lin Feng stood in the clearing outside the air raid shelter, the sun glinting off the leather armor he wore, reminiscent of ancient warriors imbued with an aura of solemnity. With a serious demeanor, he meticulously inspected his horde of undead soldiers. Over 2,000 of these creatures stood in a tightly packed formation, each one unique in stature. Some were missing limbs, while others bore remnants of decaying flesh. Among them, more than 1,000 were equipped with weaponry seized from previous encounters, their rigid hands awkwardly clutching firearms that resembled toys. The remaining soldiers wielded crude weapons such as machetes and crowbars, standing in disarray, observing the disheveled, swaying figures clad in tattered rags. Lin Feng could not help but furrow his brow in concern. He turned to the skeletal commander at the front of the formation and inquired, "Why do they appear so listless? At this rate, venturing out to seize territory would merely grant our enemies experience." The commander, with a hint of a pained smile on his somewhat vacant visage, replied, "Boss, we lack provisions." Provisions? It dawned on Lin Feng that his undead minions were neither perpetual motion machines nor capable of photosynthesis. Like him, they required sustenance to sustain their existence. Ultimately, the undead were not mere lifeless husks. They were, in fact, somewhat more resilient to hunger than the living. Must they consume human flesh? Lin Feng inquired, his brow still furrowed in contemplation. The undead general shook his head, a hint of helplessness evident on his face. When it comes to living beings, if all else fails, one could always sacrifice a few hundred brethren to satiate hunger. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a sudden pang of embarrassment. Yet his thick skin rendered him incapable of flushing. These subordinates were, after all, the reserves he had prepared for himself. Coughing lightly to mask his awkwardness, Lin Feng adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Have you gathered detailed intelligence on the other mutated zombies in City A?" The undead general shook his head once more, lamenting the loss of many scouts without acquiring any valuable information. However, he did mention that a force composed of mutated zombies had emerged approximately 10 kilometers to the east of their territory. What? Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in shock. How could he allow others to slumber beside his own repose? What do they know of the enemy's strength? Currently, it is only known that the opposing force comprises numerous ordinary zombies. A flicker of shame crossed the undead general's face as he lowered his head slightly. Lin Feng shouted towards the sky, "Li Feiyu." His voice echoed across the vast expanse of their territory. Moments later, a gray figure streaked through the air, moving with such swiftness that it stirred a fierce wind. As the figure drew closer, it landed gracefully beside Lin Feng. It was indeed Li Feiyu. "Must you always make such an entrance? Don't you tire of it?" Lin Feng expressed a hint of jealousy on his face before continuing with his orders. "Go to the eastern area, 10 kilometers away, and gather intelligence on the enemy." "Understood, Senior." Li Feiyu responded with a nod, and then, with a flash of electricity, hurriedly took to the skies towards the east. How I wish I could be as carefree as it. Lin Feng withdrew his envious gaze, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and commanded the corpse general, "Gather 500 elite troops. We shall go forth to slay the undead and harvest their flesh." "Yes," the corpse general replied loudly, and then began selecting the elite from the ranks of the undead soldiers, reorganizing them in preparation to follow Lin Feng into battle. Chapter 48. The meat grinder in a somewhat constricted alleyway. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Li Feiyu, who had just returned from scouting the enemy. Eagerly, he inquired, "What did you find? Are there any formidable foes on the other side?" Li Feiyu stood at the mouth of the alley, first cautiously glancing back at the desolate street before slowly turning his head to reply in a hushed tone, "I did not sense the presence of any high-level mutated zombies, but I did observe several thousand low-level ordinary zombies." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instinctively stroked his chin, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, he decisively turned around and instructed the corpse general, who stood rigidly like a statue beside him, "I will draw the horde towards us. You will set an ambush here. Conserve your ammunition. Do not waste it." "Yes," the corpse general replied in a lowered voice. Lin Feng then turned his attention back to Li Feiyu, his expression grave as he stated, "Should any high-level mutated zombies appear, you must cover everyone's retreat. Do you understand?" Li Feiyu clasped his hands in salute, affirming, "The junior understands." Subsequently, Lin Feng took a deep breath and stretched his limbs. With a swift whoosh, he surged forward like a black panther, darting out of the alley. The 500 undead soldiers, previously crowded in the narrow passage, sprang into action under the command of their leader. Armed with heavy machine guns, RPG rocket launchers, and flamethrowers, formidable weapons of destruction, they poured out of the alley like a relentless tide, quickly dispersing throughout the district in search of optimal ambush positions. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu soared to the apex of the area, concealing himself atop a building's rooftop. After sprinting a considerable distance eastward, Lin Feng finally spotted 3 wandering zombies lurking around the street corner. Before he could make a sound to attract their attention, the creatures abruptly turned their heads, as if sensing the scent of blood, and unleashed a deafening roar directed at him. "Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have your fun," Lin Feng taunted, his voice echoing provocatively as he raked his sharp nails across his own flesh, etching deep crimson lines into his skin. His claws were as sharp as blades, producing a faint hissing sound as they sliced through the dermis. Viscous, foul-smelling black blood splattered onto the ground like molten lava. The unique scent emanating from Lin Feng, an intoxicating aroma that drove the undead into a frenzy, rapidly diffused into the surrounding air. It acted as an invisible summons, prompting the 3 zombies to charge toward him with a fervor akin to being invigorated by a potent elixir, moving with astonishing speed that starkly contrasted their earlier sluggishness. Lin Feng had undergone countless trials of life and death, and having witnessed grand spectacles, he felt no fear towards the mere handful of zombies before him. With a sudden surge of courage, he lunged at the zombies, embracing 3 of them as if reuniting with long-lost lovers. "You have arrived just in time. My subordinates have become rather reluctant to indulge," Lin Feng remarked, all the while sensing the frantic struggles of the creatures in his grasp. The 3 zombies, despite their restricted bodies, gaped wide and lunged at Lin Feng with a ferocious intent to bite. However, before their filthy teeth could graze his skin, their forms seemed to drain of moisture in an instant, transforming into 3 desiccated corpses even drier than mummies. With a gentle exertion of his arms, Lin Feng reduced the withered bodies to mere fragments, scattering them to the winds. Simultaneously, the bloodstains on his body visibly healed at an astonishing pace, and he even appeared to have grown in stature, radiating an intensified aura of sanguine ferocity. Consuming zombies has become a far more refined endeavor. No need to expel my stomach afterward, Lin Feng mused, relishing the satisfaction that followed his feast. Just then, a minor horde of the undead began to converge from all directions, filling the streets with a dense swarm of their grotesque figures. He gazed upon the multitude of lifeless heads lining the street ahead, and could not help but reminisce about his previous encounters. Once, he had been pursued by the ravenous undead. Now, he was the one seeking their relentless chase. Such is the unpredictability of existence amidst the apocalypse. As the horde of corpses drew ever closer, Lin Feng decisively turned on his heel and fled before being completely surrounded. His speed was remarkable. his legs propelling him forward as if equipped with springs, each stride covering great distances. Alas, the end of days would not host an Olympic Games. Otherwise, Lin Feng would surely claim a gold medal. A few swift zombies surged toward the spot where Lin Feng had just stood, ravenously licking the remnants of black blood from the ground. Their tongues swept greedily across the surface, as if determined to savor every last drop. As time passed, the zombies from several streets converged onto a main thoroughfare, akin to countless tributaries merging into a raging river. The scale of the horde swelled from a mere few hundred to thousands. At the forefront of this tide, Lin Feng listened to the sound behind him, reminiscent of a crashing wave, and felt a surge of exhilaration. As the mutated zombies grew stronger, the ordinary ones dwindled in number. Some neighborhoods had become devoid of any undead activity. Who would have thought that such a vast congregation of zombies would gather right at his doorstep? The cacophony of thousands of zombies howling merged into a singular, spine-tingling resonance that sent shivers down Lin Feng's back, prompting him to quicken his pace and create a slight distance from the horde. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had led the zombies on a marathon circuit, gathering the ordinary undead into a single path. At last, he was guiding them toward the ultimate destination of their macabre existence. With a voice that rang out above the din of the horde, Lin Feng called out from the forefront. "The delivery has arrived. Please sign for it." The ambushed undead lurking by the roadside, upon hearing Lin Feng's shout, immediately pulled the trigger. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of deadly fire. Bang, 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 bang. The trajectory of the gunfire was level with the height of most ordinary zombies. In an instant, countless zombie heads exploded like overripe watermelons. Green brain matter and black blood splattering everywhere, intensifying the foul stench in the air. The instigator, Lin Feng, swiftly rolled to the ground, seeking refuge in a nearby alley. The zombies surged forward as if caught in a relentless slaughterhouse assembly line, incapable of halting their advance. Headless corpses fell before them, yet those behind continued to push forward, undeterred by fear. They were driven solely by the tantalizing scent of their prey, lingering just ahead. They must consume it. Just a few minutes later, the street was devoid of any standing zombies. The once dense tide of corpses had transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Bodies sprawled haphazardly across the pavement, resembling a hellish purgatory. Lin Feng cautiously peeked out from the alley, surveying the grim spectacle before him, and sighed. Ah. The cycle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong remains unchanged in this world. The gunfire had ceased, and the necromancer, accompanied by his undead soldiers, advanced onto the street. Armed with a gleaming, menacing cleaver, the necromancer mercilessly dispatched the remaining zombies that still dared to crawl on the ground. With each strike, a head rolled away. Just as the undead soldiers began to clean the battlefield, a furious roar suddenly erupted in the vicinity. "How dare you? You have the audacity to harm our kin." Chapter 49. The Punishment of Impulse. Standing at the mouth of the alley, Lin Feng gazed at the decapitated corpse when he suddenly heard a sound from behind. He swiftly turned his head and beheld a blood-red zombie, standing atop a streetlight pole. Its face twisted in fury as it surveyed the remains of its fellow zombies on the street. "Is it just you, a solitary zombie? If you have any companions, summon them quickly. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you one by one," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice echoing hauntingly through the desolate street. With that, he stepped slowly out of the alley, deliberately treading upon the corpses, and confidently ascended to the pinnacle of the heap. Lin Feng's gaze was calm, yet scrutinizing, fixated intently on the blood-red zombie perched on the nearby pole. "Whose subordinate are you, daring to intrude upon my territory?" The blood-red zombie, known as Bloodsplit, emitted a peculiar sound, as if multiple voices overlapped, sharp and piercing. Bloodsplit. Lin Feng's brows furrowed at the mention of the name, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. He straightened his posture and declared loudly, "My elder brother, Stone Corpse Demon, holds the ultimate authority over this matter." Upon hearing this, Bloodsplit's previously menacing visage contorted in rage, resembling a crumpled mass of dough, its features twisted together as it emitted low growls. "Stone Corpse Demon, I will settle the score with you in due time." Lin Feng astutely sensed the anomaly surrounding Bloodsplit, a wave of contemplation washing over him as he pondered the implications. The visage of this fellow resembles that of dough, soft and malleable. Furthermore, the area once occupied by blood was not within this vicinity. How could it have suddenly appeared here? Was it perhaps bullied by others, retreating here out of desperation? Observing its current state, It seems to engage in mere bluster, showing no immediate intention to take action. Could it be that it has sustained severe injuries? If so, is this not the opportune moment to vanquish Blood and seize the crystal core? With this thought in mind, Lin Feng called out to Blood, "Brother Blood, if there is nothing pressing, we shall take our leave." Blood remained silent, merely casting a frigid gaze at Lin Feng. Though Lin Feng professed a desire to depart, he discreetly transmitted a mental signal to all his subordinates, preparing them for battle. Annihilate Blood. The clash was imminent. The corpse general reacted swiftly, its colossal form shifting to clear the way. Behind it, a corpse soldier knelt without hesitation, firmly grasping the trigger of an RPG rocket launcher. With a whoosh, a grenade soared forth, trailing a long, orange flame, aimed directly at Blood perched upon the utility pole. Concurrently, the corpse soldiers stationed in the nearby buildings swiftly trained their weapons upon Blood. In an instant, dozens of heavy machine guns erupted in a cacophony of deafening gunfire, reverberating throughout the neighborhood. The grenade struck Blood with precision, while numerous bullets embedded themselves into its crimson form. At the moment of the explosion, flames erupted skyward, accompanied by a violent shockwave. The crimson silhouette upon the utility pole erupted instantaneously, shattering into countless fragments, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Truly reduced to mere ashes. "Stop!" Lin Feng exclaimed, raising his right hand at once. The hidden corpse soldiers, upon receiving the command, ceased their fire in an instant. The once cacophonous street was enveloped in silence once more. Was it truly this simple for it to perish? Not even a body left behind. As one of the 7 mutated beings deployed by the New Eden military, it ought not to be so feeble. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, harboring doubts, and refrained from advancing recklessly. Observing Lin Feng's inaction, the corpse general turned to the 2 corpse soldiers within the nearby building and commanded, "You two, equip the flamethrowers and incinerate that area." The 2 soldiers complied immediately, emerging from the building with flamethrowers slung across their backs. They vaulted over the 2-meter-high pile of corpses and aimed their devices at the ruins surrounding the utility pole. With a thunderous roar, 2 robust streams of fire surged forth, illuminating the entire street. The searing flames licked every corner of the debris, casting an orange-red hue over the surroundings. Lin Feng's ashen face was adorned with a faint warmth in the glow of the flames. Minutes later, as the fire gradually subsided, faint sounds of cracking concrete echoed intermittently through the ruins. Had it truly perished? Lin Feng gazed at the severed utility pole, its steel rebar glowing incandescently, narrowing his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance. Minutes passed, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Suddenly, a gray shadow descended from the heavens. Li Feiyu landed steadily amidst the ruins, clutching a long black staff, fervently rummaging through the debris of concrete, as if in pursuit of something of paramount importance. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's expression flickered with helplessness. He bent down and tore a piece of flesh from the corpse at his feet, hurling it towards Li Feiyu, exclaiming, "Too passive in battle, yet the first to scavenge." The fragment of flesh arced through the air, aimed directly at Li Feiyu's head. However, Li Feiyu appeared oblivious, not flinching as the meat struck him. He merely shook his head and resumed his earnest search for the crystal core among the rubble. Perhaps this is merely an impostor, Lin Feng mused, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, just as he lowered his guard, the heap of corpses beneath his feet stirred without warning. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, leaping onto the pavement beside the street. To his astonishment, the myriad of dismembered zombies seemed to come to life, their bodies trembling violently. The black blood, once congealed within their forms, began to escape, unfurling like dark threads into the air. In an instant, a suspended dark red blood orb materialized, its surface roiling and exuding an ominous aura. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen fiery dragons erupted from the houses lining the street, instantly igniting the rapidly expanding sphere of blood. For a fleeting moment, the entire thoroughfare appeared illuminated by a blazing sun, with the scorching heat assailing him. In the next instant, the burning blood sphere detonated, unleashing a myriad of sparks that cascaded like a rain of fire. Lin Feng maneuvered through the fiery deluge, his form agile and elusive as a wraith. Yet, the relentless barrage of embers was too dense. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, a small cluster of fire clung to his left arm. This fiery rain adhered to him like a parasitic leech, refusing to be shaken off, incessantly searing his flesh. Simultaneously, the other undead soldiers, along with the corpse general and Li Feiyu, also bore the brunt of the fiery onslaught. A sense of dread enveloped Lin Feng. He cast a glance at his arm, only to witness the flames extinguishing, revealing a mass of blackened blood, emanating wisps of smoke as it slowly burrowed into his flesh, causing his skin to darken with alarming rapidity. A glint of resolve flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his left arm tightly with his right hand. Gritting his teeth, and with a powerful yank, he tore it asunder. A sharp snap resonated in the air as he severed his own limb, black blood gushing from the wound. With a decisive motion, he hurled the dismembered arm against the wall of the alley, where it plummeted to the ground. To his astonishment, the severed arm began to writhe, its form swiftly contorting. After a few breaths, a diminutive figure, only 20 centimeters tall, emerged in a vivid crimson hue. Though small in stature, it exuded an eerie aura reminiscent of the blood that had once coursed through Lin Feng's veins. Lin Feng seemed impervious to pain as he pressed his right hand firmly against the severed stump, staunching the flow of dark blood that gushed forth. With no time for further contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the street, only to discover that the corpses, the undead soldiers, and Li Feiyu had all vanished without a trace. At this moment, more than 500 blood-red zombies remained on the street, standing silently, their cold, murderous eyes fixed intently upon Lin Feng. Observing this chilling scene, Lin Feng muttered to himself, "Is this the price of recklessness?" Chapter 50. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada Guns? Wasn't he it only that corpse general who had a penchant for such weapons? The voices of over 500 entities erupted simultaneously from all directions, their cacophony resonating like a surround sound that pierced the eardrums. The blood puppets, as they spoke, collectively dropped their weapons to the ground, only to continue with disdainful and arrogant remarks. Only weaklings such as yourselves would rely on these external tools. Weaklings, you deserve to be nothing more than my blood feast. Do you know that villains perish from excessive chatter? If you wish to fight, then fight. Spare us the theatrics. As Lin Feng scoffed at their words, his gaze sharpened instantly. Without hesitation, he activated his mental control abilities. An invisible force, akin to delicate threads, spread towards the more than 500 blood puppets, seeking to reclaim his dominion over these minions. Who are you really? The stone corpse demon does not possess such mental control. You are not its kin. Over 500 crimson zombies appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, simultaneously raising their arms to point at Lin Feng. Soon after, a drop of black blood began to ooze from the tips of their fingers. "As you wish," echoed a thunderous roar, reverberating all around. In an instant, more than 500 drops of black blood shot forth like bullets, accompanied by a piercing whistle, hurtling towards Lin Feng with astonishing speed. In the face of this relentless assault, Lin Feng displayed no sign of panic. Just as the black blood was about to strike him, his form abruptly transformed into a puddle of gray sludge, which splattered onto the pavement. The black blood missed its target entirely, splattering against the walls of nearby buildings, sending fragments of cement flying and generating wisps of white smoke as the walls were corroded, leaving behind a multitude of varying-sized craters. Seeing his attack fail, the controller of the blood puppets immediately directed them to rush toward the spot where Lin Feng had turned to sludge. However, upon their arrival, there was no trace of Lin Feng to be found. "What kind of ability is this that I have never heard of before? Who are you?" Bloodsplinter's voice was filled with resentment and fury, akin to a fist striking cotton, ineffectual and fruitless. "I must unearth him. After consuming so many blood offerings, I cannot allow him to escape." Under Bloodsplinter's command, the more than 500 blood puppets began to frantically scour the ground, resembling frenzied beasts digging and clawing, desperately attempting to uncover Lin Feng's concealed whereabouts. At that moment, the ground of this district underwent a sudden and unforeseen transformation. Bloodtear was astonished to discover that all the blood puppets under its control could no longer move freely. In a state of panic, it directed the puppets to look beneath their feet, and the sight that greeted them filled it with terror. The once solid ground had transformed into a quagmire, with the feet of the blood puppets deeply ensnared within. A mire? How could this be? How could this entity possess the ability to conjure such a swamp? Bloodtear's voice was laden with disbelief as it attempted to command the puppets to struggle desperately and escape this dreadful mire. But alas, it was too late. It turned out that Lin Feng had utilized his construction abilities to transmute the ground into a cement quagmire, and the blood puppets were akin to creatures ensnared in a bog, sinking deeper with every futile struggle. At that moment, an even more astonishing transformation occurred. The ground began to incline gently, and from an aerial perspective, a colossal funnel shape suddenly emerged in the street. All the blood puppets, helpless on this slanted terrain, were inexorably drawn toward the bottom of the funnel. Disaster. Bloodtear's essence sensed the imminent danger and sought to detach from the blood puppets immediately in search of a safe haven. However, the surrounding landscape had been irrevocably altered by Lin Feng, and any rash attempt to escape would surely place its essence in a precarious position. In this fleeting moment of hesitation, over 500 blood puppets, along with the collapsed buildings, the corpses of zombies, and various weapons, plummeted into the depths of the great funnel. The fallen bricks, concrete, and weapons vanished as if devoured by a black hole the instant they reached the bottom of the funnel. Amidst the scattered remnants of 500 blood puppets and corpses, a grotesque mound of cadavers began to accumulate. At that moment, Lin Feng's upper body abruptly emerged at the edge of this funnel, his voice bellowing with fervor, "Li Feiyu, I know you are not dead. Unleash your wrath upon him." Having shouted, Lin Feng's figure once again vanished into the depths of the funnel. Subsequently, the apex of the funnel began to gradually constrict, and in a fleeting moment, the light vanished entirely, entombing the blood puppets beneath the earth. Ha! Even if you confine me for a century, you shall never extinguish my existence. The triumphant laughter of blood split reverberated through the suffocating darkness. Yet, before the echoes of his mirth could fully dissipate, a surge of azure electricity suddenly erupted from one of the blood puppets, illuminating the tenebrous space like a flickering candle in the night. Exorcising divine thunder. The malevolent shall not evade their reckoning. Li Feiyu's voice, now tinged with an unsettling distortion, pierced through the void. Impossible! How can a blood puppet break free from my dominion? Blood Split exclaimed incredulously. Concealed within the concrete, Lin Feng smirked to himself. If Li Feiyu were not peculiar, he would not be dubbed an eccentric. ZZT. A wave of mild electric currents coursed through the heap of puppets. Under the flickering sparks, all the blood puppets seemed to engage in an uncoordinated mechanical dance, their bodies convulsing incessantly. The sound of Blood Split resonated with an electric timbre. Who is discharging electricity? Why is this happening to me? Having just been besieged by humans, it now faced a horde of inexplicable zombies emerging from the shadows. Its heart, torn and bleeding, was steeped in despair, feeling as though it had plunged into an abyss of endless misfortune. Just as it neared the brink of succumbing to the intensifying current coursing through it, a sudden beam of light pierced the darkness. Above, a circular aperture appeared, resembling a glimmer of hope. Instantly, the entity withdrew from the vessel of a blood puppet, transforming into a formless mass of black blood that surged toward the opening. Outside the aperture, Lin Feng stood, his left hand restored, and the great maw at his waist gaped wide in anticipation. With both hands, he positioned his stomach to face the opening in the ground, eagerly awaiting his prey to unwittingly fall into his trap. Just as the blood entity was about to be consumed, a sudden crack of gunfire erupted. Several dark bullets, accompanied by a sharp whistle, hurtled toward Lin Feng. Chapter 51. The hidden threat, just as Lin Feng was a mere step away from successfully ensnaring the blood entity. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of movement at the windows of a nearby building. In an instant, he discerned several shadowy figures darting about on the second floor like phantoms. Almost immediately, a volley of gunfire rang out. Lin Feng had no time to deliberate. His body reacted instinctively, contorting like liquid as he melded once more into the solid concrete beneath him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark bullets zipped past him, grazing his scalp and severing a tuft of hair. If his reaction had been even half a moment slower, his head would likely have been shattered at this very instant, his mind unraveling in chaos. Just then, a black-red orb of blood, transformed from the blood splitter, erupted violently from beneath the ground. This scene was fully witnessed by 5 warriors of New Eden, lying in ambush in a second-floor room by the street. The squad leader, Chang Yang, upon observing the emergence of the blood splitter, immediately issued a command: annihilate the blood splitter. With that, he swiftly shed his black combat uniform. As the garment fell to the ground, his robust physique, akin to a small mountain, was engulfed in roaring flames. In a flash, he propelled himself forward, carried by the surging heat, leaping onto the street like a fiery phoenix. The blood splitter, having just assumed a humanoid form from a mass of blood, immediately sensed an unbearable wave of heat crashing towards it. Instinctively, it looked up, only to behold a colossal flame advancing with inexorable might. Damn humans! The blood splitter could not help but curse, yet its newly stabilized body was powerless against the overwhelming heat, which caused it to disintegrate in an instant. Countless tiny blood orbs scattered in all directions like a torrential downpour. Chang Yang, transformed into a figure of flame, gently descended onto the street. wherever he trod. The searing heat rapidly spread, scorching everything in its vicinity. Many of the blood splitters' avatars, unable to escape in time, were instantly vaporized by the terrifying temperature, leaving behind pools of coagulated blood on the ground. Simultaneously, the other 4 warriors swiftly appeared on the street. They moved in perfect harmony, forming a square formation, simultaneously placing the silver signal flares they held upright upon the ground. In the next moment, the tips of the 4 silver flares emitted 2 brilliant beams of red light. Amidst the flickering radiance, 4 crimson barriers materialized in the street, resembling formidable walls that ensnared the numerous fleeing blood-splattered doppelgangers, leaving them trapped in a confined space, unable to escape. Upon witnessing this, Changyang promptly maneuvered his fiery form, swiftly darting within the confines of the illuminated area. Zombie brethren, let us unite. Otherwise, when I perish, these humans will turn their attention toward you. The panicked voice of blood splatter echoed throughout the space. At this moment, its doppelgangers were dwindling, each one's disappearance signifying a step closer to its own demise. It understood all too well that once the final drop of blood was thoroughly incinerated, its existence would be irrevocably extinguished, reduced to ashes. Within the roaring flames, Changyang's square visage gradually took shape. He gazed down at the blood, attempting to burrow into the cracks of the ground, seeking refuge from the searing heat, and coldly declared, "I have expelled the crystal core. I spare your life, for you still possess research value." The other 4 warriors remained vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the surroundings with acute awareness, ever cautious of a potential zombie ambush. Zombie brethren, I possess a means to escape City A. Save me. I shall reveal it to you. The doppelganger of blood splatter continued to evaporate, its cries for help growing fainter, tinged with desperation and plea. At this moment, it resembled a drowning individual, desperately clutching at the last straw of salvation offered by Lin Feng. Concealed underground, Lin Feng initially intended to remain hidden. Yet upon hearing that there was a means for blood to escape City A, his inner turmoil became increasingly difficult to suppress. Hiss! Is this fellow attempting to deceive me? Regardless, whether it is a ruse or not, I will inevitably confront these warriors in a life-or-death struggle. Thus, it is better to eliminate them now. Resolutely, Lin Feng began to concentrate, sending mental waves to his subordinates. Prepare for battle. The enemy consists of human warriors. Do not conserve ammunition. Corpse General, the handgun I previously entrusted to you is to be aimed at the most formidable foe. Those bullets seem to possess greater lethality. Li Feiyu, strike the enemy during a critical moment. At this juncture, the Corpse General and the Corpse Soldiers, who were gnawing on the remains of zombies at the bottom of the funnel to regain their strength, felt something emerge from the concrete as they received the orders. They reached out and discovered the weapons that had previously fallen alongside them. The electric currents released by Li Feiyu were solely intended to draw out the essence of blood and had not incapacitated the Corpse General and the Corpse Soldiers. Thus, they merely needed to consume some flesh and blood to regain their mobility. Li Feiyu himself had only been possessed by blood for a brief period and was none the worse for wear. Upon returning to the surface, Changyang fixated intently on a stone, beneath which lay the last pulsating mass of blood. A subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Ha, I've caught you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a blazing flame erupted from his body, resembling a fiery arrow, soaring towards the last remaining figure of Blood Tear. "Brother, if you do not save me, you shall regret it. You too will not survive for long." Just as Blood Tear's heart echoed with despair, ready to accept his grim fate, the ground suddenly fissured without warning, creating a gaping chasm. With only a few drops of blood left, Blood Tear, tightly clutching his core, plummeted into the abyss. A hapless corpse soldier, climbing upward, was struck directly on the forehead by Blood Tear's fall. Seizing what seemed to be his last chance at survival, Blood Tear immediately burrowed into the corpse soldier's mind, attempting to inhabit its body and continue existing. Lin Feng, keenly aware of the severed mental connection with one of the corpse soldiers, burst forth from the concrete, his voice booming, "Let us unite to eliminate these warriors." In the next moment, the chasm in the ground rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire street. Constantly engulfed in flames, Changyang hovered in the air, resembling a deity of fire, surveying the horde of corpses that had suddenly appeared below. Leading this army of the undead, the Corpse General, undeterred, aimed the heavy machine guns in hand at the fiery figure radiating waves of heat above. A colossal battle between humanity and the undead was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 52. The warriors fire the heavy machine guns. With the Corpse General's piercing command, The tranquility of the battlefield was shattered in an instant. Dozens of heavy machine guns roared to life simultaneously. In a heartbeat, countless bullets rained down upon a singular target like a tempestuous storm. A multitude of shell casings fell like broken beads, clattering upon the corpses beneath the feet of the undead soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Round after round, propelled by immense force, pierced through Changyang's body. Strangely, these bullets vanished without a trace upon contact with him, as if consumed by some mysterious power. The rocket launcher fired. The undead general swung its robust arm in the air. Behind it, a slightly clumsy undead soldier swiftly adjusted the RPG rocket launcher on its shoulder. A grenade, trailing a brilliant flame, whistled from the launcher, racing toward the flaming Changyang, suspended in the air. In the next instant, the tip of the grenade made contact with Changyang's surface, effortlessly embedding itself within his form. Then, with a thunderous boom, the grenade detonated violently inside him. The force of the explosion caused his body to expand rapidly, transforming in an instant into a colossal fireball. This fireball resembled a small sun suddenly rising, hovering above the mass of corpses, illuminating the great pit as brightly as day. The molten shrapnel, akin to searing lava, cascaded from Changyang's sun-like body, splattering onto many of the undead soldiers below, producing a hissing sound accompanied by a pungent odor. Those soldiers, scalded by the molten liquid, emanated wisps of smoke, yet seemed oblivious to the pain, their mechanical gaze still fixed upward. As the zombies witnessed the futility of the relentless assaults, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The heavy machine guns ceased their thunderous roars, and the rocket launchers fell silent, leaving only the crackling sound of flames consuming the surroundings. Changyang's fiery form gradually diminished, transforming back into a human shape before long. He floated serenely in midair, his gaze icy as it fixated on the horde of zombies in the pit below. At that moment, a flicker of anger manifested on his face. Zombies wielding firearms? This is the capability of a corpse general, yet you are not the original corpse general, lacking even a crystal core within. Who was the true slayer of the corpse general? Confronted with Changyang's inquiry, the second-generation youthful corpse general sheepishly scratched its head, then replied in a deep, resonant voice. Our leader is Gluttony. He possesses the full authority to explain the demise of the first-generation corpse general. Gluttony? Upon hearing this, Changyang's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his mind swirling with confusion. He had never encountered such a mutated zombie. Could it be a wild variant? Just then, a soldier standing outside the luminescent barrier, who had been intently monitoring the battlefield, suddenly shouted in urgency, Captain, we must eliminate the zombies in the pit. Otherwise, Bloodsplit will restore itself using their blood. Changyang nodded slightly at this remark. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he called out loudly, Bloodsplit, cease your hiding. What difference does it make whether you die early or late? As he spoke, Changyang's body underwent yet another transformation, flames erupting around him, engulfing him entirely in a blaze in the blink of an eye. The flames formed a colossal fire dome, descending with a fierce intensity towards the funnel-shaped pit below. Save me, Senior, Li Feiyu cried out desperately amidst the sea of corpses, just as the flames were about to ignite the few remaining strands of hair atop the zombies' heads. A gigantic face suddenly emerged from the inner wall of the pit. It was the visage of Lin Feng. His round face, as large as the front of a truck, appeared strikingly out of place and bizarre against the pit's wall. With a puff, Lin Feng's cheeks rapidly deflated. Subsequently, a powerful jet of water erupted from his mouth, akin to a high-pressure water cannon. The water collided forcefully with Changyang's fiery form, producing a dense cloud of steam mixed with a nauseating stench that erupted into the air. The entire pit was instantly enveloped in a thick white mist, drastically reducing visibility. Within this obscuring fog, Changyang's chest gradually solidified. Just as his body began to take shape, a gunshot rang out abruptly. It was a flaming-headed zombie that seized this opportune moment, its eyes glinting with a ferocious light as it unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The bullet, propelled with immense kinetic energy, struck Changyang. Within the mist, the flames quickly extinguished, and Changyang's body fully materialized. Grasping his bleeding chest, he fell naked into the pile of zombies. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Feiyu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he prepared to administer an electric shock to Changyang with the black baton in his hand. However, he suddenly realized that he was drenched in the foul sewage sprayed by Lin Feng, and with a sinking feeling, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Several corpse soldiers, sensing their opportunity like ravenous wolves spotting prey, rushed forward to seize Changyang, opening their mouths filled with yellowed teeth to gnaw at him. The corpse general stood to the side, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger once more. A black bullet, imbued with the essence of death, hurtled towards Chang Yang's forehead. Just as the bullet was a mere 3 meters away, a dark figure suddenly burst forth from the mist like a bolt of lightning, positioning itself in front of Chang Yang. With a resonant hum, a blue protective shield rippled outward in front of soldier Zhou Miao. The trajectory of the black bullet was altered by this shield, instantly severing the arm of a nearby corpse soldier. At that moment, soldier Wang Guang also descended from the fog. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Chang Yang firmly and prepared to leap out of the pit. You dare offend the master and still wish to escape? Lin Feng's furious voice echoed throughout the chasm. Abruptly, he erupted from the pit wall, his gaping maw aimed at Chang Yang's neck. The protective shield surrounding Wang Guang sensed the imminent threat and activated automatically. A transparent blue barrier appeared in an instant, shielding both Chang Yang and the corpse soldiers from Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng was propelled away by a powerful force. He aimed to once again meld into the pit walls, to alter the terrain and seal the great pit. Yet it was all too late. Suddenly, with a series of swift sounds, Zhou Miao and Wang Guang, supporting the injured Chang Yang, nimbly leaped out of the pit and ascended to the street above. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with resentment. He swiftly merged his lower body into the pit wall, and with a mere breath, fashioned a staircase leading out of the pit. Then, he shouted, "Charge, my brothers! Let us strike down the drowning dogs." Upon hearing the command, the corpse general immediately led a throng of undead soldiers up the staircase, brandishing their weapons as they surged towards the street. Among the horde, a peculiar undead soldier, realizing the shift in fortunes, contemplated fleeing amidst the chaos. Li Feiyu, with remarkable swiftness, seized its shoulder and flashed an oddly radiant smile, saying, "Dear friend, do stay." Chapter 53. The counterattack as the corpse general and its legion of undead soldiers, armed and formidable, ascended to the surface. They were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Surrounding them on all sides were 4 barriers radiating an eerie red glow, ensnaring them within this confined space. The street was devoid of any warriors, leaving behind an eerie silence. Bang! The corpse general, consumed by fury, unhesitatingly pulled the trigger towards the barrier. A bullet shot forth at breakneck speed, but as it made contact with the barrier, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The bullet rebounded at an astonishing velocity, as if it had struck a gelatinous wall. The corpse commander reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively crouching down. The bullet whizzed past the top of its head, flying towards the rear. 2 corpse soldiers, unable to make any evasive maneuvers, were instantaneously pierced by the ricocheted bullet, their heads bursting like watermelons in succession. Thick black blood splattering across the faces of the surrounding corpse soldiers. Standing further behind the corpse soldiers, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted a source of intense light emanating from a corner of the luminous screen. He hastily shouted, "Li Feiyu, fly up and eliminate that signal-like object." Upon hearing the call, Li Feiyu did not act immediately. Instead, he turned around, placed a hand on the shoulder of a nearby corpse soldier, and spoke in a slightly threatening tone, "Bloodsplit, I have planted a soul mark on you. No matter how far you flee, I will always be able to find you." Bloodsplit, now occupying the corpse soldier's body, twisted his facial muscles into a rigid smile and responded in a deep, resonant voice, "Rest assured, I will not flee. A zombie does not deceive another zombie." Just then, a brick flew over and struck Li Feiyu's back with a resounding thud. Lin Feng, watching these two leisurely leaning on each other at the bottom of the pit, felt his face flush with anger and scolded fiercely, "Are you still fighting, brother? Where do you get so much nonsense from?" Li Feiyu's expression changed in an instant, and he muttered softly to himself, "Crude." Subsequently, he cautiously retrieved a small black vial from the lining of his robe, naturally placing it in his mouth. In a heartbeat, electric light flashed around him, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, and he shot upwards like a streak of blue lightning, heading towards the unshielded expanse beyond the shimmering barrier above. The crimson, semi-transparent barrier towered at approximately 8 meters in height, yet for the flight-capable Li Feiyu, such an elevation posed little challenge. In mere moments, he ascended to the very level of the barrier. However, a soldier had already concealed himself within the high-rise building nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon the area above the barrier, ever poised to eliminate any daring intruder. At the instant Li Feiyu's head breached the top of the barrier, a bullet, akin to a summons from the netherworld, struck unexpectedly. Thud. Li Feiyu had no time to evade, his crown was violently severed, and a gruesome spray of red and white erupted forth. The once glimmering blue electric aura surrounding him abruptly vanished, and his body plummeted like a ragged sack, crashing heavily upon the mound of corpses below, rendered motionless. Blood gazed down at the lifeless Li Feiyu sprawled atop the heap, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of derision. Ha! I assumed he was a formidable character, but it turns out he was merely a buffoon. Just then, the red barrier that had ensnared the multitude of zombies inexplicably vanished. As Lin Feng seized the moment when Li Feiyu ascended into the sky, capturing the attention of the onlookers, he seamlessly melded into the concrete beneath his feet like a fish submerged in water, silently burrowing underground to evade the constraints of the luminous barrier. At this juncture, Lin Feng possessed 2 silver signal flares in his grasp, his gaze fixed intently on the third flare resting on the pavement by the street. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself toward it. Wang Guang, concealed within a nearby building, was taken aback upon witnessing this scene through the window, and he urgently called out, "Quickly retrieve the signal flares." Behind Wang Guang, Zhou Miao was wholly engrossed in performing surgery on their captain, Chang Yang, attempting to extract the bullet lodged in his chest. Chang Yang's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead as he gritted his teeth, valiantly enduring the excruciating pain. Suddenly, 2 agile soldiers appeared on the street. Their movements swift. They outpaced Lin Feng, successfully recovering the remaining 2 silver signal flares. Upon securing the flares, they promptly retreated to the second floor of the adjacent building. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and pulled the triggers aimed at Lin Feng below. Lin Feng, witnessing this, chose not to evade. With steely resolve, he pressed the buttons on the base of both signal flares. Instantly, red beams of light erupted from the flares in his hands, intertwining in the air to form a solid barrier of light. The sound of bullets striking the barrier echoed as they ricocheted away. Harnessing the momentum from the bullets, Lin Feng swiftly withdrew, executing a deft maneuver to slip into the shelter of the nearby building. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Feng, filled with trepidation, hastily pressed the button at the base of the signal flare, extinguishing the luminous screen. He gasped for breath, a wave of dread washing over him. Had he not previously studied it, the signal flare left by Lu Feng could have spelled disaster. Were he struck by those ominous black projectiles, even survival would likely leave him grievously wounded. On the street, the corpses, witnessing the disappearance of the luminous barrier, exhibited a flicker of excitement in their gaze and bellowed commands. Engage full firepower. In an instant, 496 undead soldiers acted in unison. Their triggers pulled in a synchronized assault against the buildings lining the street. The cacophony of heavy machine guns, the shriek of rocket launchers, and the roar of flamethrowers merged into a deafening symphony, flames erupting into the sky. Many structures along the street succumbed to the ferocity of the onslaught, collapsing and sending plumes of dust into the air. Meanwhile, Chang Yang's surgery had yet to conclude, the bullet in his chest precariously close to extraction when the ceiling, unable to bear the burden, crashed down. In a split second, Wang Guang reacted with alacrity, his long knife slicing through the air above him. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the ceiling fractured into several pieces. Concurrently, his blue protective shield emitted a resonant hum, unfurling like a formidable barrier, shielding Zhou Miao, who was in the midst of surgery, and the gravely injured Chang Yang from the descending debris. Damn it! Why are these zombies so relentless? Wang Guang muttered curses under his breath, his vigilance unwavering as he scanned his surroundings. Chang Yang's lips turned pale, and with a slight movement, he uttered in a faint voice, "The plan has changed. Inform everyone to retreat." Upon hearing Wang Guang's command, he promptly pressed the communication button on his headset and urgently shouted, "Retreat. Temporarily abandon the extermination of the blood splatter plan. Retreat. Temporarily abandon the extermination of the blood splatter plan." Zhou Miao, kneeling on the ground, instantly withdrew the bloody dagger from her grasp. She then unsheathed a small black vial from her waist. With deft movements, she removed the stopper and gently poured the golden liquid onto Chang Yang's wound, stating, "The bullet is lodged halfway in his heart. It can only be removed slowly after evacuation." Remarkably, as the golden liquid touched the gaping wound on Chang Yang's chest, it began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. How peculiar. Why had the intelligence of the zombies suddenly increased? I had originally intended to extract the bullet before eliminating them all. Chang Yang murmured to himself, trembling slightly as Zhou Miao assisted him to his feet. At that moment, the gunfire abruptly ceased. The street was shrouded in dust and debris from the collapsed buildings, dimming the light significantly. The entire world seemed to plunge into a profound silence, as both the zombies and humans held their breath, quietly awaiting each other's next move. Chapter 54. The progeny. As the street descended into eerie stillness, several ghostly shadows inexplicably emerged from the swirling dust, disturbing its flow. Though the corpse soldiers lacked human emotions, their innate alertness as perceptive killing machines rendered them instinctively aware of any disturbances. Almost at the moment the shadow emerged, the corpse soldiers unhesitatingly aimed their dark muzzles at the source of disturbance and pulled the triggers. In an instant, a deafening roar of gunfire erupted. Flames spewed forth from the barrels, and bullets poured down like a torrential rain towards the shadowy figure. The entire street was once again enveloped in a thick haze of gunpowder and acrid smoke. Moments later, a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the heavy dust that had settled over the area. As the dust gradually cleared, the intense gunfire abruptly ceased. Lin Feng crawled out from the rubble, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked steadily to stand before the corpse general. His gaze slowly swept across the chaotic street, and then he sighed softly, speaking, "It's all right, they've already escaped. Pursuing them now would yield little advantage." Lin Feng turned to look at his ragtag band of disheveled corpse soldiers, nodding in satisfaction as he proclaimed loudly, "Well done, everyone. Although we did not eliminate those warriors, injuring one of them is still a commendable achievement." However, all he received in response was silence. The corpse soldiers, devoid of emotion, felt neither joy at Lin Feng's praise nor any particular reaction. In their understanding, the corpse general and Lin Feng issued commands, and they simply executed them without further contemplation. Lin Feng suddenly felt as though he were speaking to an unresponsive audience. He awkwardly shook his head and murmured softly, "That, corpse general, please dismember the bodies in the pit. We came out this time for blood and sustenance, yes." The corpse responded in a muffled tone before turning around to draw the large machete at its waist, making its way toward the large pit behind. This encounter with the soldier ended in a stalemate for both parties. As Lin Feng approached the pit, he meticulously calculated the outcome of the skirmish in his mind. 2 zombie soldiers had perished, one had lost an arm but could still move. Another had been possessed by Blood Hunter, and Li Feiyu was gravely injured. He had obtained 2 signal flares capable of producing light screens. On the soldier's side, only one had been injured. Well, it seems I came out at a loss after all. A zombie's life is still a life. Lin Feng descended into the pit, standing atop a mound of corpses. There, he beheld 2 zombies entangled together like twisted dough, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Li Feiyu, your brain has fallen out," Lin Feng remarked with a furrowed brow. "Huh?" Li Feiyu, hearing this, skeptically touched the top of his head, only to find something soft and jelly-like. "No wonder my thoughts were a bit disjointed. It turns out my brain has indeed fallen out." Quickly, Li Feiyu released Blood Hunter and sat up, cautiously pressing back the nearly detached brain into his skull with a splat. Blood Hunter lay amidst the corpses, gasping for breath, each inhale accompanied by the violent rise and fall of his chest. Huh. Since becoming a corpse, I've never felt this fatigued. So this is the nature of aberrant beings. Observing this, Lin Feng strode over, stepped on Blood Hunter's head, and a sinister expression crossed his face as he coldly declared, "Reveal a piece of information more valuable than the crystal core on your body." Beside him, Li Feiyu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. He swiftly crawled over, gripping the black electric baton tightly, and forcefully jabbed it towards the blood-splattered creature, exclaiming fervently, "Eliminate this malevolent spirit. Quickly dispatch it. With the crystal core, I shall transcend." The creature, feeling a sudden tension in a certain part of its body, cried out in fear, "Hey, do not slay me. I possess a means to escape the city's outer barriers." Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, skepticism evident in his gaze. "You could not evade the previous Crimson Barrier, yet you claim you can flee from City A? Just grant me another crystal core. My abilities will evolve. Then I shall have the means to lead you all to safety." The creature writhed, hastily elucidating its plea. Upon hearing the mention of the crystal core, Li Feiyu became even more exhilarated, his grip on the baton tightening as he fervently declared, "Senior, do not let this malevolent entity ensnare your judgment. Slay it. Seize the crystal core, and then we shall deliberate further." The creature felt an excruciating pain beneath it, akin to being torn asunder, and the long-lost agony evoked a torment reminiscent of constipation, prompting an involuntary scream of distress. "How can I trust you? What if you betray me later?" Lin Feng demanded sternly. "I can become your loyal servant." The creature shouted desperately, as if clutching at a final lifeline. Lin Feng surveyed the blood-red-skinned zombie beneath him with a discerning gaze. I do have certain expectations for my other half. After all, zombies do possess genders. A servant is merely a completely subservient subordinate under your command. You are exactly what you intend to be. In both life and death, I remain steadfast. Blood exclaimed, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance and helplessness. What should I do? Lin Feng released his foot. Blood immediately sprang to his feet, freeing himself from Li Feiyu's merciless electric baton. He fell to his knees amidst the corpses, sincerity etched across his face as he implored. Bestow upon me your flesh and blood. Should I consume it, I shall pledge my loyalty to you. Lin Feng shook his head, skepticism lacing his tone. This approach will not work on a high-tier mutated zombie like you. It will work. Voluntary submission is effective. Blood's crimson visage radiated earnestness. Li Feiyu interjected, cautioning, Senior, be wary of deception. Pondering, Lin Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he forcefully rubbed his hand against the leather armor on his chest, and a sphere formed from flesh and blood materialized instantaneously. Lin Feng gazed down at the kneeling blood and coldly commanded, Li Feiyu, if it dares to betray us, eliminate it immediately. At these words, Li Feiyu's excitement surged anew as he pressed the black electric baton against Blood's temple, poised to unleash a lethal jolt. Open your mouth. Lin Feng flicked the flesh and blood sphere with his finger, and with a swift motion, it flew into Blood's mouth. Blood's throat convulsed, emitting a pronounced gulp as he swallowed Lin Feng's offering. In the next moment, a sinister crimson gleam ignited in Blood's eyes, as if he were a malevolent spirit poised to devour. Simultaneously, a wild elation enveloped Li Feiyu's countenance, akin to a fisherman who had just landed a great catch. Chapter 55, A New Objective. A resounding bang echoed. Lin Feng, with a swift and forceful kick, propelled a fierce gust of wind as he struck towards the peculiar black rod in Li Feiyu's grasp. At that moment, the tip of the rod crackled with sporadic sparks of electricity, threatening to unleash a lethal shock that could rupture a skull. Li Feiyu had no time to react. The rod slipped from his hands, tracing an arc through the air before soaring away into the distance. Get down, Lin Feng commanded sharply, focusing his mind in an attempt to exert his mental control over Xuelia. This mutant zombie, exuding an eerie aura, had been kneeling atop a pile of corpses, its presence swelling like an impending tide. Just as its power approached a peak, it abruptly received Lin Feng's directive in its mind. In an instant, Xuelia's demeanor shifted dramatically. Yes, master, it rasped, its voice tinged with a hint of servility. Once menacing, it unhesitatingly knelt on both knees atop the corpses, then slowly bent forward in a gesture of profound reverence, kissing Lin Feng's foot with fervor, as if it were an exceptionally devoted acolyte. Lin Feng's face contorted in distaste, instinctively stepping back a pace, unable to bear the repugnant display. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu, witnessing this scene, wore a complex expression. Disappointment cloaked his features like a dark cloud. Yet, his discontent simmered beneath the surface, prompting him to voice his concerns. Senior, this malevolent creature feigns submission, yet harbors treachery within. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and retorted without reservation, You, the traitor, dare to speak of others. Have you forgotten how many times you have stabbed me in the back? To exploit the strong and trample the weak is the principle by which I operate. Li Feiyu murmured a few words under his breath. Blood, lying on the ground, felt a pang in his heart upon hearing the exchange between Lin Feng and Li Feiyu. He hastily pledged his loyalty once more, eagerly declaring, Master, rest assured. Regardless of how my abilities evolve and grow in strength, you will always have absolute control over me. My life from this moment forth entirely belongs to you. Li Feiyu regarded Blood's demeanor with disdain, yet could not help but secretly admire him. Indeed, this fellow embodies the spirit of a dark cultivator, willing to bend and stretch for survival, devoid of any moral boundaries. Lin Feng chose to ignore Blood's words and instead turned his attention to the busy corpses and soldiers nearby. The corpse general and soldiers were skillfully and mechanically dismembering the bodies on the ground with their sharp blades, their movements swift, as if engaged in the most commonplace of tasks. Lin Feng frowned slightly and spoke, We should first transport this flesh and blood back. Otherwise, the zombies under my command will soon starve to death. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Blood immediately sprang up from the pile of corpses, his face brimming with eagerness as he said, Leave it to me, master. Just you wait and see. With that, Blood slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. From the palm of his hand, crimson as bloodstone, dark red droplets of blood began to seep forth. The blood, as if imbued with life, broke free from the confines of the palm, gradually floating upward and continuously converging above it. As the volume of blood increased, it gradually coalesced into a pulsating sphere, its shape shifting incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng and Li Feiyu simultaneously furrowed their brows and swiftly retreated behind the corpse soldier, vigilantly observing the movements of the blood entity. In the next moment, without warning, the blood sphere in the hands of the blood entity erupted explosively. Countless minuscule droplets, akin to needle tips, shot forth at astonishing speed, targeting the heap of thousands of corpses at the pit's bottom. At that moment, the corpse general was wholly engrossed in preparing to sever the leg of a corpse with his large blade, just as his weapon was about to descend. The headless corpse unexpectedly stood up in an exceedingly twisted manner that defied logic. Good heavens, it's haunted! The corpse general was taken aback by this sudden spectacle, nearly dropping his blade in shock. In a flurry of panic, he let out a startled cry and, like a frightened child, hastily scampered behind Lin Feng, trembling slightly. Lin Feng turned to regard this imposing figure, now quaking with fear, and remarked with exasperation, "For goodness sake, you are already a zombie. Why fear ghosts? Your current appearance is far more terrifying than any spirit." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the corpse general sheepishly scratched his head and replied in a deep, rumbling voice, "Zombies are living beings, not frightening. It is the ghosts that instill fear." Lin Feng could only shake his head in resignation, murmuring softly, "Sigh." The zombies of the Qing dynasty were truly more fearsome, possessing physical attacks and magical damage. Moments later, under the sinister influence of bloodshed, over 4,000 incomplete corpses began to crawl and stagger slowly towards the pit's edge. Their movements were rigid and sluggish. Some dragged their mutilated limbs, leaving trails of blood upon the ground. Others propped themselves up with a solitary arm, laboriously dragging their bodies forward. Yet, without exception, they all advanced in the same direction. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Lin Feng could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Have these zombies come back to life? They seem to act as if they possess some semblance of consciousness." Bloodshed shook his head respectfully and replied, "Master, they remain lifeless. They have not truly resurrected. It is merely the minor one controlling them with its own blood, and thus their movements are exceedingly slow." A peculiar scene unfolded upon the ruinous streets. Over 4,000 incomplete corpses trudged forward, while trailing behind them were more than 400 corpse soldiers, brandishing weapons and severed limbs. After several arduous hours of relentless progress, Lin Feng finally shepherded these animated remains back to his domain. The imposing procession of corpses resembled a dark torrent, flowing through the breach in the statue wall. Upon entering the territory, these corpses seemed to receive an unspoken command, autonomously making their way to an open expanse, where they then lay down in perfect alignment. Observing the multitude of bodies strewn across the ground, Lin Feng contemplated the subsequent arrangements and turned to the nearby corpse general, issuing his directives with utmost seriousness. Although the weather is growing increasingly frigid, meat typically does not spoil as swiftly. However, these carcasses were already in a state of decay. Thus, it is prudent to slice the meat, apply salt, and dry it over a fire, facilitating storage and transport. Having gathered a substantial amount of salt previously, it seems evident that remaining in City A is no longer viable. Lin Yoshi is unable to consume much salt alone, so firewood will have to be procured from the ornamental trees by the roadside. The corpse general donned a serious expression, diligently committing Lin Feng's words to its rather dim memory. It nodded emphatically and then began to coordinate the efforts of the undead soldiers. The corpse general adeptly wielded a large knife, skillfully carving the flesh, while the undead soldiers assisted by transporting the meat, applying salt, and preparing firewood. Everything proceeded in a well-organized manner. "Lin Yoshi," Lin Feng called out, his voice echoing within the confines of the statue wall, resonating without end. In the next moment, the air beside Lin Feng shimmered slightly, and Lin Yoshi's petite figure gradually solidified. "Go retrieve the items from the air raid shelter," Lin Feng instructed, shaking the silver signal flare in his hand. "Understood," Lin Yoshi replied with a gentle nod. After speaking, her form vanished once more, leaving only a subtle distortion in the air. Approximately a minute later, Lin Yoshi reappeared beside Lin Feng, now holding 2 additional signal flares. Lin Feng took the flares and pressed the switch located beneath one of them. In an instant, 4 signal flares simultaneously emitted beams of crimson light, intertwining to form 4 towering light curtains, approximately 8 meters high, that encircled Lin Yoshi. Yoshi, can you attempt to exit? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Yoshi stepped forward and extended her delicate palm, gently touching the wall-like light curtain. Pressing her hand firmly against the barrier, her small face flushed slightly from the exertion. Yet, the curtain remained unyielding, impervious to her touch. Determined, Lin Yoshi began to activate her spatial teleportation ability. She narrowed her eyes, focusing intently as she endeavored to transcend the constraints of the light curtain. In that moment, a faint aura of white light enveloped her, a manifestation of the fluctuations of spatial power. However, as Lin Feng had anticipated, Lin Yoshi's attempt was in vain. She remained ensnared in place. No matter how fervently she tried, she could not breach the seemingly fragile yet astonishingly resilient barrier. This light curtain possessed the capacity to confine both humans and zombies to a certain extent. Alas, if only one could soar through the skies or traverse the earth. Escape would have been feasible. Lin Feng gazed upward at the opening at the top of the curtain, a sense of regret swelling within him. And he couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, Li Feiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the translucent red curtain, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. He promptly approached Lin Feng and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Senior, please grant me this array artifact." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, stroked his chin in contemplation, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind as he weighed the pros and cons. In theory, this item would serve well for Yoshi. Yet Li Feiyu exhibits a greater cleverness. Very well. Lin Feng glanced at the eagerly expectant Li Feiyu and nodded slightly, declaring, "This item shall be yours." "Thank you, Senior." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Feiyu's face radiated with ecstatic joy. He promptly performed a deep bow once more, and in an instant, blue lightning enveloped him, accompanied by a piercing whistle as Li Feiyu soared into the air. His speed was remarkable, leaving a trail of blue afterimages upon the ground. After circling around Lin Yoshi, he swiftly collected all 4 signal flares. As night fell, within the dimly lit air raid shelter, Lin Feng, Lin Yoshi, Li Feiyu, the corpse general, and blood splatter were gathered around the sofa by the coffee table. How do you discern the direction of your ability's evolution? You surely cannot possess a system, can you? Lin Feng inquired. Blood splatter scratched the back of his head, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he retorted. A system? What system? The other smaller zombies might be unaware, but I certainly grasp the nature of my next stage and the abilities that will follow. Lin Feng, intrigued by this revelation, leaned forward slightly, eagerly pressing, "Do share how to utilize your evolved abilities to escape City A." A sinister smile crept across Blood Splatter's crimson visage. If my master could procure a crystal core for me, upon absorbing it, my evolved ability would be feign death. Feigning death? Lin Feng's eyes flickered with surprise at this term, prompting Blood Splatter to continue his explanation. The barrier surrounding City A poses a lethal threat to living beings. Contact with it results in injury, and those who dare to breach it risk losing their lives. While the living cannot pass through, the deceased traverse this perilous barrier with ease. Lin Feng squinted, implying, "Are you suggesting we feign death using your abilities and then revive ourselves outside?" The master is indeed astute, grasping the concept immediately. Blood promptly gave a thumbs up, his face adorned with an even more pronounced expression of sycophancy. "Are you boasting?" The corpse general spoke in a deep, resonant voice, skepticism lacing his tone. "Who knows if one truly remains dead? What if one cannot come back to life?" Lin Yoshi, her large eyes wide with curiosity, inquired, "Death? What does it mean to die?" Lin Feng pondered briefly before explaining, "To die is akin to your ghostly mother, never to return again." "Oh." Lin Yoshi nodded gently at Lin Feng's explanation, her attention swiftly returning to the rabbit plush toy in her hands. She seemed indifferent to the answer, lost in her own little world. As Lin Feng rhythmically tapped his fingers on the sofa, he mused about the remaining zombies possessing crystal cores. Blood quickly interjected. "The flame ghost has been killed by humans. As for Ghost Mother and the corpse general, well, they were likely dispatched by you, Master. So, aside from myself, the only remaining mutated zombies with crystal cores are the Stone Corpse Ghost, the Singer, and the Mire." Lin Feng recalled the warrior who commanded flames earlier that day, and a surge of anger ignited within him. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What a cunning scheme. Utilizing over 10 million people in the city to sustain 7 mutated zombies, then allowing warriors to inherit the powers of these 7 aberrations. Truly insidious. Among the Songstress and the Mire, which is the weaker? Li Feiyu, seated cross-legged on the sofa, opened his eyes with a hint of excitement and inquired. Shuelai furrowed his blood-streaked brows, and after a lengthy pause, he slowly replied, "Why not inquire about the strength of the stone corpse demon?" Li Feiyu shook his head repeatedly, declaring that such a fiend as the corpse eater was not to be trifled with. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Lin Feng's face. The wrath of the stone corpse demon was terrifying indeed, and it would be wise to avoid making it an enemy. Shuelai nodded in agreement with Lin Feng and Li Feiyu's sentiments. He then continued, "Let us not consider the stone corpse demon for now, regarding the songstress and the mire. I believe the songstress is the easier opponent. During my time in the elite zombie training camp, I often bested her." Chapter 56, Probing at the New Star Grand Theater in City A. Dozens of oddly shaped zombies patrolled their territory at the entrance. The streets outside the theater lay strewn with ruins, while the low shrubs shivered in the biting wind. The withered leaves rustled softly, as if whispering the lament of a desolate world. Among the shrubs, Lin Feng, Li Feiyu, and Shuelai were cautiously lying in wait. Lin Feng concealed himself among the withered yellow branches of the low shrubs, with only his eyes visible. He extended a finger, pointing towards the oddly shaped zombies near the entrance of the theater, speaking in a hushed tone as if fearful of disturbing the very air around him. What a peculiar appearance these patrolling zombies have. They lack eyes, and their heads resemble, well, like drums. Hiss! Bloodsplit, lying beside him, furrowed his brow in confusion, his face etched with bewilderment. It was the first time for him to encounter the minions of a singer. During his time at the elite zombie training camp, he would simply strike at the main body, utterly unaware of the abilities possessed by its minions. Enough already. What elite zombie training camp? You are akin to Da Vinci conducting research in a lunatic asylum. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk, voicing his disdain. Li Feiyu, positioned to Lin Feng's right, appeared perplexed and quickly interjected, asking, "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Sigh. Lin Feng let out a heavy sigh, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face, for he was indeed the subject of such research. Bloodsplit crimson face contorted in an instant, his eyes betraying pain and struggle. Evidently stirred by Lin Feng's words, evoking haunting memories. "Master, you cannot fathom the life we endured in that research facility each day upon opening our eyes. We were thrust into brutal combat with other test subjects. Day after day, year after year. It seems impossible to survive without deceiving oneself." Sensing the turmoil of emotions swirling within, Lin Feng quickly cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. "All right, let us set aside these distressing matters for now. Our immediate priority is to investigate what secrets those zombies hold." Shuelai took a deep breath, suppressing the painful memories surging in his mind, and nodded vigorously, declaring, "I shall control the blood puppet to scout ahead." Moments later, a corpse missing its right arm staggered up from a patch of greenery by the roadside. Its movements were stiff and sluggish, as if manipulated by an invisible force, adopting a grotesquely contorted posture as it ambled towards the entrance of the New Star Theater. Li Feiyu, observing the corpse moving at a pace akin to an elderly person's stroll, was filled with perplexity and could not help but inquire, why not have the senior control a more agile zombie for reconnaissance? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nearly leapt up in exasperation, hissing in a lowered voice, "Did you slack off during the meeting again? Be careful, or I'll mark you as absent and deduct your attendance bonus." Li Feiyu's face turned crimson with fright at the thought of Lin Feng employing various excuses to cut his share of the crystal cores. Promptly covering his mouth and muttering softly, "Loose lips sink ships. Loose lips sink ships." Meanwhile, Shuelai remained fully focused on controlling the blood puppet, patiently explaining the situation. The zombies, manipulated by their master, generate significant fluctuations in spiritual energy, which the singer perceives with extraordinary acuity. Only by testing the lifeless corpses can one avoid alarming the vigilant creature. As several corpses conversed, the blood puppet ambled leisurely to within a mere 500 meters of the theater entrance. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed, and dozens of zombies, their heads resembling drums, pivoted simultaneously like marionettes on a single string, directing their gaze toward the intruder. Almost immediately, 3 zombies surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the blood puppet with a velocity that stirred the air with a whoosh. Hidden among the low shrubs, Lin Feng held his breath, fixated on the unfolding scene, eager to discern the formidable capabilities of these peculiar zombies. In the blink of an eye, the 3 zombies had encircled the blood puppet controlled by the blood manipulator. Before the blood puppet could react, The tympanum of the three zombies began to vibrate at an alarming speed. A deep, resonant thrum erupted, akin to the thunder of war drums, shattering the surrounding silence. Lin Feng and Li Feiyu, the two zombies, winced at the sound, feeling as though their eardrums had been mercilessly prodded by a sharp instrument, leaving their faces pale with pain. They hastily pressed their fingers against their ears. Yet the sound seemed to permeate through every crevice, burrowing deep into their minds. Only the blood puppet remained unfazed, its expression steady and its gaze fixed intently on the direction of the theater, as if the deafening sound had no effect on it whatsoever. The rhythm of the pounding intensified, the noise becoming increasingly shrill, akin to sharp nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. Surrounding the blood puppet's previously mutilated form, an array of phantoms emerged, resembling countless blood puppets overlapping one another. What could this mean? Lin Feng squinted, striving to discern the truth. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the blood puppet was vibrating at a high frequency in sync with the drumbeats, and those phantoms were mere afterimages of its tremors. Thud, 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 thud. Bang! Amidst an excruciatingly sharp drumbeat, the blood puppet could no longer withstand the force. It exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. Concealed within the thicket, the three corpses were rendered utterly dumbfounded, as if they had been ensnared by a paralysis spell. Senior, last night, I observed the celestial alignments and noted that the Venus star shone dimly, indicating that it is an inauspicious time for violence. Let us retreat. Li Feiyu predictably began to withdraw, his voice trembling slightly. A sharp intake of breath escaped from the lips of the blood-splattered figure, eyes widening in astonishment. I had assumed the singer would merely evoke emotions through song. Yet I was taken aback to discover that its followers possessed such an uncanny ability. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned, reflecting inwardly that his previous acquisition of 2 crystal cores had verged significantly on luck. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I merely seek a soft target to squeeze. Why must it be so arduous? Just as the 3 corpses were still reeling from their earlier shock, an unexpected transformation occurred. The soil beneath their feet seemed to be suddenly enchanted, softening instantaneously, resembling a quagmire. The 3 corpses, caught off guard, began to sink gradually, as the surrounding earth surged toward them. In mere moments, the trio descended like a sunken relic of a bygone era, vanishing without a trace. The thicket where they had concealed themselves moments ago had all but disappeared, leaving behind only a vast expanse of murky, foul-smelling sludge. Outside the theater, an eerie silence enveloped the area once more, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind brushing through this bizarre locale, failing to shatter the oppressive stillness. Time slipped away imperceptibly, each second stretching infinitely. Where the thicket once stood, the tranquil ground suddenly bulged ominously, as if animated, slowly undulating, seemingly gathering a formidable power. Immediately following, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a clap of thunder striking the ground. The large package burst open, and a deluge of sludge splattered in all directions like raindrops. Covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled, Li Feiyu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain from the electric shock, while hoisting both Lin Feng and the bloodied corpse of Er Shi, equally enshrouded in filth, and valiantly soared out of the gaping pit of mire. Li Feiyu's body, still reeling from the shock, spasmed intermittently, causing his flight path to waver precariously. Cough, cough, cough. This scent. It is a mutated zombie. The swamp. As he coughed violently, Shuai spat out the muck-laden filth from his mouth and bellowed at the top of his lungs, Pa, isn't this the territory of the songstress? What is the swamp doing here? Lin Feng vigorously wiped the thick mud from his face, finally able to discern the vast expanse below, emanating an eerie aura and darkening into a massive pit of sludge. I can't hold on. Li Feiyu exerted every ounce of strength to ascend merely 5 or 6 meters above the ground, before, like a bird that had exhausted all its energy, he suddenly faltered and plummeted heavily against the trunk of a large tree. His body struck the branches with a dull thud, shaking loose a number of leaves, and he dangled from the branches like a limp mass, gasping for breath. Lin Feng clung tightly to the tree trunk, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air, unable to restrain himself from cursing. Damn it! Had it not been for Li Feiyu igniting the methane within this creature, we might have truly met our demise here. Bloodsplit vigilantly surveyed the ground, ever wary of the enemy's approach, remarking, This creature is exceedingly troublesome. It is akin to a pit of muck, and I cannot ascertain how to confront it. Lin Feng swiftly turned to the steaming Li Feiyu, suspended from a branch, urgently inquiring, Li Feiyu, can you still deliver an electric shock? Li Feiyu, in a state of exhaustion, replied languidly, I was just struck by a backlash of lightning. I can no longer even manage to fly. I need time. Just as the three were enveloped in trepidation, the very tree that sheltered them began to sink into the earth without warning. The ground, once solid concrete, had transformed into a vast swamp. Bloodsplit, observing the mire below, felt an urgency akin to a blazing inferno igniting within him, and could not help but exclaim, Master, the swamp has arrived. What shall we do? His feet shuffled anxiously on the branches as he sought refuge higher up. Senior, the swamp has drawn near. Is this the end of our path in cultivation? Senior. Li Feiyu clung to Lin Feng's leg, his face a portrait of despair, his voice tinged with a sob, as if he were on the brink of falling into oblivion. Cease your incessant shouting. It is utterly exasperating. Lin Feng barked, his decaying mind racing at full speed in this dire moment. And he felt as if smoke were rising from his head, a manifestation of his thoughts in overdrive. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, akin to grasping a lifeline, and he shouted, Mud horse. Mud horse? A fleeting expression of confusion crossed Li Feiyu's face, tinged with despair. We're going to be trapped. Bloodied face managed a smile, more grotesque than tears, equally bewildered by Lin Feng's words, yet the encompassing despair compelled him to mask his inner dread with this bitter grin. Indeed, it is the mud horse. Lin Feng refrained from further elaboration, as his skin began to fervently absorb the essence of the tree trunk. The section of the trunk he clutched rapidly diminished in size, and from the tips of his fingers, wooden structures began to sprout, alive with vitality, swiftly morphing into shapes reminiscent of small boats. Just as the three corpses were on the verge of sinking into the swamp alongside the tree, Lin Feng's creation reached completion. Below his palms, two rudimentary wooden boats with handrails emerged, humble in design yet, in this dire moment, they resembled a veritable Noah's Arkansas. With two sharp cracks, Lin Feng forcefully severed the connection between his palm and the mud horse, unhesitatingly handing it to Li Feiyu and bloodied face. Simultaneously, a vivid image flashed in the minds of the two corpses, a fisherman kneeling on the wooden mud horse, scavenging the tidal flats. The scene was so lifelike, as if they had experienced it firsthand, illuminating their understanding of the mud horse's purpose. Is it merely about consuming mud? I've drunk from the sewers. The protein content is 20 times that of beef. Lin Feng shouted to bolster his courage, and then leaped into the gentle embrace of the mutated zombie mire. Senior, may you journey well. Master, you must triumph. At the moment the great tree was completely engulfed by the swamp. Li Feiyu and the blood-cleaving corpse imitated the fishermen from their memories, kneeling on one knee upon the narrow hull of the wooden mud horse, while pushing off forcefully from the ground to glide swiftly across the mire. Their movements were initially awkward, yet they quickly grew adept under their guidance. The wooden mud horse soared across the sludge like an arrow released from its bow, splattering mud in its wake. The last sight Lin Feng glimpsed was the retreating figure of the two corpses, who did not look back. He raised his right hand, extending his middle finger in a gesture of utmost disdain towards them. In the next moment, even that defiant gesture was wholly consumed by the mire, which once again settled into a tranquil surface, as if all that had transpired moments before had never occurred. Ha! Who do you think will prevail, him or the swamp? Blood Cleaving had completely mastered the use of the wooden mud horse, and while advancing rapidly, he even found time to engage in conversation. Li Feiyu, lagging slightly behind, shouted back, Friend, do not celebrate too soon. After extensive observation, I believe there is a significant probability that our senior is the chosen one of this small world, and he will not fall so easily. Upon hearing the words, Shuelai immediately ceased his raucous laughter, his expression turning somewhat serious as he murmured to himself. The old corpse often said, heed the counsel of the dead, and feast well. Just as the second corpse became somewhat overly pleased with itself, dozens of zombies, their heads swollen, glided across the marsh as if they were skaters on ice, moving with an astonishing grace. Their figures, shrouded in the mist of the swamp, appeared elusive yet swift, closing the distance to the second corpse in an instant. Meanwhile, within the abyssal mire, Lin Feng was ravenously consuming the repugnant, foul-smelling sludge surrounding him, his body swelling like an inflated balloon, transforming into a massive mass of muck, rapidly expanding.